Spacestation. Spacestation.
Oh, I can't believe it. It's another week of Rainbow Six North American League. We're back. I'm your host, Doa. With me today are, of course, our regular analysts, our amazing analysts. We got Caliber Jacob and Jesse J. Chick. And today, we got another special guest. That's right, it's Penguin joining us to lend his pro gaming experience, his big brain for the analysis that we're going to need today. How you doing, man? How was your trip in?
I'm doing great. It was a pretty easy flight, so I'm pretty excited to talk about Siege.
I can't believe we have both a Pengu and a Penguin on the same show. How have we done this?
We're getting a little crazy with it.
We have to keep them apart. If they come together on camera, it's like putting a bag of holding into another bag of holding. You know, it can get a little bit crazy.
That's bad.
Some people out there know what I'm talking about. I'm confident. Well, we had a week last week, didn't we? Let's talk a little bit about week two. We're not going to be able to look at any replays or anything, but I just want to get quick thoughts. Week two, what really jumped out at you, Jacob?
I mean, the fact that we're still seeing OXG and Beastcoast in their own respective holes, two teams that don't have wins. I think I spent more time in VOD review this week looking at what the bad teams weren't doing right as opposed to what the good teams were doing well. It's a really weird thing to focus on, but I think for both teams, there's still a lot of questions, and we're going to be curious to see how that transpires for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, a couple of teams still struggling. Some teams, though, kind of getting out of that hole, right? We saw Astralis starting to bounce back a little bit. They had two big wins after going 0-2 for the week one. Forest, obviously, a big part of that. But it's nice to see some of those teams that maybe struggled in the first week bouncing back and having a bit better of a shot here in week number two.
That's right. What was your take on last week, Penguin? I know you were watching the games. What do you think?
I honestly think the most interesting game was the border game, SSG against Parabellum. I had a discussion with XSET, who used to be the Drew Spark XSET,
right.
Who's on Valorant now, but he used to be the Siege coach, and he worked with SSG at a time. And I was confused why they'd go to border, but he said they're a very good prep team. And I mean, they obviously showed it.
Oh, yeah.
I think Parabellum's a very good border team, very frag-heavy map. and SSG shut it down perfectly. So I think that just shows that they're a really well-prepared team and a team to not take lightly.
You're just saying that because you used to play for him, though. You're just saying that because you and Parabellum have history and you didn't want to see him lose. That's the whole reason.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Of course.
We can get into that a little bit more later for sure. Let's take a look at day number 4. Here was our other results from Wednesday of last week. And I'm curious, Soniqs, TSM, who's going to end up on top at the end of the stage? It's going to be back and forth. I think both teams are looking pretty solid at the moment. I want to get your take first. I know you just talked about it. I want to send it back to you because you're the new voice this week. So what do you think?
Well, I got to go with Gash Dog. Like, Gash Dog's winning the Pro League. He's winning that side. My money's on Gasher. I think Gasher's like one of the better IGLs that was in T2. I think TSM definitely picked up a good, strong person that's able to really direct the strong fraggers on TSM. So I think they're doing a good job, and they're obviously showing it by beating SQ last week.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the Pengu podcast yesterday, actually. I was catching up, of course. You know I watch it. And Gasher's, attitude. He had it when I talked to him in Vegas. He had it on the podcast. This is a guy that's not just here to get to a major. He's not just here to have a pretty good result in his first stage in NAL. He wants to get to a major, and he wants to win a major. He wants to win SI. He has a one-track mind in a way that I think is very good for a pro gamer because he's got that cockiness, but so far the results have backed that up as well.
It's worked out, and if SQ and TSM were to both win the rest of their games for the whole stage, then technically, because unless TSM has a couple of really bad games and SQ wins by blowouts, TSM theoretically could still end in first place when this stage is all said and done because they'd have head-to-head tiebreaker at that point, even if rounds still ended up being the same. I like this TSM outlook. I just wonder if because they've had to shift things up, bring 2 new guys in, if there was a time for them to win anything, I kind of think it's sooner rather than later when more teams are actually more adaptable to the things that they bring with 2 new guys on that team.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very fun game between 2 top Titans, Game 3 on Playday 4, but I think that last match as well, bottom of your screen, SSG taking on Mirage. The comeback from Space Station that match was incredible. Definitely some maybe mental blocks on Mirage not being able to close that one out, but it was a fun day on Playday 4.
And Mirage certainly showing a lot of progress this stage as well, but just kind of still working in those new players. There's still going to obviously be little moments where you're like, okay, yeah, we do have some rookies here. We do need to kind of smooth it out a little bit. But let's talk about some non-rookies as we go into our MVPs for last week. First of all, we have our Tuesday MVP, and it was none other than Kento.
I mean, he's a rookie. Come on.
Mirage,
he's still a rookie now.
I mean, I guess he doesn't feel like a rookie at this point in the year to me. That's where I'm coming from. But Mirage has not gotten an MVP all year. They get their first one, I believe, with Kento, and he deserved it.
Yeah, I think so. Finally, we're starting to see Mirage turn into a real team that can start to win things. And this is actually something, Penguin, that we talked about over breakfast, how Mirage is finally evolving into one of those teams that, can get there. It took them a couple of stages, but, now they look pretty competent, and it's great to see.
Absolutely. I think the roster changes Mirage made might have been questionable, but I think, they were definitely needed. And it's shown to be successable. I think give Mirage a little bit more time, and they can definitely be a contending team.
I think a lot of people were like, Mirage needs to upgrade from whatever they have, and it can only be an upgrade based on how they've played. But then both OXG and Beastcoast meet with their own problems this stage, and Mirage suddenly looks, I think, a lot better than a lot of people may have assumed, mostly because they probably thought Beastcoast was getting an upgrade. They were in contention back in stage 1. OXG's been OXG for a long time. So the fact that other teams are having problems and Mirage is doing good at the same time, this is a perfect storm for him right now.
I mean, I did not come into this stage expecting to say that I think Mirage looks better than Oxygen does right now. But I mean, hey, facts are facts. Numbers are numbers, right? That's kind of what we're seeing so far in stage number 3. Let's take a look at our second MVP of the week for week number 2. And this was none other than Mr. Forrest. That's right, on Astralis, getting it done.
Sometimes Forrest doesn't show into the server. Sometimes it's got to be Fofo San XD. And this guy really dug his team Astralis out of the gutter in this match. Was looking very bad against Beastcoast, a team that have had their own struggles so far this stage. But Forrest dropping an insane number of kills to pull them back in this match. Really well deserved. One of the best performances that we've seen at all in the NAL. Well done by him.
I think Force as well, on Villa especially, has always been an animal. Force, in my opinion, is one of those guys that just is your go-getter. Like, if you tell him to jump in a window, he's going to jump in that window, and he'll get your one pick, and then follow up on it. So I think Force, especially on Villa, like a map where you're allowed to make a lot of plays, definitely lets you, get those 22 kills that he got.
Which I believe is the single kill record for most kills ever in a one map. of Rainbow Six in the NAL,
In
the
NAL.
NAL's history
NAL.
at any point. We're not talking like NA Pro League before that. In NAL history, that number is the most anyone's ever gotten, and he pulled it out of the bag when Astralis were in really dire straits last week, so that's insane.
I mean, a lot of people go to like villas for vacations, right? I feel like that's Forrest was nothing but happiness and relaxation.
He was in
Clicking heads,
Zen the
man.
whole time.
That's right. He was in the AIM lab apparently at that point. But
What's his score? Have we seen his yet?
I mean, I think we may have, but we'll see. You know, we were doing with that. We'll have some other scores to look at some point in the future. But for now, we're going to do a global update. That's right. It's time to see how the other regions of the world have gone. First, look at UL.
Yeah, Europe had a bit of a fun Playday yesterday, right? We saw G2 in the map ban phase, maybe trolling a little bit, going to a map they didn't expect. They did win that game, though, so they finally do have a win on the board. G2, of course, now coached by Fabian. Not a great position still, only down in 9th place, but you can see with how close the points are, they very well could rocket up those standings when we get to that Playday 4 for them.
Yeah, Heroic and BDS are still up here trucking. Both of them made those changes. Both of them seem like they're working out. And you can't kill Eminem. No matter what you do, Eminem will not say die. They will play giant teams. They will play teams of any caliber, any reputation. And every single time, there's always a chance that they're going to blow that team out of the water and win the darn thing. And they beat Rogue yesterday, which I know a lot of people were not expecting they would do.
Yeah, I think right now with like the standings in most leagues, I think especially in Europe and NAL as well, all the teams are pretty close to each other. So every week, every game matters.
Nearly all the teams.
Well,
Or
nearly.
TT9.
TT9. Sorry, man.
Single tier. Let's move on to LATAM, our other region. Let's check out what's going on down in South America. Black Dragons on top, FaZe close behind though.
Yeah, BD taking their first loss, however. That was Playday number 4 for them.
yeah.
So they finally, have been shown to bleed. That's a team that has really surprised a lot of people in how they've started off the stage. We also saw Furia coming in with their first big win. They had a lot of close losses. You see 1-0-3. That was 3 OT losses, but finally on the board with an actual dub. They'll be very happy about that.
I'm really enjoying the MIBR bounce back specifically. They had 2 very, very flat stages. They were close to the bottom in both of them, so I was really happy to see that so far over 4 games, they've managed to correct course without making any roster changes. These guys in Latin America will always stick with one another, even if for some reason things aren't working out initially. And finally, 0-0 Nation got a dub. So there's progress to be made with that team that should be doing a lot better.
Nice. I think the one outlier here is the W7M. Like they're 1-1-1.
Yep.
I think last stage they did really well in standings, and then didn't do too good at the major, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
But I think these guys are the ones to look out for. Like they're 1-1-1. They've played okay Siege, I think, and I think like if they get in gear, then they'll definitely be a top 4 team.
I'm still trying to figure out what OO Nation's logo is. Is it a broken heart?
It's a heartbreak, I think.
Or is it a tornado, kind of in the middle?
To
or
me,
is it
I
a pair of
can't
lungs?
unsee it. You're not going to unsee it when I say this. It looks like 2 misshapen lungs.
Yeah,
that's always
what
what
I
I
was
see
thinking
it as.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like 2,
know why I
people's
think that.
faces looking at each other. I don't know. It's
yeah?
interesting graphic design decisions. Let's move on to our next region around the world. We're going to look at APAC South. And I don't think we're going to look at APAC North because there was not a play day, so nothing really to talk about there. But APAC South, we still got Elevate on top. No big shock there. Fury, Gaming Gladiators close behind.
Yeah, APAC North obviously will play tonight, so they'll have some more chances to get games in. But for APAC South, it's good to see Elevate continue to be on top. Obviously, coaching by Laxing, North American legend, and he's definitely helping that team continue to achieve the dominance that they've had for the last, year now.
It's really weird calling him a coach. And
Yeah,
pop into
right?
his watch parties and he's
Right.
always talking about how he's not playing. He's in it for the long haul with Elevate for at least the next little while, which is crazy. And if they're not, like, I honestly think there's a chance they go undefeated for the whole year. I feel like Fury is probably like next up in terms of who might be able to compete, but Gaming Gladiators have some things to prove because they just made Berlin, so a lot more eyes are going to be on them and their own play style. Wildcard made changes. Direwolf now has a Chinese player on their team, I think, which makes him the first player since Mentalist to jump onto a squad at a tier 1 level, which is really cool. And then everyone else still has some things they have to fix.
I got a feeling some people are wishing Laxing was still a player.
I'm sure, yeah. It's
people.
weird to call him a coach and to see him back on that team, which he hasn't been on since 2017 in the Xbox days.
I mean, he's a talented guy for sure. Let's take a look at our schedule for what is coming up today, what we can expect as we go through. Starting things off with Astralis versus Parabellum, TSM versus Oxygen, that may be a bit one-sided. DarkZero versus Spacestation, that is going to be a sick match. And Soniqs Mirage is actually, or Soniqs Beastcoast, never mind. For some reason I thought it was Mirage. That one's probably going to be one-sided too. Mirage XSET, that one is actually going to be quite fascinating. We got a lot of banger Mirage matches at the end of the day in Stage 3, don't we?
Yeah, we absolutely do. Mirage, they always seem to be playing late, but I think they play better late. I think if you look at the stats from Stage 2, their games where they had like final match of the day, they were a little bit better, maybe a little more woken up. So I'm excited to see how they do against XSET. Obviously, many people would call XSET the best team in North America, given their major result in Berlin, but they've struggled a bit. So that's a winnable game for Mirage for sure.
I think today is good game, expected result, good game, expected result, good game. I feel like we've got the two teams that are at the bottom right now that we have so many question marks about in games 2 and 4. So I think if we keep on seeing the same kind of performance over and over again, we'll have a fun, should be like a really back and forth matchup that's really hard to call on paper, and then 2 games that are kind of like the icebreakers, almost like the warm-up games you have before going into the other bangers that we have on the day. So today should be pretty good.
I think TSM OXG has potential to be a very good game. I think OXG is one of those teams where you can never count out. You can never count out OXG because all 5 players on that team can just win you the game. Yeah. By themselves. So I think TSM definitely has to go into this well prepared and don't take OXG lightly.
Yeah, Oxygen is basically like it's like if you have a pile of solid gold Lego pieces, like they're all very valuable on their own, but it depends on how you put them together, right? Like you can put them together away as soon as you take your hands away, they'll just fall apart, right? True. You have to put the Legos together properly. Mm-hmm.
Build the mini kit. I know there's some people know what a mini kit is.
That's how it works. There you go. Well, we want to shout out AimLab really quick, of course, as well, before we go to a break. They've been providing us with stats all throughout the year. They've also had something where pros have been able to do some tests. As you can see, there's Eska and his results there. A little bit on the low side, Eska. I don't know if you 500 milliseconds.
Keegan, why did you let him only get a 64? Come on, man.
No, just trust me. If you got the stats for Eska's TDM games, he would blow everyone out the water.
Oh, TDM
god. AimLabs might not be up his alley.
Here's the thing. We talked to AimLab over the weekend, and we know that the pro players right now could go and redo those tests, and their scores will update. Oh. So I'm saying, if you don't want to get called out for that kind of stuff, you can do something about that. You know, take a scrim off. Go do some AimLab. Either way, we're going to take a few minutes off. When we come back, the day gets started. Astralis versus Parabellum. Day 1 of week 3 here on NAL. Don't miss it.
put another one up.
An easy closeout for Astralis.
Flawless. Round 4 goes their way. DarkZero in full control. Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
The challenge now, quite simply, is just survive. Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome one and all to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. I'm once again your host, Doe. With me, Jesse Jacob, as usual. Special guest Penguin to give our desk a little bit of pro gamer flair, as it were. We're ready. Are you ready for the week? I'm ready for the week.
Absolutely, I'm ready. I can't wait to see these games. Like I think these games are going to be the most important because I think like week 3 really determines who goes to the major and who's not making it.
I'm glad you brought that up because the first thing we're going to take a look at is our standings. And as we go into week 3, I do feel like we can start to get a bit of a picture of exactly what you're saying. Who's going to go to the major? Who's looking at missing out? Jesse, give me your take on this right now.
Well, right now it's kind of anybody's game. We've got 8 teams that are very close, only 3 points. That's just one match separating Parabellum down in 8th from TSM up in 1st. Obviously, Oxygen and Beastcoast in a bit of a hole right now. They've got to claw themselves out of it. They are not mathematically out of major contention yet, but realistically, they are in very dire straits. It would be a miracle for either of them to make the major tonight.
Yeah, obviously it's not a statistical thing. We're obviously going to get confirmation about whether if OXG or Beastcoast manage to get 0 points through this week, if that ends up really being a possibility. But the onus is now on the teams above them to see if they can try to get something underneath them, because we saw Parabellum go 2 wins and then 2 losses. We saw Astralis have a very, very back and forth stage so far and almost lost to Beastcoast last week, which I know to them they cannot be very excited about. And then teams that we've always customarily known to be pretty good, like XSET, now suddenly find themselves in 6th, even though we've only had 4 games so far. It's kind of a weird spot to see them in.
Yeah, only 3 points separate 1st place from 8th place. So there is still a lot of room for movement. Things still could change a lot, but especially for those teams in kind of like 5th through 8th. You know, when you look at like map differential, that comes into play as a tiebreaker later on. Those are the teams I think that really need to be hot, that really need to kind of get things done.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming into a point where every single game will matter. And so this major is, it's hot for the taking.
Yep.
Yeah, and just like from a player position, because I think we were in a similar position last stage. Like you go into these games and it's very intense because you know every round will matter. Like every round count, like your round count matters, your map you play matters, like everything matters. So going into these weeks, I think a lot of these teams are gonna be prepared, and I think we're gonna get some good games.
I think we are, and I think our first game of the day is definitely going to qualify. We've got Astralis versus Parabellum. Let's talk about it. Let's dive right in. Now, Astralis coming off of a close, narrow win over Beastcoast, had to do it in overtime, 8-6. Meanwhile, Parabellum coming in with a loss, 5-7 to DarkZero. Both teams still fairly even the standings, all Astralis. I'm going to call them the Pokemon team, because as far as like win types, they got to catch them all. 1-1-1-1.
That they do. Astralis, maybe they didn't want to have the win that they had last week. It was very stressful. We'll say that on Villa against Beastcoast, and it really was Force putting up an MVP performance, having a ton of kills, 22, the most in NAL history, to bail that team out of a really rough game. Astralis need everybody else to step up. Realistically, you can take a look at Astralis and talk about their previous results, and that's great, but this stage, they have 3 players, Shuttle, DP, Fire, and Jin, I know, who just have not been there for the team, and it's a lot on Iconic, it's a lot on Force to try to dig them out of that. We've got to see a team performance in this game today.
Same thing with Parabellum. It's interesting, and we're going to get most of your take as that goes on too, but I look at them playing them. They play Border for the 3rd time in a row, lose it, and then go to a map that they haven't won this entire year, and then also can't get the victory there. So it's 2 very different sides of what is still a 2-2 coin, technically, for both teams, who suddenly are also deadlocked from a stats perspective. So even if this looks like 7th place versus 8th place, this is actually a pretty tight contest.
Yeah, and the head-to-head's 1-1 as well. So
exactly.
This is going to see who takes the series, I guess, for the year.
For the whole year, yeah.
The NAL championship between Astralis and Parabellum, at least. But let's zero in on Astralis a little bit first. Now, this is a team that we just talked about going 1-1-1-1. So a little bit of everything. Again, I think the most they're probably thinking about coming into this one is they don't want to have another situation like they did against Beastcoast last week. They know that should have been a 3-point affair. They should have been able to do it in regulation. They couldn't do it. They're coming in this week, I think, with a vengeance. Let's check out a video to see what their thoughts are.
I expect myself to have a lot better performance, like a career performance for me, I guess.
Win it all.
Greatness. All right, I expect a great performance about myself individually and our team as a whole.
Explosiveness.
Just to do like the best that everybody possibly can. Like at the end of the day, just say like, if you gave the max amount of effort you had, like then whatever happens, happens.
Win it all with me.
Greatness. First again, the 3-time.
Selfless.
What's gonna help us have like the most success in stage 3 that we've been working on in the off season is like entirely believing in like your teammates and yourself to like do the right thing in the moment, you know? Like we're a very in the moment team. What we've been, you know, working towards is like figuring out like what to do when a specific situation happens.
I feel like all I see is improvement and progress, you know. The first team, we didn't have that much success, so we kind of had to rebuild, find our new footing. I feel like we found that footing and we've just been kind of improving, learning what makes us good, learning what makes us bad, learning how to fix the things that make us bad and just kind of build as a team. And I feel like that's one of the best things about this environment. It's a real team environment. You know, we're here to make each other better. We're here to build each other up, and I feel like that's the best environment to be in.
I think for us, like the biggest changes from stage 2 to stage 3 is going to be, I think it's more of us adjusting to other teams, changing their play style. Because that's one of the biggest notices I've seen, like from stage 1 to stage 3 is like every team is starting to play more and more, like not like us, because I don't like want to say people play like us. That's stupid, but I think like they do a lot of more similar things that we do in terms of play style. Like they add things to their own play style. So I feel like that's the biggest adjustment to us, like getting used to teams doing like aggressive play, like doing things we like to do. And like for stage 1 for us, like every team besides XSET played really slow. And that's really changing. That's changing with like almost every team besides like maybe 2. And it's really nice to see, to be honest. I like it. I like fast-paced speed. I think it's better for the game.
Well, there you go. You know, I think Shuttle has a good point there in that the other teams have kind of started to play more like them in that it is just a more gunner-focused meta, right? You got to be able to win those gunfights in a way that you didn't necessarily need to back in stage 1. And so that is a big adjustment for Astralis to have to make. And so far, it's been a little bit rocky.
Yeah, I think most teams kind of agree that right now the meta asks for 5 high-skilled gunners who, you know, certainly have roles to play, but they can all win fights when needed. They can all step up and take those fights. And you can debate how many players on Astralis are good gunners. I think you would definitely argue that all 5 of these players have the skill to do that, but this stage they haven't. Again, 3 of the players on this team just have not been winning their fights. They've really been struggling in some of those engagements, and we've only got 2 players that have been showing up so far this stage. It's really, really difficult to be able to win games against teams like I think Parabellum, who have a good number of players on their team that will be consistently taking those fights and feeling confident in them.
It was really weird seeing that game against Beastcoast specifically because they're not supposed to go 8-6 against a team that is having their own variety of struggles. So I went back and I watched that game over again and I was trying to figure out what precisely for Astralis wasn't clicking. It feels like they have really heavy reliance on winning those gunfights, even if it means putting themselves into positions where it probably would be ill-advised for anybody else. But they're putting themselves in those spots and then still not winning those fights. There was a point in that game against Beastcoast, round 5, 3 players still have 0 kills, 5 deaths, have not been able to win any of the engagements that they were in. That was the single biggest sign that something about Astralis' overall playstyle and wanting to take those fights can't work if your guys aren't shooting back.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we identified on Parabellum with Astralis in stage 1 was that they're a team that kind of throws out the formula. Most teams have like a set plan, like this is exactly how you're supposed to play around. And I think Astralis kind of was just like, yeah, we can just win the gunfights. And I think that was like a big thing for them. I think the Finca LMG was a huge thing. Yeah. I definitely think it helped them take disadvantaged gunfights, jumping in windows, you just pre-fire someone. Where I think now you have to take a lot more like reserved gunfights or smart gunfights. You can't just throw 5 people into a doorway and expect it to work.
Yeah, and I mean, I think consistency is also the other big thing, right? And that plays into what you were talking about, right? You can't expect as high a level of consistency now that the LMGs are out, now that you can't pre-fire like that. So you have to be maybe a little bit pickier about where you decide to take their fights. And Astralis seems like they're kind of learning that.
Yeah, I do want to give credit where credit is due, though. I think they dug very, very deep and managed to make sure that that wasn't like the most disastrous thing in the world in that game against Beastcoast. And they also got that win for TSM still. Yeah, so they still came out of last week with 2 good results. They got 5 points out of it, and it was a good week overall. And I do think that that showcases that because they've been in these high-stress situations before, that they do have the ability to activate that 6th gear and get themselves out of a tough spot if they need it.
That's right. And they're going to need it against the team on the other side of the arena. It's going to be Parabellum, who have looked, I would say, very, very good this stage. They obviously made some changes, which we'll get into, because we've got one of the people who was part of those changes on the desk with us. But they've looked solid. They've looked a bit shaky at times. That's always going to happen. You're incorporating new players. But overall, they've looked strong.
I think that so far, I mean, Parabellum, they've been that team that they started off week 1 really, really dominant. They surprised a lot of people, but last week was maybe a bit of a reality check. You know, you're not going to get these games constantly where people don't know what you're going to do. You played Border back-to-back, and sure, you caught people off guard, you know, a couple of times, but when SSG had time to prepare, they were able to see through you on that map, and they really did take advantage of that.
I'm really curious about your take on this whole thing. As somebody who was just on the team, the biggest difference from what you guys played like Stage 2 into Stage 3, even from an outside perspective, what are you noticing right now?
Well, I think the big thing that the new Parabellum roster is going to have to do is someone's going to have to step up and make a decision. Okay, like this is how we're going to attack. This is how we're going to defend. We need to get aggro. We need to get passive. And someone needs to step up. I think from what I've talked to the team, it's been Blaz. Blaz has stepped up and been like a lot more vocal on the team.
Yeah.
So I think for them, the big thing is just making sure everyone's on the same page, working together. And I think like if they can figure out how to do that, then they'll be fine for the rest of the season.
Yeah, you know, on that note too, when I was talking to Asian before the stage began, he said he felt a lot of pressure in having to take on that role and having some big shoes to fill, right? As far as being a little bit more of an IGL, and sure, we're in a meta where maybe having a static IGL isn't as much of a thing as it was in the past, but he felt that responsibility, and that's an extra layer of difficulty for a new player coming into this. He's had a pretty good performance, but that's still a lot to carry through an entire stage, you know?
Certainly, and I think it's like rookies this stage have actually surprised across the board with how much they've been able to step up. I think we've seen that on TSM with Gasher. I think we've seen that on Mirage as well coming through with Mohesi. So if we can see a little bit more of that from Parabellum, or if we see Blast stepping up and being able to call a little bit more, I definitely think that'll be a huge help for him.
Yeah, I think they got found out on Border because they didn't play nearly as together as they could, or not nearly as together as Spacestation were playing, because as soon as a Parabellum player got a kill, there's an immediate SSG trade. As soon as SSG got a kill, there wasn't a Parabellum trade back, if that's how a round started. And then they tried out a different map. They went to Cafe, which up until, well, I mean, still even to right now, they have not been able to win on so far this year. And it feels like their style of play isn't as effective. Their trade game isn't like exactly where it needs to be. And it's even harder on a big map like Cafe with more angles and windows and more space to watch. So I feel like they kind of got caught out in a really bad moment there.
Oh, well, here we go. There's the map graphic that you were going to talk about, Jesse.
Yeah, I think that things have gotten a little bit rocky for Parabellum when it comes to the map pool after last week. First of all, they've got 3 perma-bans, right? We've got Clubhouse, we've got Bank, and we've got Theme Park. If we assume that they don't want to play any of those maps again, that's 3 auto bans that Parabellum have to take out of the pool. What else do they have? Well, we've seen them play Cafe, and that one they seem to struggle a little bit against DarkZero. It's also the one map that Astralis probably looked best on. They won it in Playday 3. So if you assume, okay, well, they probably also want to ban out Cafe, then you're taking a look at the other map that they've played so far. Border's been 3 plays, and despite it looking good week 1, SSG really seemed to figure them out there. So you take those 5 maps into account, and unfortunately, in a 9-map map pool, you can't ban 5 maps. So Parabellum kind of have to figure out how they're going to get around that. I think there's a couple different ways. A, maybe you've got a different strat on Border. B, maybe you think Astralis can ban out one of those for you. Obviously, Astralis do not love playing some of those permabans like Clubhouse, but it's kind of a difficult spot to get yourself out of if you're PB.
Yeah, I mean, just like from playing on PB, I know their formula is definitely let's be comfortable on our maps. So they really want to get to their maps that they're comfortable on, work on the 5 that they want to play for this season, get comfortable, and then expand. So I think right now it's just getting comfortable on the 5 maps and then expand to a 6th. Because I think it's hard, especially in the NL, when you have 3 bans, to play different maps and be just as good as your greatest maps, right?
Yeah, true. And we've seen map struggles be like a theme for a lot of teams in the league. DarkZero jumps to mind as a team that's had to really focus on improving in that category. But let's keep the map conversation going with our map bans. We do have those in now. We do know where we're going to go. We know it's not going to be Skyscraper or Chalet.
Yeah, I'm just curious if we keep seeing the PB permaban formula follow all the way through here, just like based specifically on what they've opted to ban so far in this stage. Still holding true with the bank one. The Skyscraper one is a little bit 50-50, but you could have started out with anything, I feel like, if you're PB. And then, yep, the Clubhouse one is still true to form. So the fact that Chalet is still up all the way this late is a little curious, because that's one that Astralis themselves basically, they've only played it one time this year. I'd be curious if we go there, but we're still not sure yet.
Two of those problem maps I was talking about, Border Cafe, Astralis will give PB a bit of a favor and ban those out for them. Now, obviously, they are kind of comfort maps for Parabellum. It should be their third permaban coming through a theme park next, and that indeed is what it is. So I think if nothing else, Astralis have gotten themselves a lot of control through this map ban phase by banning out those maps that Parabellum have played before. But that also means they're not going to have that history to go back and watch on and maybe try to countershot Parabellum a little bit.
And it's Villa.
Dude, I was talking about it. I was like, you were thinking, oh, hey, we might end up going to bank. I'm like, but both teams kind of like Villa. What if they just push it that way? And look at what we got.
Yeah, I mean, I think Villa is a map that both teams are very comfortable on. I think both teams definitely knew it was going to Villa this week, Villa or Oregon. So I think all these teams are prepared. PB knows how Astralis plays on Villa, and vice versa.
This is the map that Forrest just got an MVP on last week, though, isn't it?
It's true, but is Forrest going to drop 22 again?
Yeah, do you feel like you figured it out? You're not worried about Forrest being good on this map again?
Forrest didn't drop 22 kills when they played this map last stage against each other, and Parabellum won it 7-4. You might remember that, Penguin?
Yep. That was a good game. That was a great game, and I think Astralis has only expanded on their Villa from that game.
Yeah,
I'd hope so. It's interesting because both teams have a 75% win rate over the whole year on this one. Astralis have played it way more because they've got majors that they've played it at too, and sometimes that went their way, sometimes it didn't. But for Parabellum, 3-1 on the year for any of the maps they've played so far. That's I think the best record that they have on any map so far. So this could conceivably be considered their best battleground, and you're taking Astralis to it. This is going to be good.
Well, a lot to think about as we move into our predictions for map 1 of the week. Wonder who it's going to be, Parabellum or Astralis. We're going to get to the desk's opinions on that in a moment, but first we're going to send it over to Blue and Stokes, our casters for this one. What do you think? This one is a little bit of a tricky one to call.
It is a tricky one, and for me it got even trickier when we saw the map come up there as well, the fact that we're going back to Villa. Originally, I was probably leaning towards Astralis, but Astralis, obviously, as you guys were mentioning, a little bit reliant on Forest to get things done in that matchup, and their defenses were a little bit wonky, too, in the way that they were playing that one out. So I'm going to take a little risk here. I'm going to go with Parabellum. I think they're going to end up taking this one.
All right.
I'm going to have to contradict him, Doa. I'm going to have to go Astralis here. To the stars, and the reason being is that I don't think that Astralis are a stick in the mud. They know what is wrong with this team, and it's the fact that the lower half of the scoreboard just really isn't there right now. And there's a lot of weight that's having to be picked up between Forest and Iconic. I think they're going to fix that. I think we're going to have kind of a wake-up call here. We're getting to that time. We're about halfway through the stage, and Astralis really wants to go to another major. Lock me in for AST, and let's get through with this.
All right, the casting desk divided. We'll see who's right after the map finishes. We're going to take a moment to say goodbye to our casters. We'll get back to you guys in a second when things get started. Our analysts. You know what, Penguin, you're new on the desk for this week. I'll let you go first. Who's it going to be?
Okay, I was going to vote for Astralis, but the map's Villa, and I think PB will win on Villa. PB's beat Astralis on Villa before. And I think the systems PB has in place, they're all comfortable on Villa. I don't think there's a player that's going to feel out of place or disconnected. So I think we're going to see PB's strongest map.
Biased analyst alert! He got paid for this.
We didn't bring him on for his objectivity.
We knew you were going to go for this. There was no way you were going to pick Astralis for this game, even regardless of the map.
I would have picked Astralis if it wasn't on Villa. I genuinely think PB is the best Villa team.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jacob, what do you think?
Well, yeah, no, I agree with him. Mostly because I keep on thinking that Astralis' weaknesses are probably still more of a conundrum for them to figure out. I do hope that behind the scenes they'd be able to really correct course quickly, but I think Parabellum can get a really good bounce back in this game against an Astralis team that was not firing on all cylinders against Beastcoast for those first couple of rounds. So if you compare Parabellum to Beastcoast, I think Parabellum's the better team. I think Parabellum takes the game.
All right, Jesse, your last analyst remaining. What's it going to be?
I think we're going to show a little northern solidarity on the desk. We've already got one Canadian going for the Canadian org. I'm going to back them up. I think that last time we saw Astralis on this map, it took 6 rounds for 3 players to accumulate a single kill amongst the 3 of them. If that happens again, Forrest is not going to be able to bail him out the same way that he was against Beastcoast. I got to say Parabellum for this matchup.
All sounds very logical, but let's ask a force that does not deal in logic. It deals in chance.
Twitter.
That's right. It's time for the coin. And Twitter. We'll get to that in a second. It's a good call. But for now, it's the coin. It's going to be heads, Astralis, tails, Parabellum. Flipped, and it's heads. Ooh, the coin. Saying Astralis. Interesting. Saying it agrees with Stokes that maybe there's going to be a bit of a bounce back here, a bit of a wake-up call from that Beastcoast match. We will see. The fan vote, though, says...
Curious about this one.
52% for Astralis. So for Parabellum, I'm sorry. So it's very close, actually, just a 2% lead for Parabellum. And I agree. It's tough to call because, of course, Astralis could win this if they do have that bounce-back moment, which they totally could. Ton of skill on that team. Parabellum, though, they've got the recent history. They've got the results. We'll see what it's going to be. It's going to be tough to call. I'm looking forward to this one a lot. We also have our community poll to think about before this first map. What is that going to be? Who can carry harder, Forrest or Blaz?
Wow.
I love Forrest as much as the next guy, but it feels like both teams rely on both of those guys more often than not to really push them forward. So I don't know, Twitter, what do you think?
He seems like Forrest can like Hulk out sometimes, right? Where it's like he becomes the Incredible Forrest and just drops 22 on a map, you know?
Forrest.
You never know. You never know.
He turns from a forest into a jungle.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. And then he's like, welcome to the jungle. Anyway, no, we don't have the rights for that song, so we're going to move past that. Quick break. And when we come back, the first map of the day begins here on week 3 of the Rainbow Six North American League. See you in just a few.
back, ladies and gentlemen. It is just about time to start our first game of the day. Bound to be an interesting one, of course, given the kind of contrasting storylines that these two teams have. For Astralis, of course, having a bit of a rocky start to things on week number 1 and bouncing back last week. And of course, Parabellum, literally the opposite of that. Great week 1, bit of a questionable week 2 here. So they're going to be looking to flip their luck against Astralis. Meanwhile, though, Astralis is still looking to fix some of their own problems, whether it's the lack of performance from some of the lower-ended players on the team or problems on the strategy side of things on the defensive side. They're still going to choose, however, to go back to the very same map they just played at the end of last week with confidence here against PB. So Stokes, how's it going to look for you?
What a battleground to go back to. I love that you highlighted that in kind of your opening ensemble there, John. I really appreciate that because Fofos on XD or Forest, whatever you know him as, whatever you do know him as, just know this. He was eliminating people in the server last week on this map. And Iconic was still there doing his part. The big problem was for Astralis is that the lower half of the leaderboard was not there for them. It was really difficult to try and find some kills, specifically Shuttle getting shut down in a lot of different ways, 0-3 on his entry. And it's just been hard fought for Astralis in that category the entire year. Currently 25-25 on their entry as a team. So looking forward towards Villa, this could be pretty hard fought for them, especially given the circumstances of Parabellum, how much they like to go for some big plays, especially with how lethal they've been on their entry, 26-18 so far this stage.
Absolutely the case. They've been lights out with regards to that. Meanwhile, Astralis has been trying to recenter themselves, focus on some new things. There was an interesting tweet from Callout recently where he talked about needing to improve performance in the team in a few sort of interesting ways. He was talking about the team needing sort of daily meditation, exercise, and proper sleep hygiene as well. So Callout, once again, one of our interesting coaches in the North American scene, wanted to call that one out, as he's definitely bringing a very unique approach compared to a lot of the previous coaches that have existed in the ecosystem, and even some of the ones we have now.
Yeah, fantastic mention as well. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I meditated this morning because of that tweet. I sat right in the middle of the bed, the king-size bed that Faces so graciously offered us at our hotel, and I just ohmed right there. That's what I did. It worked out pretty well. I'll be honest. I'm feeling pretty chipper this morning, feeling pretty spry. So there might be some, magic inside of those words. We'll have to see. But walking into this matchup, how are you personally feeling about this? Do you feel like Astralis can pull themselves back across the line? When we were talking about this previously for our predictions, you were feeling as though Parabellum takes this.
Yeah, I feel like Parabellum's going to take this because I feel like it's been too short of an amount of time to make the adjustments necessary, especially when you consider that for Astralis, the adjustments that would have been needed, and again, to be perfectly clear, Astralis did eventually win their match, but winning it with a heavy reliance on some of their star players in order to get things done. I don't think they would have necessarily been able to improve that. The areas we were seeing them struggle, specifically again to call out the defensive area, were in part because some of their lower-ended players were not able to perform, so that was kind of leaving the two star players a bit on an island, needing to perform crazy on their extended game, and if they didn't, well, unfortunately, the rest of the team didn't stand much of a chance, so we're going to have to see if they were able to make improvements on that coming into today's matchup. It's a long checklist for me, so I'm just not feeling like they were able to get things done, given it was only like 5 days or so between the last match day and now. Meanwhile, for PB, obviously they've come into this one with quite a bit of confidence before, and I feel like they are going to hit the ground running personally.
I understand where you're coming from, especially when you look at Astralis and kind of how they've been performing this stage. You look at Iconic. I mean, he's persevered through this troublesome start, but he's 44-36 overall for his KD, so he's got a +8. He's positive on that. He's negative on his entry, though, -4. That's not something we really see out of Iconic, especially this year as a whole. He's got a KPR of a .88, though. The big player here, as we all know, has got to be Forest. If you guys didn't know, he's 13-4 on entry, +9. He's leading the league. And not only that, John, he has the most kills in the league right now as well at 48. And this might be a big ban coming out from Parabellum. This is what we saw last week get utilized so very much by the offense of Astralis. Ace, constantly a big pickup, especially for Forest, even though he did highlight that blitz pick a lot on offense. So we'll have to see how this one ends up shaking down. Habana also going to go off the board as well. If you guys didn't notice, it's actually both of the ranged hard breachers gone. So everyone's going to have to approach the walls and hopefully not get exploded because of it.
Thankfully, hard breach isn't going to be quintessential for quite a few of these, so you still be able to work things in a worst-case scenario, but you're definitely going to be wanting to have it. Obviously, we see both teams wanting to make that process a little bit more difficult regardless. Defensive bans are not going to be too surprising. Valkyrie, again, still pretty much top of the pecking order for those defensive bans, considering the kind of effectiveness she has on a universal standpoint, and the very same thing could be said for Mirror. You guys probably saw it in the chat. In case you didn't, we have an audio issue with one of the players, so we're just going to hop out of game real quick. We do not have to rehost, I believe, so, fingers crossed on that. but I'm pretty sure we don't actually have to full rehost it, so I think we just have to have that player restart their PC or something and have them rejoin, and then we should be good to continue on with the first round. So hopefully just a minute or two here, folks, and then we'll be ready to start the game.
I just wanted to go back and double check for last week's game as well for Astralis versus Beastcoast, where they ended up coming out 8-6. That was a big game for Forest, but I wanted to specifically check the ban that they went for there because I felt as though it wasn't Hibana last week, and I was right. It was actually Yana. That's when they ended up going for that, and then we had the Nook ban on the other end of the coin, but we saw a lot get done with a bunch of different categories from Beastcoast, specifically a lot of Lion play that got in the way of Astralis, but this time instead they doubled down on the ranged hard breach. Now I think this is a very, very interesting ban and something that we're more than likely going to be talking about on the analyst desk ad nauseum later on, because it limits what you can do on a map like Villa. There is a lot of areas where you would much rather play from a window. You know, perfect example on Villa, 9D going for gun vault single. You're really going to want to repel on that window and try and chuck something in there, or use X-Kairos pellets from Hibana in order to extend out and get that wall and make a new line of sight. Now, instead, you actually have to physically get in the building, which is a whole problem in and of its own, especially for that area, right? Because there's no access to 90 unless you want to Gara hook up the hatch. Otherwise, you got to come down both hallways or swing in through that window. So it just complicates a lot of things that were pretty easy before these bans were implemented. So be on the lookout for how these offensive lineups try and adjust to make that work.
All right, well, looks like we got everybody back into the server now, folks. I think we're just waiting for the ready up, and I believe we have gotten past that point now. So
did I delay long enough? Did I do it?
You filled in your job.
Yes, Dad. Thank you. Thank you.
So we should be getting into the first round, guys, in just a second. Your patience, of course, as always, is appreciated. I know for you, some of you guys are waking up bright and early. It's gamer terms, at least. It's only 11:15 a.m.
Oh, man.
For me, that's early.
My blackout shades, they're not blacked out enough. The sun's peeking through. It's waking me up. But, you know, it is going to be a pretty bright day. It's going to be a pretty red day as well, as it's a lot of red here in this lobby. Astralis versus Parabellum here in beautiful, sunny Italy. Let's get right into this. Haven't had a Villa since, well, last week, have we? So
the last game we casted, I'm pretty sure. So.
Oh, man, got to hit you with a curveball every once in a while, John.
All right, well, let's see if there's going to be any curveballs in the setup from PB. Not looking too likely just based on the operator selections here. We've got a nice amount of delay, along with that extra roam utility, of course, the usual extension going over here towards the main stairs. No deployable shield being set up in that area that I can tell they're going to put their only other deployable shield up on top of the map instead to create a nice little play space, actually, against Astralis, especially if they're going to continue to push in the direction they usually tried to play this set in their attacks from before, which was from that statuary side. So at the moment, that deployable shield setup is pretty smart if they're able to lure Astralis into that trap towards the later point in the round. And again, we can see it. Astralis coming in as we expected from the statuary side of the map here. So good read so far in the situation for PB in their setup.
Great mindset for utility, though, from Astralis. Bringing a lot of what is necessary to break up something like this. They've even got some info game to play around with those logic bombs. If these are used appropriately, they can not only force someone back, but potentially get a big kill here. They're going to know Doc is inside of Trophy. He's got two over on the master side and one trying to work their way around the building here. A little swing through with somebody watching his board. Doc will get by the skin of his teeth. Somehow the shots don't land, but Astralis now has the side of the building.
Quick clear from Astralis here, and that means, once again, no contest from PB to be able to put down these players early on. It's a good start indeed from our attackers, and now comes the tough part of the round to transition this through 90, through some of the other tough areas of the map and get themselves into the actual site. The good news is they have plenty of time to do this. This initial clear was done with lightning speed. Only about a minute of the 3 minutes total used to be able to get access to this hallway.
Well, DP fire with a Candela out, but it won't be acted upon. Just seeing if there was anybody that potentially wanted to go for a swing off of the plains door. J9O will now assume the position in 90, getting tagged up or rather danced upon. Some bullets through the drone hole. Might try and move up here and get this wall open. Just looking through all of the breach options we have right now, we actually don't have any for Astralis. I do believe that they might have overlooked this and didn't look into their secondary hard breach. Definitely kind of a weird instance for them, as it's going to be a stun off, and they'll at least get Parabellum to fall back farther. But the big issue is that they've got Goyo in play, and with all of those fire canisters around, it's going to be super easy for them to continue this delay. Parabellum's just going to keep lurking for this pick, but it's actually going to be Forest that makes the move towards main stairs.
Doc potentially going to be
Blaz is down too.
Blaz getting downed also here. Kool-Aid spotted now behind the bar. Won't be able to play out from his position too aggressively anymore. Blaz definitely not redeemable, unfortunately, due to the late positions that BB have now had to fall back into and try to play out throughout the rest of this round here. Final Candela is going to be dumped in as the play is being made, but Kool-Aid making his own play. Bit too overzealous though as he goes directly into the waiting arms of Iconic, who shuts him down. Doc has him cut off and nearly grabs the second one, but he gets lured in by the planter. And with that, Astralis will be able to shut down the rest of the round and take a convincing first point here.
The playmaking ability of Fofos on XD. Astralis hits an obstacle at the top of red. They move down towards 90. J9O is going to hold that and make sure that nobody can rotate around bookshelf or try and swing out from bar. And they're going to just reach kind of a stagnant moment there. But what you see is this little blue silhouette skip across the first floor and make its way all the way over to main stairs. That just happens to be Forrest taking out Asian. And that's going to be the first domino that knocks down Parabellum. Especially after we see, I do believe, Doc go for the big swing with the Goyo and end up getting downed as well. And that right there is all hands on deck for Astralis. They see blood in the water and they're immediately going to hop upon Parabellum, take control of that site, and end up just taking them out at the end of the day. Didn't even need the plant to go off, just got the bodies instead. Astralis up one round here. Moving into the second, Parabellum don't want to go back to AVG. You're going to throw things to the north and go for trophy and statuary.
Yeah, for the most part, a masterclass takedown there from Astralis. PB.
Especially with no hard breach, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't open a single wall there, by the way. Quite interesting stuff.
PB tried to throw out aggression in quite a few different departments, whether it was the extension over here or what was the previous round, of course.
They don't want hard breach, John.
No, they don't.
DP Fire has access to it on Ying. They're just not going to play hard breach. Instead, they're going to play literally all smokes. This right here is just like faux walls. That's how you can kind of look at it. I mean, you might have some background in that. 6 smoke grenades, John. What do you think of that?
This is going to be an interesting one from Astralis. Let's wait and see how exactly they try to get themselves into the site with this one. And then this is baked behind the Candelas too, which could be kind of like rolled in through those smokes. Is a bit of surprise. You know, obviously you're going to have the audio cue, but you're still not going to have an exact idea of where they're being tossed from. And those blinds will still end up affecting you just as prominently. So Astralis going for a shock and all tactic more than likely towards the end of the round. They're going to need to set themselves up for it first. Last round they didn't have too much of a problem doing that. PB pulled back their extension game very early on, right around this same marker at about 2 minutes on the clock here. And then unfortunately just didn't really have enough map control to play out from the inside of the site at this point. DP Fire, no respect as he goes for the entry on bar, shuts down Blaz, and Shuttle will do the same exact thing over on the other side of AVG by taking out Asian.
That was such a quick wrap on the building. They've already got all the window repels done. This is a completely different Astralis, and to be honest, this is what I was hoping to see today. This is why I picked them in our predictions, because I was banking on the fact that they could have a big bounce back, and at least through these first 2 rounds, it's looking solid. They got 2 nice picks. Yes, Iconic went down, but he's got an Asian and Blaz. These are 2 big players, 2 of the biggest players in the last handful of weeks for Parabellum. Practically the basis of this team's success. Now dead in the water, remaining members of Parabellum. Now I have to try and hold him back through this. J9O lurking here in benches. Can't find too much. Not trying to push himself too far forward without information, especially with how close Kool-Aid in particular is playing towards this trophy door.
PB don't want to give anything away now. Unfortunately, now they've fallen behind, even with the one trade they got against Iconic. Oh, what a shot from Kool-Aid, though. Pretty sure it's a one-tap to take down the next member of Astralis. Shuttle also falls after the fact here. Much stronger interior sight hold this time from PB. It's working out swimmingly here, just not giving away any of the intel and only peeking into these small little pixel angles that Astralis, unfortunately in this round, have just not been able to contend against. DP Fire waiting for an opportunity to trade out. Knows he's got a player to his left over here inside of Statuary, but has nothing to really force that player out. Could obviously use the Candelas, but they want to really try and preserve that for the execute, and they'll never really get the chance. Unfortunately, it's all down to DP Fire now. Kool-Aid has found the other pickup against the last other remaining member of Astralis. So DP Fire, what can he do here in the 1v3? Trying to bait out the shots. The timing, unfortunately, just is not there. And the aim not able to catch the small peaks we're getting from the inside of Trophy itself. Eska gets the credit for the final kill. And it's a quick response from PB to tie us up now at 1-1.
Very, very nice try from Astralis, but Parabellum lethal dose right off the spawn side, as they're actually, or rather, right off the bomb site rather, as they're both playing towards the far end doors to try and counteract Astralis pushing in through benches and Boar. I love the play. You know, don't play too far back. You're trying to fend them off, especially when you're in a 4 versus 3 like that. You're not nearly as low on man count, and really all you need is a slick shot like what we saw out of Kool-Aid, and he's got the mechanical ability to do stuff like that. And not only that, but he's smoked past that, so he gets that kill, and then he can immediately shut down anyone trying to push into him. Just a quick smoke grenade right into Boar, and makes it very hard for Astralis to try and recover that frag. Very well done from Parabellum to make a grand stand when it mattered most.
Going to see a few repicks coming in for Astralis for the second attempt to go in the trophy, or rather into AVG. Of course, already finding that success previously on the first round. We're going to see a little bit of a stylistic change up here. They want a little bit more soft breach to be added to the equation. Apparently, they're not feeling like Candela's with that effective either, so they're going to switch that back over to the Doke that they originally had back in round 1. Obviously, Forest 2 will have gone over and bring those destructive drones into play to deal with some of the insight utility a little bit more proficiently. But again, just like the past 2 rounds, like you mentioned, no hard breach being brought to the table here. They don't feel they need it to access this site.
I feel like I just keep getting baited as well, because they keep bringing ops that have it as a secondary utility, and I'm just sitting here patiently waiting in the lobby, seeing if they're going to actually end up bringing the hard breach out for me to see. But no, Astralis feels confident in this, and I mean, honestly, why not? Especially with so much soft breach, as well as like the destruction capabilities of what Forest is bringing to the table. You know, those Rotero drones can get rid of a lot of the defensive standpoints of Parabellum and make it really difficult for them to try and play around some of these far reaches of the site. So Astralis can definitely exploit this to the point where they can do what we saw them do last time in AVG and more than likely bowl over the defensive opposition. Jan, I know, I actually believe is in downstairs. Not only that, though, he actually has the case right now, so a little worrisome depending on how you want to look at it, but J9O more than likely got it. We'll have to see. Move his way in towards lobby. Does have Asian right above him. He's going to go for a swing. It's a little scary. Going to have some stuns out, and it's going to force Asian back, who will soon be drone, but he's just trying to play around this main stairs and delay as much time as humanly possible.
Indeed, wasting timeout is the key to success here. Another important note when we talk about Astralis' hard breach game too is because of the way the PB is setting it up, leaving that one half on the study soft and a few other areas of the map being left in a similar position, they don't necessarily need it. Like we were talking about before, they can still be able to access the site. More importantly, access good sight lines without necessarily needing to open up any additional walls here. Nice nade from down below, deals with that canister that was also positioned there in the previous rounds. It's just Astralis learning from the previous rounds and playing things out a little bit more quickly this time, about 20 seconds ahead of the time they blew that up in the first round here. So still need to see the entry come through, though. That's where we haven't seen the confidence work as well as it did back in round number 1. Forest finally ready to move in. The timing is perfect. Catches Eska with his back turn, trying to go for a check towards Bar. Free kill, but the problem is he was the only one to move in. He had 0 support, so was not able to sustain that position. Had to back into study once again. We've kind of reset it as a result of that, and obviously Asian has Hawkeyes on the study door now, watching out for the re-entry from Forest.
Yeah, Forest with the golden eye, sneaks in, takes down a single target in the likes of Eska. Scampers back off into study, playing his life now. Do they know someone's inside of Skull? They don't. Blaz! He can't get the second, but Doc's there to help him. Astralis now down to 2 bodies, and they haven't been able to push forward till Forest. He'll sneak all the way through plane towards the top of red. Doc wasn't ready for that. It's a 2 versus 2. But who has the case? It's going to be Iconic. They're moving towards the bar door now. 20 seconds remain. Kool-Aid has no smokes, but he's got an angle off the bar. Soft paneling here. Can abuse this. Try and prevent them before they even get into the site. No hard eyes, though. Conic's going to move in towards the back. I don't even think that they know that he's here. He's going to pre-fire. He can't find the person over by the bar. Kool-Aid will at least get 1, but it's all up to him now to try and stop this plant. Iconic's halfway through it. Kool-Aid dashes. It's going to be super close, ladies and gentlemen. Kool-Aid doesn't know where he is. Iconic hides behind the shield, and he gets the frag. Astralis up 2-1.
Iconic with a massive clutch there after the plant. Had to take the huge risk, the 50-50 gamble on the plant as to whether his opponent will be able to catch him in time or not. And critical mistake for the last player alive on PB. Thinks they went for the gun vault door plant instead of the plant behind the map table. And that critical blunder gives Iconic, as you can see on the replay, that split-second decision-making capability that he needs to shut down the round in his team's favor.
That right there shows you exactly why Forest and Iconic are such important players to this team. Have you ever seen a Flores be as aggressive as that? That man walked through planes while there's still people in the site, John.
I don't think we actually saw Terror
They could just kill him if they were holding the door, but he just walks all the way to the top of red. The timing there is impeccable. Like, I cannot fathom that this is what we get out of Fofo-san over and over again. And the thing is that he just does it over and over again. So it's not like a mistake. It's not a fluke. It's just so incredible to witness something like that. I mean, really putting the team on his back when they needed him most to make a play there.
All right, well, let's see if they can potentially bring that kind of energy to the fold. Once again, PB looking to rebound, of course. Still going to have the other upstairs site locked away because they won that back on round 2, so they're making a return to the first floor this time. Not feeling the third try on AVG with the way that the first 2 attempts have panned out, so it's into the kitchen instead here.
Ooh.
Bit of a change up to the operator lineup's going to come with that. Really, again, we're going to see the Maestro brought in just to have those evil eyes for the extra intel. Asian wants his extra roaming capability boosted a little bit more, so he is going to go over and bring those goo mines into the fold. Aside from that, though, pretty reasonable setup that you would expect here, with really Blaz being another outlier there on the Mozzie.
John, you like country music?
Not really, but...
Oh, yeah, because this setup's really looking like wide open spaces, I tell you. They got a lot of panels missing down low, but it's on purpose. They want to try and play aggressively so that Astralis can't get to these walls and blow them up in places like Laundry. I think there's a couple missing upstairs as well. So we'll see how Parabellum wants to try and work around that, or if Astralis can just straight up circumnavigate it. They brought Hard Breach this time. They've already lost a handful of drones. They have the EMPs on Forest to try and assist as well, but I don't necessarily know where they're going to be able to use it. They've actually found a home for it. It's going to be right here inside a vault. Asian's ready for it. He hasn't found his first kill yet, but oh my god, Shuttle sure did. What a setup. I didn't even see that coming through, even though we saw him move down that tunnel. They were ready for that hatch drop.
That's the good news, though. Getting a little bit adventurous there. Decides to peek out over towards the Astro stairway. Manages to catch Iconic, trying to move his way in through Mudroom. Nicely played out there. At least equalizes out the player count, but certainly going to be missing the potential roam pressure that would have come in from Asian if he was able to sustain himself for just a little bit longer there. By the way, though, half the round has now been wasted away. Astralis continuing to clear things out, specifically here towards the living room area. Not fully confirmed that this has been cleared out as of yet. They want to take their time with this. Make sure that they analyze all options before trying to crunch in, especially considering that, again, the upstairs positions have been left untouched so far here as well. That is going to change over the next few seconds, though. Blaz, so easy as he just sprays his way around the corner to pick up kill number 2 for his squad. Doc gets the third by knocking out Shuttle. Things not looking so promising here for Astralis on this round. They're going to try to make up the difference, though, on the upstairs hold, and just not looking like it's going to end up happening. I'm not sure how Doc ended up going down to Kool-Aid's Nitro, but it happened. And then Forrest is now left alone in the 1v3. As you can see, probably no case control either. He's going to have to cross the hall to get that, but he won't even be given the chance. Blaz takes him down. PB respond again to tie us up at 2-2.
That skull position is so annoying. I don't know if you've noticed that Blaz has been there like 2 out of 3 times in these rounds, but that little area where you can sneak right into that corner at the top of red, always a nice area to try and maintain, especially because the angles are pretty easy for you to try and make sure that you don't get seen by a drone or something like that. So just a very solid position play from Parabellum, and again, it was an aggressive look from them, and it pays off. They get a lot of big kills, even though Astralis get that lead-off pick with a nice hatch drop there coming out of Asian. But still, Parabellum are able to bounce back, especially since they had kind of that lurking I almost said Monsang. Oh my gosh, what's our all-the-wheeling man on defense? I can't remember his name right now. It's escaping me. Maestro. Yeah, I was having a brain fart there for a second. Yeah, but yeah, since Maestro was lurking around instead of just sticking on site, they're able to get a big play in that sense and shut down Iconic, because if he is allowed to get on site as Nook, you now have a major issue. Astralis can completely flip the script. They don't need top control anymore. They don't even need library controller or living room or anything. They just need to get to site and get that plant down. So very, very well done for Parabellum to make sure that that line did not happen.
Interesting switch up for Iconic specifically. He's ended up going over towards the IQ, trying to figure out some of the positions of this utility. Might become very useful if he can survive towards the late round. We end up in a tense plant situation as well, when you consider that Eska's, of course, brought the Echo, and those yokai drones will be very pesky. It is definitely not going to be the first thing that Astralis look for if they end up having to entry with only like 20 seconds left yet again. So let's hope Iconic's utility is going to come into play there, as he has had to switch off of the comfort pick on the Twitch to be able to go towards this. Away from that, though, pretty usual lineup of suspects here. Force is just taken over the Nook that I believe Iconic was using on the previous round. Unfortunately, Iconic could not accomplish a whole lot with it. He got caught right here, actually. He's going to try to change things up, though, as they are able to clear things out in kitchen this time. No resistance from PB there, but Kool-Aid is going to be able to take down DP fire from up on top, believe it or not. I'd be curious to see this angle, how it worked out, but regardless, finds that first kill. And there we go. We can see it now as the hop in from Pantry is where he catches him.
Yeah, it's not even a hop in. That's a repel there for the Pantry area. So you actually have to get up on that. I don't know if he was trying to swing in or what have you, but either way, that's a dead DP fire, and that's logic bombs on the floor that'll be wasted for round 5. Astralis going to be kicking themselves about allowing that one to slip through the cracks.
That's their. That's gonna be the Dokkaebi gone too. So they just lost both their phone calls. They hadn't used the other one yet.
You mean the logic bombs I was just talking about?
Yeah. Oh, I just call them you call them the full name. That's
our job.
It takes up too much memory for me.
It says the person that just forgot.
It's a phone
name.
call, okay? Like.
Oh my goodness gracious!
You just hit the ignore button and it goes away.
That's yeah, but you have to hit it like 6 times. All right. My do not disturb does not work for Dokkaebi.
Why does it work the 6th time? That's the real question.
That is the real question. I don't really know. You're going to probably have to ask Astralis the same thing, because they're probably wondering why this isn't working for the 6th time either. But let's see. It's going to be a slow opener past that DP fire pick. They've gotten in down low, some frag grenades out, and I mean, this is basically ground to a halt minus Forest down low. I'm trying to see if we have anything else going on. Not really. J9O is going to be able to get a pickup. They had a supporting unit downstairs, but Shuttle's now dead to the world as well, since Blaz will just double back over and take him out. Iconic, one of the remaining souls alive on Astralis, looking to see if he can get anything back in blood. They have a flank coming through on Study side, but I don't know if they have a drone in play for that at the current moment. 35 seconds remain for Astralis to try and make a play here, but Parabellum are swarming around them.
Astralis kind of losing the plot for this round, unfortunately.
Nice.
Yeah, are able to eventually catch Blaz as they did route his rotation back through main stairs, was able to expect his position on the inside.
Oh, this is an angle.
ABG, indeed it is, and it's going to be, oh wow, big risk being taken here. The plant, and it nearly leads to a team kill. Oh man, no. Astralis just could not get anything to work in this round, unfortunately, except for the trade on a Blaz, and even then, Blaz is not losing any sleep over that. You see it let at least 2 for 1 in that round. Beautifully played here on the defense by Parabellum. Very annoying to play against, and you can tell Astralis was really struggling with it all that round.
They're doing a very good job of keeping their roamers active, especially when they're in a man-up situation. They're constantly keeping Astralis guessing, and that's something, especially on a map like Villa where there's just so much going on, it's super annoying to deal with, because you're trying to deal with, you know, clearing. You're trying to deal with getting hard breach done and supporting angles and making sure that your breacher doesn't get swung on and die and all these other things, and then you also have 2 people that are just roaming around the map randomly. It's just, it's an amalgamation of crap, man. Let me tell you, it's not very fun. So you got to feel for Astralis. But the good news is they've at least gotten 2 rounds, and they have a chance to keep this at a dead heat here in round 6.
See if they get the job done. This is the side where we would have expected Astralis to try and pick up a lot of rounds, just considering the results from their previous match day. So we're paying very close attention when, of course, we get to the 7th round to see if Astralis has fixed some of the problems on their defense. And again, that problem, in part, relied on the over-reliance of some of the top-ended players from Astralis being able to perform. Obviously, on the attacking side, you can kind of keep the team together, and those players can pick up the slack where, like, maybe an entry player will fail to find a kill. On defense, it's a little bit harder, is obviously, especially at the beginning of the round, you got to spread those players out and still be able to maintain decent map control until you get down to around 130 or lower, depending on where the team's comfortability is for that sort of situation.
Yes, indeed. Well, Parabellum going to be going back to similar straights. We're going to bring back in Asian with the Azami here, be able to set up all of her kunai, give them some extra cover, and then you have the Goyo canisters as well working their way in. And honestly, I'm really enjoying this version of Goyo, especially with the 1.5. He was always a pretty fun character to play, but obviously the shields were just a little overdone. I like the canister that we have now, especially because you can kind of set it and forget it, let some of your anchors utilize that and try and work with some more delay. And speaking of those, there's a perfect showcase of how those work. Those will stick around for about 20 seconds, and it does quite a bit of damage if you want to try and work your way through it. And speaking of working your way through, J9O, he's already gotten control of at least the initial stairwell. J9O will work his way in towards trophy, but it's actually going to be Forrest to strike first, really upping that entry stat for AST.
This guy's been one of the shining stars, bringing that stat to the forefront of the team, so still good to see him remaining strong in that respect. How does Astralis look to move forward from here, though? They haven't been able to deal with this hold twice now. So just kind of repeating that progress and making sure they lock this one in for a 3rd time so they can at least guarantee the tie now as we get past halftime. Things are going to slow down quite a bit, though, after that first entry. They're waiting to see what the response would have been from PB. It's quite tame, except for that peek from Eska right there. No one trying to get crazy and jump into the faces of Astralis here, so I think in a second or two, they will call things all clear. Especially with that kill, they'll call things all clear. Ready to move on to the site. Yeah, PB just overplaying the hand here, unfortunately. No success in their own extended game, and now whatever's left of the anchor play on the site itself is more than likely going to be too weak to follow through with the rest of the round. Doc with a nice pick. He leaves himself exposed, though, I believe, to play from the top of red stairs, and that's how he'll get downed. Eska now alone with less than 20 HP to play with as well. This is going to be tough.
Astralis with some insanely controlled pacing here for the last round of their offensive half. They're going to tie it up 3-3. The patience game paying off for them. They get that initial pick, and they wait out Parabellum. They know that eventually they're going to be going for those big swings. I mean, we even saw it as Parabellum continued to lose bodies. They took that challenge there inside a study to take down Forest, and they immediately get killed from the top of red. Astralis has been prepared for that aggressive playstyle of Parabellum. It just all came together really in that last round. And, well, now we're going to be switching gears. Astralis is going to be on defense for the very first time, and all in all, I'd say a pretty respective side for, or pretty respectable side for both respective sides of this one. PB with some pretty solid circumstances. I really like their kitchen defense, especially that they had going on there. More of an aggressive look that really caught Astralis off guard, and you can even say that about their top hold that they had in Trophy and Statuary, where they were playing more aggressively to the south side of the room and took out Astralis near benches and boars. So either way you slice it, you could really say one of these teams is ahead. I'd just like to say the word dead heat.
Yep, definitely need to take another look, unfortunately, at the AVG defense, as they just could not lock that one in despite 3 separate attempts at it. Those are all 3 of the rounds that we ended up giving to Astralis at the end of the day as well. Now it's time to see how Astralis, of course, looks to hold on to this one. Some interesting choices being made on the operator line. For the most part, it's pretty straightforward, actually. But the cap can is going to be one that we'll pay very close attention to there for Forrest, as he's looking to catch the players on Parabellum in a moment of indecision as they try to rush their way through a doorway, more than likely with limited time. That's where that fatal mistake is often made, especially considering for those who haven't been watching Siege in the last year or two, there was a pretty big change made to cap can in that you can now stack the EDDs, which means you can outright kill someone from a single doorway, which was impossible previously.
And he's got 5 of those things now as well, given that. So if you do end up stacking them, they can actually outright down somebody now instead of being what they once were. Forrest is going to go for an aggressive peek over here inside of Art Studio, but he's only going to find bullets. Now he's got to try and work his way back, but fortunately enough for him, the timing works out. This guy, so lucky sometimes, let me tell you. Logic Bomb out, and Forrest is going to get tagged up again, but it's actually going to be Shuttle that is the next one to receive some damage, but nobody dead just yet.
Still, though, pretty weak on the health pool side of things for Astralis, being unable to exchange that back, but as you mentioned, without actually locking in the kill. I doubt PB are going to take into account the shots they landed too heavily here. It's one-shot headshot. It's still very easy for the players at low HP to find just as much effectiveness as if they were sitting at full themselves. Soniq, of course, going to have his ire drawn towards Doc's position there, with him just having slammed open the window by Bust. Not going to see any immediate reaction, though. Neither team trying to make a play, but it's Blaz to strike first, finally. After about half the round transpires, Shuttle will end up being the first to fall on the mute for the defense. No immediate reaction to that from either side, though. Just a really composed hold from PB. They're waiting to see if there's going to be an aggressive swing, and it looks like we are going to get one towards White. Unfortunately, the angles don't work out here for PB to properly support each other, but Kool-Aid, the pixel trade onto Iconic. A nade going deep as well. That might do some damage. Looks like it banked the wrong way, though. And a nice defense being put out here by J9O. He stems the tide just a little bit further here. Locks us in with 3v3 with the trade onto the player trying to push Study.
This is a scary round, and it could build up to be DP fires. He's got a Twitch run on his feet, and it's actually going to turn on as soon as he looks back to shoot it. They're going to know that he's at the top of main, but do they know that Forrest is downstairs? Doc as well as Kool-Aid, both here. Forrest, he's got the timing, but I believe the sledge is going to check. Oh, Doc, does he have it? Oh, it's going to be the swing from the staircase instead. DP fire. He's going to down one. More than likely knows it as well. Forrest, he's just going to stay patient here. Oh, what a stellar position from him. He can just sit here and delay this time, John. He does not need to try and get aggressive. They're going to pre-fire, and he's going to force Forrest to send some shots, but he's going to get the kill anyways. It's going to actually be Forrest that kills the downed man. Doc will fire back, but this timer is eating at them, practically even on health amongst all of the members considered here. Asians is going to be at the top of red stairs. He'll move in for the maps table. He might have gotten through the cracks. DP Fire will take down Doc. Are they aware? But he's not aware of J90 inside of Gun Vault. Astralis take the lead on the defensive end.
Way too little time at the end, unfortunately, for PB. Could not get their drones into the site for the 2v2. Was unable to figure out where those last two players had position from. And they were quite mobile as well, trying to constantly shift that. So a very tough game for PB to play out at the end. And that's not even considering, of course, the events that went down over by main stairs. Great adjustment from Astralis to really crunch the push there. And once again, massive props to Astralis for the improvement, even from just their most recent game on this very same map, where we're seeing much better team play on the defense, much more workability between the players, and making sure they make up for the issues that they had last Wednesday.
I mean, hey man, that's what I'm saying. Like, Astralis does a lot of talking about how they are a team that is very confident in and of themselves, and they're here for greatness and all that kind of stuff, and that's great and that's grand. But you got to put your money where your mouth is, and that's what I expect out of these people. You know, you can talk as much as you want, but if you still suck at the game, then you're just egotistical for no reason at all. So, you know, I'm expecting a big bounce back, and that's what we're seeing thus far. You know, obviously both of these teams have been trying to figure themselves out in Stage 3. It's kind of been a discovery period. For Astralis, it's trying to recapture that same light that they had at the beginning of the stage. For Parabellum, it's a new dawn, right? It's a new day. They're trying to work with their two new players, and it's been going quite swimmingly, especially with Blast stepping in finally as well. I think Parabellum have been looking quite stellar, but is it good enough to get over on AST with how this defense is starting to build?
Umpire are going to come out here as well for Asians. This will be very interesting to see how the Gar hook potentially changes up the status quo for PB. Is going to be against the trophy as well as statuary defense. There's plenty of opportunities to use that from the outside. The window swings as well as quite a few other options. Sometimes a little bit of a buzzkill in the way that it's used is for a lot of these rounds, especially on this site, it's just kind of used for a quick hop into 90, and then that's really it from that point forward. But we'll wait and see. Sometimes we get some nice little chaos here, and we're going to get that to start.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, caught out right from the beginning of the round. Once again by Forrest, of course, so still keeping that entry stat nice and tidy for not only himself, but the Astralis roster overall.
It boggles my mind that this man is a hard breach / SAS operator player, and he has the most kills and most entries in the entirety of the NAL. That's just bonkers stats. DP Fire, Shuttle, Astralis as a whole. I mean, you really can't say the kill feeds lighten up red because they're both red, but I can tell you there's a lot of red on the ground, and it happens to be Parabellums. A flawless round for Astralis. You let them know, boys. Cool, calm, and collected on this bench right now. Just looking to take this win, it seems.
PB just kind of stun-locked in that round as well. Always trying to make plays to make up the difference when they lost players, but Dash never really seemed to be the right play, unfortunately, on the mid-set of that round there. And we'll predictably see them go into a timeout now, although arguably it's going to be a little bit too late potentially for that. Already seeing Astralis be 2 rounds ahead. You still have to win 2 more, of course, but PB needs to make some major changes, it seems, based on the way these first 2 rounds have played out. And it's going to be tough to do so, given the few mistakes that they're now allowed to make from this point forward.
Yeah, the first round, I think you can kind of just call it a toss-up, right? It just kind of didn't work out for Parabellum. There was definitely some plays that they could have made there to make the difference. But Astralis gets it over on them. When it comes to this round, though, completely different circumstances. Astralis have really found themselves here on Villa on this defense, and it's a quick timeout from Parabellum after that flawless, because can you really blame them? If Astralis ends up taking this round, they're on map point, and that's exactly what Parabellum are trying to avoid. They want to try and get this to a tie ball game or better at this current moment, especially if they can take this in regulation. Remember, that's 3 points. If Astralis gets this next round, then that obviously means that we are at least guaranteed overtime, and Parabellum's points will be stripped. Even if they win it, they'll only win 2 points instead of 3.
Very aggressive composition, at least initially showing for the PB roster. That's starting to shift quite heavily now.
It could be kind of problematic, too. You're having somebody kind of sneaky and somebody that's kind of showed off with some traps over here. So I like this a lot more than I'll be honest, because when you see a Thorn and a Frost, that's bad news bears.
Especially considering that potential Montaigne pick. Oh, no, it's back.
Oh,
we jinxed it a little bit there, so Kool-Aid's gone back towards it.
Oh no, Blaz. Oh, the IQ would have been so nice here, minus the frost traps. It would have been so great, because he would have known exactly where those razor blooms are. So, well, looks like Kool-Aid's going to have his head on a swivel, hopefully not run into something that's going to slow him like a Banshee. I mean, that would just be terrible, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough for the Montaigne to do anything here, realistically, unless his teammates are able to clear out all the utility beforehand.
I read forward in the script. I'm foreshadowing.
We don't even have like the Rotero drones either to like easily insert them and be able to knock out some of the utility a little bit deeper into these sites when they realize it's going to become a problem. So I'm really worried that PB is going to run into a roadblock here and not be able to work their way past it. But obviously, let's hold our breath for a few moments and wait and see.
Absolutely. See, I'm more interested to see if they're going to try and use Blaz's logic bombs as a clearing mechanism or as a site execute mechanism, because that's really going to see or like show if these traps really pay off. Because if people are trying to be really aggro towards site and then they get caught off by a Frost Mat or a Razor Bloom or something like that, then you're probably going to end up with a few people down or really hurt that weren't exactly expecting it.
DP Fire, of course, going to take up position once again. Now the rotates have been made on the inside of Astro. You guys see that silhouette? There is a drone, I think potentially two drones that have been able to sneak their way into his area of the map, so they should have plenty of intel as to his position here. PB is going to make their first bid on the inside of Astro as well. Kool-Aid's here. Montaigne has made his first entry, but pretty much immediately he's attempting to be taken down as we see a Nitro go out from just below him there. Like we said before, there is a lot of utility that can trip up Kool-Aid here in the process of him trying to move forward as well, so he's going to have to be extra careful with every step he takes. Asian trying to assist him to the best of his capabilities, looking to pick up the trade onto Iconic. If he can find an Iconic, getting adventurous here, he's going to move forward. Oh, and he knocks one down, but the shield gets him in response. They'll have to try and move forward. If they can take out Kool-Aid, there's a chance they bring him back, but meanwhile, Blaz and Kool-Aid are just cleaning things up. Kool-Aid finally getting the finisher off onto Iconic, and then Blaz with one more. PB takes the duel inside of the bathroom and shuts it all down.
All of the traps were on site, or a little weird Frost Mat over there, and I do believe Astro, but that was about it.
Yeah, and they take the fight.
Yeah.
Every single time over here towards Baster.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is they were trying to be aggressive to try and get the big picks off of Monty. That's what you're really trying to do. Monty is hyper lethal in situations where A, you're distracted and he's able to get his shield slid back up, or B, where there's people that are able to play around him because you're having to deal with his threat and then like maybe, you know, two other guns trying to collapse on top of you. Those are the two big issues when you're trying to play around a Monty. So especially for like Iconic there, I think he makes the right play. He makes the aggressive play, gets the swing onto the Nook. Asian goes down. He gets traded out, but the big issue is that Astralis are so hyper-focused on that situation and what's going on over there with the trade and him being down that we immediately see Blaz spring to and pick up two big kills inside of Master, and that's really the pace setter for the rest of the round. Parabellum able to take down Astralis in the clutch there, even though it was tied ball game, at least man count-wise. 3-3. So Astralis not able to get that fateful round just yet, but looking for their penultimate here in round 10.
Let's see if they can get the job done. A few more changes have come in for PB yet again as well, though ultimately they returned to a very similar lineup that they had on the previous round as well. I mean, it worked, and it worked swimmingly as well. So no reason not to bring it back to the fold again, as I believe we've also seen Astralis fall back on the same site hold. Let's see on a moment for that one, though. Forrest gets the lineup, just doesn't get enough shots into Doc, unfortunately, and this is not a position you want to stick around in long term. He'll quickly back away from that. Doesn't go for the check on the drone hole, see if he would have gotten lucky with the positioning on Doc, but doesn't end up happening. Doc obviously freezes up as soon as those shots hit him, and he makes sure that he falls back into a much safer spot to play this out. Forrest, though, still in the area near Mudroom, so we might not be done over there just yet.
I like the big swings initially from Astralis. Forces Parabellum to respect these windows. And you can see that right now. Look at Kool-Aid. He's repelled on the wall, making sure no one's going to try and challenge the bathroom window. Who even does that? Think about that for a second. Who's going to run through bathroom and hop out? I mean, well, Fofo-san is still alive, but Doc is not. The sledge is down. They still have this Monty working its way through, but Astralis, they've already gotten their kill, Parabellum. They don't really care anymore. They're going to move back towards site and force you to try and play this out with a guy that has a big shield and not really a gun.
So we're going to be on AVG, just to correct myself for something I mentioned earlier on in the round. Got Asian lined up now, ready to make that first entry if he gets a peek from Astralis, but has not been met with the response he needs just yet here. Still waiting for the opportunity to come, and it may be here now in the form of J90. He's here first, though, ready to take the challenge. So now our attacker on the other side here does need to be careful as well. Iconic! Oh, he got him! To take him down, and he is going to be able to get it. Obviously took that second peek to be able to lock in the frag itself. Asian engaged in a fight also. Blaz will be able to win one out against Forrest. Downs him deeper into the actual site. Iconic will now have to fall back deeper into it to make up for that position. And of course, because he's at low HP, doesn't really want to be stuck out here for any longer. Things traded out quite evenly, but Astralis still holds the advantage now at a 4v3 as we come down to the final minute of play. And the first of those logic bombs comes in, or rather the second of those logic bombs comes in.
Kool-Aid getting caught in the perfect cross from Astralis. 90 position as well as Red Stairs. Have to look 90 degrees to the left or to the right, John, and that exposes your back to the other. That's exactly what you want when trying to force a Monty into a bad position. And now Parabellum, well, they're feeling the burn. Still have some smokes instead of DP Fire's pocket as well to try and hold off these doors. Parabellum will work their way in through the initial parts of the gates, but they're going to go quite deep here. DP Fire will at least get one. Blaz will make his presence known inside of Study, taking down Iconic. It's a 2 versus 3. DP Fire out of his last smoke. No more utility available to Astralis to try and prevent this play from going on. Eska's going to have to look for more. He'll be able to get more. J90 goes down. It's now a 2 versus 2. Blaz has the cut. He's got the swing. He's got a DP Fire. Can he get the flank? He can! Parabellum tie it up here on Villa. It's 5-5.
Parabellum not giving up until the end of this game. They bring it back indeed to a tied scoreline. The players on Astralis seem to have the edge for that hole, but when it came to the insight play, fall to pieces despite the 4v3 advantage. Beautifully done here, especially from Eska, working himself on the entry next to Blaz there. Able to get themselves onto the ground, able to get themselves into the site, and Blaz once again excelling for this team, as we've seen him do time after time in the past, making himself into a nice superstar for this game. Astralis, though, is going to call for the tactical timeout. Things are getting a little bit dodgy now, so they need to figure out what exactly is going wrong and quickly correct before they potentially lose one or all of their points if they can't close this out in regulation.
A crazy info difference there, going the way of Parabellum. Some solid drones inside of sight, picking out a couple of the Astralis members, and not only that, but Blaz getting that play across planes, like what we saw out of Fofo's son, dashing towards the top of red. It's the exact opposite from red to Study, and he holds down that area. 3 kills, and I believe leading into the 4th kill there at the very tail end, picking off every single Astralis member in the site and abound to end up winning Parabellum that round. Just wow. I mean, really, especially the way that he's able to get around AST. That's a very bold move to try and just sprint full bore across that and hope nobody's calling it, or holding it rather. So speaking of calling things, guys, we're going to have to call for a tech timeout really quickly because there's a little bit of a drone bug. So we'll get that fixed and then we'll hop back in at a 5-5 score line between Astralis and Parabellum.
Yep, just going to take a few moments, folks, and it's still been a very good game up until this point. So make sure you stick around for it. We apologize for having to drop out, but I just want to make sure that we are playing in a competitively viable environment, so we are going to restart that round real quick just to make sure that everything is up to snuff. Away from that, though, Astralis needing to make up once again for their own issues on this defensive side. You can tell the adjustments they've made from the previous week, trying to play into each other a lot more, making sure that in the event that those superstars go down, and again, I don't think we're having necessarily the same issue as the previous match day, where again, they're like super reliant on Iconic or Forest to make plays. We're definitely seeing some of the other players line up for it as well, but still, once again, needing those superstars to come into the fold means that we've had to see the team change their play style, and it's led into a few situations where they're unfortunately kind of stepping over each other, and that has allowed for PB to sneak in quite a few other wins as well to bring us to this current scoreline.
Yes, indeed. And the other thing, I mean, past that, is that we have not seen a lot of planting in this game.
No, this
has been a full-on DM.
This has been like full-on, like, oh, we're taking this fight.
Yeah.
Like no one's seen a fight usually, and no one's seen a fight and been like, let's fall back to our site and use all this nice little utility we set up here 2 minutes ago. Like, that's not a very common causality in this game so far.
I think we've really only seen Astralis go for a big play like that on one of their defenses. I think it was actually that one we just saw where they got the big pick and then fell back, and then Blaz just decimates them once he gets control of Study.
And then I can only really think of like 1 or 2 times that PB even did that.
Yeah. So it was kind of a back and forth in that sense. And you know, you can chalk that up to a bunch of different things, right? You know, sometimes you do want to be a little bit more aggressive and go for those big plays because I mean, you know, if you catch somebody off guard, like both of these teams are trying to do, right? Like that's why what all these timing swings are, is them being like, I bet they don't expect this. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're Forest and it always works out. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, right? I'm telling you, somebody check his computer. This is not real. Like, it's pretty. That's why we're actually having the tech pause. I didn't tell you guys. My bad.
Yeah, I believe we're pretty close to getting this restarted, folks. So we've got everybody back in the lobby now, and we are launching. Obviously, we're going to make sure we don't have that same bug popping up again. So just give us like another minute or two to make sure we're good. But assuming that that's all green lit, we will be good to jump back into this one. If you are just joining us, it's currently a 5-5 scoreline between these two teams. We're obviously still in regulation. That means the full 3 points for this game are still on the line, but that could very easily change here, as I would say overtime is looking very, very likely.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially with the way that Parabellum's bounced back on this offense thus far, I think it's really caught Astralis off guard. Just how willing they are to continue fighting even when they are down a man. You know, and this is something that was a highlight, a hallmark of Astralis' gameplay throughout the year, that they are always willing to take a fight with you. They are very scrappy, and not only that, but they'll more than likely decimate your entire team in the process and end up winning out a round, you know, with 2 bodies still up. So it's some pretty crazy stuff, but I can definitely see that a lot of teams have been respecting that about Astralis and kind of working that into their own play where, you know, there's never a dull moment. There's never any downtime. You're always looking for that next step that's going to push you to be successful at the end of the round.
We got AVG on deck again for Astralis to try and fix the issues from the previous round here. He'd be able to sneak off a win not only here, of course, back on round 10, but on round 9, winning over inside of Trophy and Stat as well. So Astralis don't really have like a strong site to fall back on at the moment, unfortunately, unless they're going to be a bit more confident in their downstairs holds, which I would assume the fact that they're going back to AVG a second time means that they're probably not necessarily. Could also be wanting again just to retry things in AVG.
Forrest is addicted to this. He just over inside a mudroom, waiting on the window for the sledge the prior round. Now he's all the way over in Laundry, and he might go for the run out here. There's nobody on the receiving end of this. Actually, at a second glance, Blaz is waiting for him. Oh my gosh. He's got everything lined up, and the stars now aligned for Parabellum to take down the leading entry fragger on Astralis.
Nicely done for PB here. Forrest down and out for the count. It's just going to be the Malusi, so no huge utility loss is sustained. Astralis are smart, obviously, in that respect to make sure that they don't make the same mistake. Did have an explosion here. I'm going to assume that this was an early Goyo canister getting knocked out. Potentially a nade from down below as well. Yeah, that nade's going to be a little bit short. Unfortunately, they try to take down that canister a bit deeper. So
you get the shield or the canister.
I think that, yeah, I think those are actually just both of the nades now that I'm looking at it a bit deeper. Yeah, and so no utility knocked out. Unfortunately, both of the nades from Doc are essentially wasted. Just make someone shuffle out of position for a few extra seconds and without any execution to follow that up. Not really going to call that a successful use of utility at the end of the day.
Quite interesting front here from Parabellum. They're still really concerned about this north side. They have the case all the way on the south, but they're trying to clear out Shuttle here. He's got a lot of goo mines around the space, and potentially some more bogeys working their way up. Oh my god, what an angle from Blaz. They'll take down Shuttle at a moment's notice. Iconics now here, though, the savior of this time. He'll take down Blaz and at least make this palatable for Astralis. J90 getting back. Iconic with a big Nitro Cell play. His number's been called up, and he's making his presence known. He does not want Parabellum taking this lead back.
Iconic, huge differential being made up right now here, both from the Nitro Cell play and, of course, the pick he found outright. Surprised that PB didn't catch him jumping down below and tried to follow him a little bit more closely. Maybe they did and we just didn't see it, but kind of looked like they ignored him. As I assume they would have been able to catch his jump down, just given the spray he did when he went over the banister. But either way, back down into a 3v3 now. Most of Astralis has fallen back to the site itself, with Iconic being the one glaring exception to that. Fire as well as J90, though, I believe are going to be in the confines of the site itself. As you can see, Bookcase being played for quite heavily by one of those members of Astralis right now here. PB attempting to contest against it, but Toxic Babe holding them back, wasting the time away, and a great swing again. These dash peaks are constantly getting the better of the players on PB. Another one found from Iconic. That's his third on the round. Doc alone. Let's see if he can make up for the blunder earlier on the nades, and unfortunately just not going to happen. J90 with too strong of a hold in Gun Vault. It's Astralis first to map point.
Iconic, like a hero out of a comic book, sprints across the map and immediately takes it to Parabellum. They think they have control of this portion of the map, but the Goyo, on a lone Mission Impossible-esque moment, is able to take down a multitude of Parabellum members. That initial shot that we see onto Blaz immediately jumps downstairs, big Nitro Cell play, and then plays out an entire flank moment downstairs in the bottom of Villa. This is what this map was intended for, John. It's for moments like this, where one player can just take control. What a highlight from Iconic there, and definitely one that we'll be talking about if they're able to take this in 7-5 fashion.
Well, yeah, they're going to need to do it 2 times in a row, and like I mentioned before, they are going to need to finally proceed to the downstairs hold. Also not feeling confident in the trophy play, given how Parabellum was able to give us kind of a masterclass on how to take control of that one, especially with Astralis being baited into quite a few of the fights.
this is going to be really, really awkward given the circumstances of hard breach. This is why we saw PB with some pretty solid success the last time with their aggressive looks towards a lot of these reinforcement panels, because remember, you have to get on the panel currently in order to blow it up. There's not a single hard breacher in the game with these bans implemented that can actually do that from a window. So Astralis is going to take a page out of PB's book, and they're going to actually end up going to kitchen, open up a few of these longer lines of sight, and try and take these fights with Parabellum. This should be a pretty action-packed one.
Let's see here how Parabellum is going to look to clear out this trickier setup from Astralis. Quite detached on quite a few of their players. So there is going to be opportunities to catch some of them. More than likely catch them without trades going out against them as well if Parabellum is able to succeed and pick up the kills quickly enough. But that will shift pretty rapidly throughout the rest of this round here. So a lot of focus going to be on Forest extension way over in towards Piano. As I'll have quite a bit of crunch capability once PB starts to shift past the usual second floor clear that they're going to be going for right now. That obviously pushes against players such as the one sitting over in Astro. DP Fire going to have to figure out how to handle that over the next few moments, but it's when they finally get past that point and get ready to move down onto the first floor that things get really tricky, and potentially we could see PB get crushed out if they're not careful.
Yeah, Parabellum going for the measure twice, cut once method. They're taking their time. Now the big thing is that this can go severely wrong if they end up going for such a time sink with the info game initially and trying to go for a harsh execute. If they get taken out, at least two of them here initially on this entry, that can be the round easily going to Astralis. Some nades out here, DP Fire trying to play for Astro window. He'll get back in behind this shield. Astralis so far, they've stuck to their guns and stuck to their morals as well. They're not over peaking. They're forcing Parabellum to do exactly what the offense should be doing. Being offensive, get aggressive, get in the building, get something done. But we're already halfway through this round, and it's all been window repels and droning for PB thus far.
PB again, just nowhere near enough confidence to be able to make these plays deeper into the building itself. Way too much presence still alive and well for the players on Astralis. Only seeing that pantry control down on the first floor for PB so far. And even then, I don't think they've necessarily hopped the window yet. I still think they're actually sitting outside waiting to drone things out. We're at less than a minute now, folks, to go here, and PB is only just starting to enter the building itself. Still so many different play potentials being made out here for Astralis as well. They've spread out all over the map.
Oh my god, they're planting.
Where are they
what?
planting? How? Like laundry push, right? Surely it has to be, but as they moved in, no, it's going to be coming for Pantry instead. They were able to get through it as well. The Matrix from Astralis is spread out too far, but they're coming back into it now. DP Fire picking up two with his teammate, and no, it's not enough. PB wrap it up instead, and they sneak the plan in from Pantry. As you said, measure twice, cut once. I don't even know if they really fully cut it, to be honest with you, but it got the job done either way, and it's triggered overtime.
Nah, that wasn't a cut. That was a sever. That's what that was right there. Yeah, rip and tear. Oh my, Parabellum. They tie things up. They send us to overtime. And I didn't see it going down like that. Astralis, they're a much more polished team than that. Allowing Parabellum right into their home. There's less than a minute left. There's 5 bodies up for Astralis at that moment. That plant starts going down with all 5 Astralis members still breathing air, John. That should not be happening.
You got to be careful with those types of extended plays that we saw come out from Astralis on that round. Oftentimes, you leave far too little on the actual site, and plants like that can occur. Not the first time we've seen that happen as well. PB nicely caught those, used a lot of their time on drones in order to find that opportunity, but indeed, the gamble on playing the intel game pays off hugely for them, as it not only gives them another round, of course, but it saves their lives in this matchup quite literally, and has guaranteed now at least a single point if they're not able to follow through with these next 2.
Yeah, it's just a really awkward round for Astralis, really. I love what Parabellum did there. They, again, made it awkward for Astralis, right? Astralis, especially going down to that lower timer, though, you really have to start having that sixth sense of, okay, the closer this gets to 0 timer, the more and more they have to just force this into sight. Now, at 55 seconds, obviously, they can still try and take top control. They have a buck, they have a sledge, they can just try and rip that floor open super fast and you know, try and take it away from you that way, force that plant at 0 timer. So I understand, you know, more of the circumstantial map control-esque play from Astralis, but just leaving your home completely open and allowing anybody come in, you know, just steal your porridge, man. Shouldn't be doing that.
Big mistake from Astralis is going to cost them on the standings here. Now we'll see if they can try to make up the difference to still be able to claim the majority of points in this matchup, or if PB can steal the whole pie outright by taking the 2-1 trade. Bad timing for Iconic here as he checks down the stairs. Meanwhile, Blaz has already made it to the top. He shuts him down for free. That's going to be a good start to the round for the defense, but and Forrest just has no fear whatsoever. And as well, his timing continues to be impeccable, as I'm pretty sure he caught Blaz just when he turned his back to run around Bookcase.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he blows me away every single time he makes a play like this. This is stuff that I would never consider doing in my existence. I'm just saying. Gonna get a drone onto red, and Forrest is gonna work his way up towards Boar here. Try and hold a longer sight in towards Trophy. There is a single panel reinforcement with Kool-Aid playing a little bit closer inside of the actual site, and he's gonna have quite a bit of utility to try and deal with an aggressive push out of Forrest if he so chooses. He does have some stuns, and fortunately enough, for his sake, there's not a single bit of utility on the defense that can prevent him from stunning out Kool-Aid, but a bullet surely can if he does catch him in time. J9O will obviously be trying to work benches on the other end, while Astralis try and update their info and see where they can try and push through some of Parabellum's cracks.
Coming down to the last minute of play, so Astralis is more than likely going to start to speed things up here over the next 30 to 40 seconds. Set themselves up for that final execute, although they do still have the extra time to drone things out. Like I said, they need to start taking up positions to get themselves ready for the final swing to go into the actual site. Eska will be caught out as well here. Good opener from Fars as it eliminates the potential threat of those yokai drones, especially when you consider the IQ was not brought this time by Astralis. Shuttle taking some heat, more likely from a Toxic Bane. We can see it there now. Over here outside of the connector. It's going to get real confusing for a second as Doc tries to stabilize things now toward that connector itself, but he's missed it. They've all made their way in, but still, they're not able to punish him. He gets the finisher onto the already down player and knocks out a second one. That's now left J9O as the only other member alive here for Astralis. PB once again has been set up for success. They just need to take it for themselves. J9O should have been able to see Asian working his way back out over towards top red. Won't know where he went from there, though, and that's the big issue. He's just grasping at straws here right now. There's no time to play into drones. I'm going to assume that, what a snapshot. Hold on! The hop over the top to shut down Asian gives the round to Astralis. What a clutch as they refuse to give up here as well.
Just take the fight, Asian! Just take the fight! Astralis, and specifically J9O, he plays it down to the wire. What a round from him. Oh my God. DP fired down, shuttle gone, and then J9O has to try and play tag with both of the remaining Parabellum players around the entirety of site. They play around the case, John, but somehow that goes awry. They're not ready for J9O to process what is happening in the moment. And he takes out both of them, giving Astralis the lead. It's 7-6. They're looking to take this in OT.
One more to go for Astralis, of course. PB now looking to bounce back over the next 2 rounds, but they need to be won outright. One on the attack, one on the defense here. Repick is going to show up for Asian. He's going to work himself over onto those Rotero drones instead of bringing the Nook to sneak themselves in. This will probably make pretty good sense when you consider that we are going to be going for another AVG hold from Astralis. They need to take out some of that interior site utility if they're able to get themselves in position for normal execute. That's not the way this game has played out so far, that we very rarely had a quote-unquote normal execute, so we'll have to wait and see how effective those will be, as he doesn't even end up going for it at the end of the day. We'll switch towards the Twitch when everything is said and done.
This match feels like you went to a concert and the opener, you didn't know them, right? You're just like, I really don't know if this is going to be good, and then they just set the place on fire, and you're like, I don't really know how. I went to go see like the Goo Goo Dolls.
They ended up being better than the headliners.
Yeah, right, exactly, and you're just like, oh my God. So I don't know how the rest of the day is going to stand up to this, but I can definitely tell you I am fully awake. There's a lot of adrenaline pumping through these veins right now, and you can probably say the same about both of these respective units. Astralis looking to build this up on defense for the last time here. Eska is going to have the opportunity of an aggressive peek coming his way. Shuttle will not end up getting anything on the receiving or delivering end, as there's just nobody home. He's going to back off the window. Some stuns out now. I think that they might know that Shuttle's actually in here, so he might be in hot water, although it might be unbeknownst to him.
Shuttle just patiently waiting this one out, hoping he gets the hop. He gets it, but
God.
He can't get the shot. He overpeaks by just a tiny amount, and Doc is able to come back into it on the reswing when those shots come out. Take him down. Kool-Aid gonna send out the well played as well for his fight. It transpires. There's another frag is given over to the players from PB. Forrest, though, it's the first response back from Astralis. Things are getting epic right at the start of this game, right at the start of this round. We're going to have to try and get some control over it here. Astralis, of course, having to fall back deeper into the depths of their hold as they're now at a disadvantage down to the 3v4 with J9O pretty decently injured as well.
Yeah, you'd think that's what would happen, don't you, John? But it's Astralis.
I know that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I highly doubt it happens. I really do. I think that we're going to see another gunfight before we even hit like the 50 mark, really. Kool-Aid, quite low right now. Forrest trying to take it to bathroom. See, I told you, like, we are not resting on our laurels here. We are going for aggressive fights. Even though Forrest will go down, Parabellum wants to tie this up yet again. Another swing out here from Astralis. They're going hunting. J9O, he's looking for Eska. He knows he's in the area. He's a lion in the bushes, and he'll take down the AST member. It's 7-7.
Even with a 90-degree angle, still not able to get the kill there on the final player. Unfortunate for the players over on Astralis as they come so close to victory, but are shut down pretty much instantaneously here. It all starts with Shuttle's play, unfortunately, and continues to evolve from that point forward. Astralis, we push to the edge once again as we go to a fully loaded map here. 15 rounds to settle this one, of course, at that 7-7 scoreline.
I didn't get any word. I'm going to assume it's a tech pause.
Both packs have been used, so
yeah. We're just pausing straight up, and then our OBS user said ratio. So I don't really know what the spectators are doing right now. Yeah. We actually do end up having a tech pause, guys. So we're gonna get
something going on with Forrest.
Yeah, we're gonna get things fixed up here, and then we'll be right back into this absolute barn burner to start the day. They are setting Villa on fire right now. Hopefully, it doesn't expand and go out to those beautiful wheat fields out to the west-hand side, but we'll have to see.
All right, looks like we're good to go and get back into the game. Good thing, too. I didn't want this pause to go on for too long. Both these teams are amped up right now. Kind of a double-edged sword going to a pause like this. For some players, it's great because it's like, all right, now I can chill out for a second, kind of like calm myself down. Some players get all jittery.
That's when you're like, oh, yeah, I'm fine. And they pick up the water and their hands just shaking.
But then you have players who are on the opposite side of that spectrum, too, that are like, no. I need to, like, stay in the zone, and you're pulling me out of it right now. So depending on the player you are, this could be a good thing or a bad thing. We'll only be able to know when we get back into the game. I think it's time for that, though, as we've just unpaused it. So let's head back into it. The final round, regardless of who wins it, they will take this map. They'll only be taking 2 points, though, and their opponents will be getting 1, of course, as we've made it to overtime.
It's all down to this. In the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds, we will know who exactly is the king of the day on Villa between Astralis and Parabellum. And what a journey it's been so far. We've had a lot of highlight moments. I'd say for Astralis across the board, they're just looking as a more tight-knit team. They're getting a lot done in the frag department, especially across the board. Big plays out of J9O, some solid moments out of DP Fire. Shuttle still a little bit quieter, but I'd like to see his total stats. It's been kind of difficult to keep track of those. I'd really like to see those at the end of the game to see really how he ended up turning out. But you could say the same for Parabellum, especially when you're looking at the likes of like Doc and Blaz. They have been doing so much heavy lifting for this team. Asian, not so much. He had a really, really rough start, but again, once we get those total stats at the end, it'll tell more of what we've been seeing throughout this fantastic game here for, Playday 5.
It's been far from perfect for both of these teams so far, but that has made it somewhat entertaining as well. Definitely going to be a lot to review once both of these teams get back to their houses and are able to take a look at the VOD. So betting there'll be a good amount of time spent using this one to prep, especially for Astralis. So they definitely seem to want to play onto Villa a lot, especially as of the past 2 weeks, obviously. But they definitely still have some improvements to make, especially from their defensive side. Thankfully for them, they got the attacking side for this final round. That'll give them a little bit of an edge, in my opinion. Pretty straightforward lineup to bring to bear on this one as well. Finally bringing the hard breach in that they had been missing for most of the regulation time. DP Fire not going to take a risk on that this time as he just brings the Thermite outright. We're also seeing a very similar lineup from PB that we had seen in the past. Bit more freedom than Kool-Aid, of course. He's going to bring the Alibi. It's a little bit more of an unfamiliar pick. I think we only saw it like once or twice in regulation. Everything else, though, is very much something that we'd seen plenty of back down in the previous half.
Yes, indeed. PB trying to slow down.
Oh, that was so casual.
And yes, indeed, it was. Blaz placed that Nitro Cell right at the foot of the door for Study upstairs. So as seen immediately when he heard anybody step on wood, J9O gets blown sky high. That's all it takes.
Didn't even look
at
it.
What he stepped on. Yep, that's it. That's all you need. So that's going to mean Astralis are down their Ash that just made a fantastic play to put them into this position at match point. Blaz is going to make it even worse here as Shuttle will go down. It's a 3 versus 5, and Astralis have to beg to get out of this hole.
And I mean, we're looking at PB, right? They've barely moved this entire time, just holding so far positions that Astralis Astralis have not been able to figure out, and unfortunately have baited themselves into at least 2 times here now to lead to their elimination. The first one, obviously, not much that player could do, just an unfortunate Nitro cell position that they did not catch, either due to their teammates not droning it properly or them choosing not to. The second one, though, where things start to get a little bit less forgivable for Astralis here and how they're making these mistakes and how very potentially they could end up dropping the game. Blaz with another opportunity to pick up a 3rd kill there. The timing does not align though, but they have not realized he's here, I don't think, so he still has the capability to crunch late round if he's even going to be needed. Asian has picked up the 3rd kill. DP fires down. It's up to the 2 superstars here, Forest and Iconic, to make up the difference, but Iconic already down on the ground. Forest caught as he tries to hop in the window as well. Astralis goes down with a whipper on the final round, and PB take the map.
Wow, that's that last round. Very awkward for Astralis, just could not get it back after that lead-off Nitro cell kill. Starts the domino effect, constantly losing big fights and never really having any map control to begin with. I mean, even looking down to Iconic and kind of how that the last 2 lone souls of Astralis were taking fights. They really only had bike control, you know, just trying to work their way into Tarps, but there's way too many Parabellum members patrolling the building for them to get away with something so simplistic. PB end up taking it 8-7 after being down 2 rounds and having to come back and force overtime.
Really smart play overall throughout the course of this series coming in from Parabellum, especially again on that last run, slowing things down, wanting to capitalize, of course, on the kind of, not necessarily indecision from Astralis, but more so kind of their eagerness to jump into the fray, wanting to take fights, wanting to clear early map control, and that cost them at least 2 players in those first 2 minutes. Great game played out. Looks got any final points here before we close things down?
Yeah, I think Penguin made it by just by the skin of his teeth. You know, it was his first pick, and it's an 8-7. Yeah, it's in favor of Parabellum, but I think Astralis beat themselves today, John.
All right, well, that'll do it for the 2 of us right now. We're going to be back for the next game, but for the time being, we're going to throw you guys to a short break, and we'll come back to your analysis desk to break this game down and get you ready for the second one.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League, and that is how I like to start the week. Tight match, 8-7 victory for Parabellum, and over in Vegas, we have Kool-Aid waiting to chat with us a little bit about that one. Can't wait to hear what his thoughts are. Kool-Aid, that was as close as it gets, but you got the win, you got the job done. How important was it to get the win today for Parabellum stage?
I mean, it was definitely important. I mean, as Peng said on the broadcast earlier, like, week 3 is a make or break it. Last week was a stumble that, I mean, it was honestly on us. Our coaches prepared us and everything. We just didn't execute properly. So for that, I take responsibility. So I'm sorry for last week. But yeah, it was important to get back into the groove. And hopefully we can carry that on to tomorrow.
Kool-Aid, I want to pick your brain a little bit about those bans, because obviously you guys started them off. You take Ace out the board, and then Astralis followed up with that Habana ban, obviously targeting you a little bit with those attacker bans. Was that something that you were expecting? Did you have any idea that would happen? And how did you adapt to that once you actually got onto attack?
I mean, we didn't expect the Habana ban. That's why I was pulling out the funny ops. But yeah, I mean, the Ace, it was between Ace and Flores, because we know they can't clear utility like a team. But DP is really good on Ace, and I mean that stunts a lot of their mid round, because they like to flex around, go around a bunch of places. So, but no, we weren't expecting the Habana ban.
My question's more so for like what Sonar said in the timeout, because I know, like you said, you guys weren't ready for the Habana ban. I know Habana is like a huge part of your attacks, and I know bringing Monty isn't in the PB strat book normally. So I just want to know what was said in the timeout and. Kind of like what the thought process with the Monty was.
I mean, honestly, it was like Sonar, he just made sure our comms were up and whatnot. It was kind of slipping, and I mean that's gonna happen with a new team, but I mean it shouldn't happen. So, but yeah, for the Monty, I mean we just wanted to play bully ball against them. They're not really good, or like they started playing like a Goyo and more site oriented to waste our time. They had a pre-play smoke on the round, and we just like smoked them, but no. The Monty wasn't in the original game plan. It was a call. So yeah.
Okay, so you've had 5 games with the 2 new guys so far, and I want to get it from the perspective of somebody who's been with this team for basically ever as far as Parabellum is concerned. How are the new guys working out? Is it an easy thing, or has it been easy to work them into your existing system? How's it been with those guys so far?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure how we got them. They were the 2 best players in TL by far. It didn't make sense to us. So, but yeah, adjusting from having Peng, who's really vocal, honestly, like, I mean, that was one of the roughest changes of my life, or like of my career. Sorry, didn't mean to make it sound so dramatic, but wow. yeah, it was a big change, and I mean, everyone needed to step up. Last week we slipped, we weren't practicing as hard, and that's totally on us. But yeah, it was a big change. But Doc and Asian are, like, bar none, one of the some of the best players in the world. So, yeah.
All right, well, the new addition's working out for sure today against Astralis. It was close, but you got the win. Congrats again on the victory, and good luck tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
That's it.
You do. All right, Kool-Aid from Parabellum helping the squad get the 8-7 victory. It was Blaz, though, that was really kind of the main storyline of this one, I feel like.
There's not that many times you ever see somebody get 21 or 20-plus kills at any point, really, in an NAL Playday, so the fact that he did that is insane.
Did it against the last guy to get close. Against Forest, got 22 last week.
What is it with Villa and you just dropping a 20 bomb? We've literally seen that in back-to-back Playdays.
Yeah.
Something in the map, maybe something in the water in Italy. It does seem to hype players up. You know, I really think Parabellum kind of needed that. We did have a bit of a poor performance from Asian today, 4-12. Not something that we've seen from him in previous games. I mean, sometimes as a new player, you know, he's going to have matches like this, and it's important that they've got other teammates like Blaz, like Kool-Aid, who can step up and take back those rounds, even if he's dying early.
Yeah, I think this game was also like, with it being an 8-7 overtime game, I think it does kind of screw like Parabellum and Astralis a little bit.
True.
Obviously, all these teams would want to get 3 points, and I think like as the weeks go on, these 1 points, 2 points you lose are going to start to make the difference.
Yeah, I'm curious how that shifts things around a little bit. With Astralis losing in overtime, they're only up to 7. With Parabellum getting 2 points, technically it does put them, for right now, back up into 4th because they got 2 points and it was so close in the middle. But yeah, I think even though stage 2 was insane because we had so many teams that were separated by only so many points, it'll probably be the same here, even though there may be less teams that actually can contend in that same spot. We know who our bottom 2 teams are, but the middle 7 is about to be crazy.
You've got that interesting dynamic, right, this stage, where some teams had very slow starts, and now you've got some of those teams catching up. That contests some of the teams on top to keep the momentum going, which not all of them are going to be able to do. So you still end up with a close stage, just kind of in a different way than we did in stage 2. Yeah, it was interesting. So there you go. It's an 8-7 victory for Parabellum. We've got a couple replays to take a look at, and actually it's 2 from the same round. There's just a lot to talk about this round-wise. So first of all, we're going to send Jesse over to the telestrator to break down the first part of what made round 10 significant.
Yes, Doa, indeed. We're going to talk about this a little bit because this is one of those rounds where, as Kool-Aid was talking about in the interview, his main operator got banned out, and so they had to come up with some stuff on the fly. One of those things was the Monty. So we're going to take a look at one of those Montaigne rounds and how it kind of didn't go well, at least at the start, for Parabellum. This is going to be, I believe, loaded into round number 10, where they're trying to push into Aviator Games. They're going to be coming from the north-hand side to get in onto that bomb site. And so far in this round, they've done a good job, as you can see, of clearing the north half of this map. Most of the master bedroom side, the trophy stat, are cleared out. And as we press play on this replay, what we're going to be able to see is Kool-Aid trying to contest here in onto this kind of landing doorway coming in from Boar. So we'll see as they start to get going here. Notice the 2 players that are going to really start to contest this are Iconic down here over by the stairs, and then they're going to have one player coming up through 90 as well, who's going to be able to create a nice little pinch onto Kool-Aid here in the doorway. And he's going to get on his drone. Drone gets shot. He goes for this peek anyways, and it's unfortunate that Parabellum don't have any pressure on Iconic, no pressure on DB Fire. You could be on the window here. You could be down below on red stairs, but it's unfortunate they don't have players in either of those positions. I think they recognize that. But you can see they're pushing down on these bottom red stairs eventually, but it's a little bit too slow. If they'd had that a little bit earlier, maybe they kill more than just Forest. Maybe they're able to pressure Iconic a little bit more. That might allow the Montana to kind of focus in on one area rather than trying to fight 2 players at once. If there was any more support for Kool-Aid there, that might have helped out a little bit. But unfortunately for Astralis, this is not the end of the round. And as we finish up this replay here, I think the desk might be able to break down what happens next.
That's right. Thanks, Jesse. So, Jacob, Penguin, we do have a second part of this one because round 10 got a little bit crazy after that. It looked like dire straits for Parabellum, but maybe that wasn't the case.
I just love the fact that Blaz has perfect overwatch over exactly where this plant is meant to go down, and Eska also takes a second to come off the plant, which we all thought he was going to go for right by immediately in front of AV door. Instead, pulls back off of it and actually has a moment where he's able to save the round for PB. So if we can get back into the latter part of this round, you'll see exactly how he repositions himself and then how Parabellum are able to take advantage whenever that replay comes up. We'll show you.
Yeah, I think Parabellum played like the 2v3 beautifully. Like there's a lot of things that can go wrong in a 2v3. And I think they made all the correct decisions. If you go through it, like you can see, this is the correct decision, this is the correct decision, and
here we go.
We'll go over it.
Yeah, so Eska's sitting over on the right-hand side, doesn't want to move because of the smoke, but there still is a man advantage here, and Blaz has to watch between both the rest of games through the hole and the study door. He doesn't really have that many options. Eska decides to take the swing on J9 and immediately goes right back to the same spot to plant, and now Astralis have to move. They know they need to push. Theoretically, at the same time would be nice. Blaz gets DP, immediately swings right back to the study door, takes care of Shuttle at the exact same time. It doesn't happen if Eska doesn't take the swing back to Vault and then go right back into the plant spot. Probably not the thing that I think J9 in Shuttle is expecting at that exact moment, but he gets the kill, swings back around, it falls down to Blaz to get those last 2 frags to keep everything covered. He does a phenomenal job.
Absolutely, and I think if Eska, like, his timing was perfect. If Eska, like, baits a plant or, like, you know, sticks a plant halfway, the timing's ruined. The guy flanks main stairs, Blaz gets swung from, like, the site. So I think Eska, like, getting the kill first and then reassessing and then planting again was, like, they made all the correct decisions. Blaz turned around, looked at main stairs, like, they knew where everyone was, and, I mean, they won the round because of it.
So you won a 2v3, man.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, in a battle of inches like this game was, it really does come down to little things like that to get the win. And that's exactly what Parabellum did. That's exactly what got them the big W today. But you know what? We're only getting started here on NAL. That's right, 4 more games, so do not go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting one coming up. TSM versus Oxygen. Oxygen, if they're going to get anything done this stage, it needs to start today. We'll see if they can do that in just a few.
You said hello and I lost my control in just one tiny second. You do to me what I've seen in the movies, but this really happening. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. My walls are down, they've been burned to the ground by the voice of an angel. Don't say a word before someone gets hurt, it's just too much to handle. My mind explodes. I can feel my bones shaking to the beat of my bleeding heart. An overload. Don't know how this goes, but I'm pretty sure you just made my world stop. I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you. So pretty I could die. I can't be close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. If you're as perfect under the surface, I don't know what I will do. 'Cause I can't believe my eyes when I get close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you. Close to you, close to you, close to you.
Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Ay, crew in the cut, hey, you
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doa Hero, along with analyst Jesse J. Chicken Caliber Jacob, and our special guest, Pro Gamer Penguin. That's right, we're about to go into our second match of the day. It's going to be TSM versus Oxygen. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, because obviously TSM looking better in Stage 3 than they have looked all year long with their two new additions. Oxygen, on the other hand, looking rough. So although the head-to-head for 2022 is 2-0 in favor of Oxygen, if that's going to change, it's going to be today.
Oxygen Esports on a 4-game losing streak at the moment, but a 4-game win streak if you only look at games against TSM. 2 this year, and then Stage 2 and Stage 3 last year, they beat TSM as well. So if there's going to be a time for Oxygen to turn their season around, this could be it.
This kind of has to be that time because as we were talking on our way to the studio, there's not really an opportunity for any team to win out at any point in the NAL because the meta is unpredictable enough. You're not able to just confidently say, oh yeah, we'll win our last couple of games and then we'll qualify, especially in a league that gets everything this tightly contested. We'll probably spend more time talking about OXG and the things that we want them to fix. In spite of that, TSM still look like they are very much on the right path. They don't look like a team that is really struggling with 2 new additions. It's like finding a way to implant 2 new guys into their system, and it's working really well. The same so far cannot be said for Oxygen.
Yeah, I think it's a difference in players, though. I think taking Laxing out of Oxygen and putting in Sweater into a similar or the same position was different because they have different styles, whereas Gasher and Snake, I think, being added to the roster kind of fit in a lot cleaner than what's happened on Oxygen right now.
We'll talk about this a little bit more later when we zero in on Oxygen, but it also feels like stylistically we have such a difference in terms of players there between Sweater and Laxing. You put Sweater and Laxing together, you get Sweating. There you go. Who knew, right? But let's talk a little bit about TSM first. Now, this is a team, obviously, that have 2 new additions. They let Chala and Geo go. They brought in Snake and Gasher. The 2 new guys have been doing pretty good, haven't they?
Yeah, Snake right now is somehow 9-1 on entry. That's kind of a ridiculous stat to come through, especially from a rookie, but he's been doing fantastically for the team. Most of those opening picks come in just last week where he did really, really well in their games 3 and 4. I feel like he's a guy that can make some of those kind of crazy peeking plays, right? Things that people traditionally don't really peek. It's catching a lot of players off guard, and that kind of wild play style he's bringing out from Challenger League has worked really well for TSM.
I mean, it was good, but I almost wondered if it was him getting a little bit too ahead of himself. In that game specifically against Astralis, he almost felt like he was jittery aim, like he was nervous, kind of all over the place, which is the kind of thing I definitely would expect from guys who are coming into their first ever competitive stage. Sometimes not everything's totally worn off, but he had a lot of pent-up energy. It was really good for getting entry reads. It was risky, but it looked like it was working. I do feel like in some cases we may be able to blame a lack of experience on TSM for the reason why they lose some rounds overall, but it didn't rear its ugly head in that bank game against SQ. It was more prevalent against Astralis, then they make a couple of adaptations and then really just hammer it home against SQ only a day later, which is a really nice thing to see for a guy or for a team that still has a couple core pieces moving around.
Yeah, you guys gave all the credit to Snake, but where's the credit for Gasher?
What do you want to say about Gasher?
Well, I think Gasher's a really good player at getting people to listen. Gasher's someone that will just direct you and not play the game for you, but he's very good at getting you into the building and situated and set up into a comfortable position. I think Gasher's very good at just directing people. So I think the success at TSM, yeah, Snake's doing very good on the entry, but I think Gasher is in the back, making sure those entries are happening and making it clean for TSM these rounds.
It is interesting, right? Because we've got another instance of something we talked about last game where we talked about Asian and the responsibility on him in terms of bringing more leadership to Parabellum, right? That was kind of part of expected his role. Gasher, another new player coming in from Challenger League, kind of has a bit of that burden as well.
What are you doing, Bolo? Stop.
The merch. He's repping the merch.
He's wearing it under his jersey. He was making a weird motion.
All right.
I think he wants to turn around like a James Bond villain. No, he's gone. Wow, look at that. He's magic. How did he do that?
It's kind of like how he disappeared in Game 3 when they played last week.
You're not wrong.
At least for his stats, he did bounce back. We got a nice little graphic for this. You see the two sides of Jason Doughty. Listen. 2-9 in Playday 3, 13-5 in Playday 4, and I think Bolo not showing up was a big reason why they lost that third match in the stage, and it really did feel like he wasn't able to really find his footing. He was, kind of getting caught off guard early in a lot of those engagements, but he really did bounce back. He got 3 kills in the very first round, match number 4. He got 3 opening picks overall. He was the MVP of that game. 4 opening picks, I miscounted, overall through that 4th game, and so Bolo being kind of an off-again and on-again player, You know, as long as he's having more on games than off games, I think it's fine, but it's definitely telling that the one game TSM have lost so far this stage was the game where Bolo went 2-9.
Yeah, it's true. And I think we keep on talking about everyone on this team. Like, well, we keep talking about Bolo because everyone wants to know when he plays, how well does he do? But it genuinely feels like when he's on, so is the rest of TSM. Their clears are a lot faster. Their coordination feels like it moves more efficiently. When he's off, it feels like the whole team, in some cases, suffers because they can't make up for the kind of impact that he would have when he's having a good day.
Yeah, that's right. So the two faces of Bolo, the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde of TSM per se, which one is going to show up today?
Daniel and Cooler Daniel. Question.
The thing is on the other side of the arena, you still got Oxygen, which we know, again, they've got a lot of good players on that squad. It has not come together, though, this stage, and I think it's taken a bit of a toll. We got a video to explore their thoughts on it right now.
Honestly, I don't even know. We're playing very scared, passive. I don't know if coasting is a good word, but we thought replacing Lax and then just bringing in somebody else would be easy, but it's really just not.
I think everyone's trying to get back to form, because I think in Berlin we were not at our peak, what we should be at.
Truthfully, going to the event, it didn't seem like many of us wanted to be there, and it just seemed that everyone was looking on to the next thing that we're going to be able to do.
We just have to change some stuff up because we just threw Sweater on Lax's roles. He's not really comfortable with that, so it just kind of throws everything off with every strat we play.
In my mind, I always saw Lax as a more traditional flank watch player. In Sweater, we were looking for a more versatile, aggressive player that would move in, play more with the team, more team-centric.
He's not bad at that role. They've been playing with Lax for so long, just throwing him in there and him trying to know what to do already, what we want, is really hard.
I've played with Lax for about 4 years. Obviously, it's something that we kind of came accustomed to with the way that we played with him. You know, we always expected him to be in the same spots, in the same areas, doing what he normally does.
We're just gonna try a bunch of new stuff, because at this point, I don't even think we can make the majors. Try to get as many SI points as we can this stage, and just try to get Sweater comfortable, all of us comfortable. Should be better than we are. It's only up from here, so.
Wow, so it turns out no laxing has left the lads lacking here in stage 3. And how do you fix it? How do you fix it, right? I mean, we know Sweater's a good player, but it turns out that having laxing going off, lurking around, doing his thing, brought a lot more to what the other players on the team were able to do than they thought.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's a matter about fixing it. I think it's identifying what the problem is first. I think the biggest thing with losing Laxing is you lost that player that was consistent. He was consistent in doing his role, and I think he also played a lot more passive than the players on OXG. So when you were getting full court pressed by Noors, Foxay, Vertical, and then all of a sudden it got quiet, Laxing would be in a corner.
Right.
Whereas now, I don't think they have that weird dynamic that worked for them.
Yeah, it's weird that they brought in an aggressive player to fill the role that a passive player had always filled previously, and it doesn't seem like either one of them really fits exactly what OXG's new plan is meant to be. It's also encouraging Noors to try and be the difference maker early. He's trying to win rounds before they even have a chance to get going. Sometimes it's lack of intel, sometimes he's just face checking into rooms. They played 2 straight theme park games last week where that seemed like it was the case, and it's just weird to figure out or see how this entire OXG team just isn't making this translation yet.
That's right, and I've been told the map bans are in already, so we're moving right along. Let's find out where we're going to go here in our second game of the day.
Opening with a club ban for TSM. That's a map that they have historically liked. I mean, they're on a 4-game win streak stretching back to SI. They won it twice last stage, but I guess against Oxygen, don't want to bring that out. It's something that they've played a lot with, especially in Berlin and previously. Skyscraper, and there is the theme park ban. OXG, previously, I would argue, the best theme park team in the world, losing it back-to-back last week. They're not going to make that into a 3-game losing streak. Border Cafe coming through then. Cafe for TSM, kind of a powerhouse for them back at SI, and they did, of course, just play at week 2 of stage 3 where they lost to Astralis. So out of the board now, we're left with 3 maps.
It's 3 maps that both teams have played pretty consistently or many times over the course of this year: Villa, Oregon, and Chalet. The only one that's a little bit of a dud is OXG haven't played Chalet all that much, but TSM's next ban, whether it be on either Oregon or Villa, is going to dictate whether that's even in the pool still, and it is. So now OXG decide, do they go to a map that they've played 1 time this year and that TSM are 3-2 on, or do they take what it's a slightly safer bet and go for Oregon. Instead, they opt for the one that they've only got one play on this entire season. For TSM's part, 60% win rate so far. They hardly ever ban this map this year. 63% on attack, which is fantastic. But OXG's relatively low sample size on Chalet is going to make this one interesting. I'd even wager they probably think that this is or it's like you talked about it earlier, their perceived map pool, right?
Yeah, I think OXG's perceived map pool has Chalet in it. Like, they might not play it that much, but I think people do respect that they know how to play Chalet. So I don't know, if they're going to get points, I guess it's going to be today on Chalet.
Because it has to be. Kind of. The question is, the real question is, anyone confident enough in their ability to do that, to pick them in predictions? I don't know. That's going to be a tough call. Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. Preview of the desk. Let's check what our casters have to say first, though. Blue, Stokes. It's just going to be easy choice TSM?
Yeah, it's a no from us over here, Doa. Back to the analyst desk. You can mark us both down for TSM.
All right, there you go. Quick and short and sweet from our casters. We'll let you look at them for just a moment as we put the stats up there. There we go.
Oh, you passed me finally. Good job, 57%.
Oh, what are the scores?
Yo, Jesse, by the way, what's happening over there, bud?
I'm starting the comeback, Sam. I was at 33 to start the day, I think. Somewhere down there.
I'm sure that's what Oxygen's saying too, buddy. Well, we'll see how it goes, though.
Well, this one might be easy. We'll see if this is any free points or not. I think Oxygen will try to make that not the case, but that's what our casters have to say. We'll be back with them in just a moment. Now, the desk.
I think the important thing here for coming in for Oxygen is that, and it's something Newer's mentioned, they realistically aren't going to the major, but they are already realistically locked into SI. So if they can spend the rest of the stage trying out new things, trying to fix the problems that they currently have, I think they're going to be on the right track. Does that mean they're going to win this game? No, probably not. TSM's a great team. They're probably going to stomp them into the dirt. But if we can see some new things from Oxygen, whether they work or not, I'll be happy.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I don't think OXG is going to win this game, but I think they have the most potential to win this game. I think Chalet is a map that's very frag-oriented, lots of playmaking, and I think OXG's players are meant for that. So I think Chalet will be a good map for them, and I'm going to vote TSM, but I think OXG could get an upset.
They have the most potential to win this game out of teams in the NAL because no one else is playing in this game besides them.
Come on,
against
dude.
TSM. But it does work. It does work. I get what you're saying. Jacob.
Can't use that logic against him. Come on, it's his first day.
Oh, you know me. Jacob, what's it going to be?
I think for me, I'm very much in the same boat as Jesse in thinking that they do need to make a change or two somewhere along the road. And I think it's a little bit too late for them, as Newers has already demonstrated. They want Sweater to play in the places where Laxing was playing before, but I don't think it's the kind of thing where you can just rip him out and then try to put somebody else in, like a Fox or maybe, I don't know, a Vert or something, in order to really kind of fill the hole that Laxing's leaving. So I think they're going to keep on trying to do what they've been doing for these past couple of games. Problem is, it hasn't been working. TSM's a good Chalet team. I'm taking the black and white all day.
There you go. Well, I mean, we still got to find out what the Force of Chance has to say. Perhaps the only force that will pick Oxygen today. It's going to be TSM heads, tails for Oxygen. We'll flip the coin. What is it? Oh, no. It's tails. It's Oxygen.
It's prevented our jinx.
Yeah,
so
there
we
you go. We didn't curse him.
That's
we
true.
Didn't curse him.
We have found out in the past when everyone picks one team, the other team wins. Obviously, the fan vote's going to be TSM. I was even told that it's 80% TSM.
Yeah.
TSM fans are bad.
That's actually less than I expected. It does show you how many fans Oxygen does have out there. They're a great squad. It's just Stage 3 has been really rough with the 88%, I'm sorry, for TSM.
Oh, wow.
Still,
even less.
12% of fans out there. That's higher than 10. Well done, Oxygen, but you got to do better than that. If you're going to beat TSM, let's check out the community poll before we head towards the map. The question is, who's getting more plants down, Gasher or Dream?
Dream is a planter, despite his team's struggles.
He is indeed. Yeah, you can plant the diffuser. You don't necessarily have it go off successfully, but getting it down is getting it down, right?
As long as you get it down, you're playing more objective focused. I feel like TSM are probably still better in that regard because OXG are kind of all over the place. But
they are.
If Dream can get more plants down, it means OXG is doing way better. So I'm going to hope that Dream can do that.
All right, well, we'll find out. Quick break, and when we come back, we will see if Oxygen can start clawing their way back to a little bit of success in Stage 3, or if TSM will stomp them on their way towards their first major of the year. We'll find out right after this.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. It's time to get ready for our second matchup of the day. Oxygen still looking to prove themselves here in Stage 3 after departing from a longtime member, Laxing, and struggling to incorporate their new member, Sweater. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, we have TSM seemingly back in tip-top shape, or at least that's the appearance they've given off as of the last few matches. Stokes, what do you make of TSM and their chances in this matchup?
TSM chances specifically, I think that this is going to be a pretty swimming match for them.
Yeah.
I think they're going to more than likely come out of this 7-3, 7-4. I don't see this going to overtime. I think this is going to be a lot of Oxygen trying things and hoping that it works out for them. Their entire goal with the rest of the stage is to make sure that Sweater is comfortable enough to go to a LAN and be successful. They do not want to get grouped. They do not want to go out in quarters. They want to go there and have the potential to win. And I completely agree with that sentiment. I think that they should I think that they should continue to try and push for that and see if they can find success in other ways here. There's still a lot of silver linings, still a lot of matches to be played. We're actually technically not even at the halfway mark of our stage yet, because it's actually the next game that is the halfway
middle
mark
of the next
officially.
game
Yes, indeed.
If you really want to be nitpicky.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, there's still a lot of Siege to be played for Oxygen. I think there's quite a bit that they can get done with it in that regard. But overall, I think that we're just going to have a pretty interesting showcase to see what TSM can do on Chalet.
We'll have to wait and see indeed if TSM is going to be as dominant on it as they've appeared to be previously. In some of their most recent matchups, things have been going quite well for them. Meanwhile, as the analysis desk mentioned, Oxygen has really only brought this into play, I believe, once over the past year or so now. So it is going to be a return to grace and hopefully one that'll go well for them. They've been keeping this in their pocket for a while. Penguin mentioned it as well. This is more likely in Oxygen's perceived map pool, so they're not going to be any slouches on it, I don't reckon. But we'll have to wait and see, of course. It's been a while since they've actually shown it to us in public. Let's find out if it's still a strong map for Oxygen or if TSM is going to continue on their conquest.
Yeah, no scrim energy here, Oxygen. It's to the Alps. Chalet and its snowy lands will be our battleground here. How much blood will be spilled? Well, we'll just have to see. TSM will be starting us up on defense, and they're immediately going to take Nook off of the field. A fantastic choice to try and ban out on a map like Chalet, especially up a team like Oxygen. They like to go for some of those more interesting flanks and, you know, pushes at the mid-round, so it was a good thing to try and take away.
Fans are already coming in here. We got Nock and Flores. Interesting ones to start things out. Nock making perfect sense, of course, just due to the increased play we've seen out of her as of late and how useful she can be when she's playing. Flores still making perfect sense for this map. Of course, we have a lot of very interior rooms that can be hard to access for more direct forms of utility mitigation through nades or any form of launcher. So having those Rotera drones is going to help out tremendously in being able to deal with that and make the overall execute a bit easier. Valkyrie, again, we talked about it in the last match, but we'll just remind you guys once again, she is still very universally useful, even with the nerfs that have been given to her utility, and very much the same thing can be said to Azami, although of course she hasn't really suffered any nerfs as of yet, but still very universally useful, so is oftentimes a common pick to be banned out.
is going to leave a lot of things up on the defense. The biggest one being Mira. We don't see a lot of Mira play nowadays. She's still one of the most prominent bans on the defense, so she'll end up slipping through as we are still only on 2 bans for the offense and 2 bans for the defense. So let's jump right in here and see what TSM want to try and set up kitchen and dining like. This is not usually the first site that we see selected. You either have master or downstairs or sometimes even, bar gaming. But this time around, it's actually going to be kind of the off-site. Now, not an off-site in the sense of it's unplayable, but an off-site in the sense of this is probably the lowest selected site that we see on Chalet. So could be a pretty fun one to start us off.
Notice that the win range for the sites vary quite a bit on a team-to-team basis, though, so it's very stylistic in terms of which teams like to play into which sites, and as well, still with this map only having been in the pool for about a year or so, we're still kind of settling things in that regard.
Yeah, and it's always nice when you're on a map that has such a ripe selection of sites, right? Like you have all 4 sites that are doable. It's something like Cafe, right? Like you can play really whatever you want and find success there. So we'll see if TSM can get the ball rolling here in round 1. Kind of a more aggressive, trappy front that we have that they can try and fall back onto later if some of those more aggressive angles don't work out for them.
Very active lineup, though, from TSM. They definitely want to get in the faces of Oxygen, want to try and push the envelope right from the very first round. They obviously know that Oxygen overall as a team has not looked the strongest right now, and they're very much sort of in, not necessarily like, just for a lack of a better phrase, they're just kind of like reforming talks about how to potentially change up the lineups after they've swapped Sweater into Lexing's role, and that hasn't really worked too well. We're going to have to see if they try to change things up at all. Snake is going to make a big play, and he had a target above him, but is not able to aim towards it, more than likely going for someone else instead. So he's to back away from that quite quickly. The Bolo is met with success. He's able to find Newers at the very start of this round and strike first for TSM.
And you can see how wild this pacing is already from TSM. Snake is playing Smoke, by the way, just to remind you, and he goes for that swing out of the big garage door. And that's going to be Foxay going down. Oxygen are doing their damnedest to try and play some of these windows and hold off these angles that TSM can try and rotate through, but they've caught them time and time again. Sweater will finally be able to pick up one, but he's off on an island. It's going to make it so easy for Merc to slip through and take him down. Luckily enough for Oxygen, they'll stay in the race. Dream will take down Merc inside of Bathroom, but it's only up to him in Vertical, who's still on the Master Repel.
Not a super complicated round so far here as well. Oxygen trying to take that control over towards Solarium, having to contend against quite a few fights in the process, and unfortunately losing out quite a few of those fights as well. So now going to be at a 1-player deficit as we move themselves into the building. To be fair, they have gotten the access they need, but need to push a little bit further past the Solarium now and work themselves deeper into the building here, closer to the sites. I believe the entire top floor has also been cleared out, so they won't have to worry about anything there, but they do not know that yet because they're down to 2. Probably not too heavily on the drones at this point, so they're going to be making sure they still fully clear things out here on the 2nd floor, just to make sure no shenanigans are going to be left to be deployed here.
Well, they know one is over inside of Bar. I believe this is achieved. Yes, it is indeed. They've got a drone around here somewhere that's constantly pinging him. He'll turn on the ERC, some stuns in, and they're going to catch him, but no push just yet. He's going to swing out instead. 40 seconds remain, and Cheetah's doing a very good job of wasting time, but it's going to be an aggressive swing. He thinks Vertical's falling off the angle, but that gifted Oxygen exactly what they wanted. Dream's going to take some heat, though. He's forced back upstairs, and might try and play this out from the hatch.
Coming down to the final 30 seconds here. Snake as well as Gasher down to the 2 new pickups from TSM to clutch the rest of this round out here. Lots of more longer standing players on Oxygen. They'll have to close things out for the attackers. 15 seconds, as you can hear the announcer calling it out as well. Snake will take up a very aggressive position here as well, inside of the connector. They won't be able to spot him. They'll have to hop forward to be able to catch him, but they knew he went there. Gatcher, though, uses that to be able to bait his teammate, takes him down. Snake will still get finished off by Vert, but Vert needs to plant at some point in the next second here. He'll get it onto the ground, and now, where's the rush from Gatcher? Does he get there in time? Halfway through the plant, another second to go, and just not enough time for Vertical to successfully deploy the fuser and get himself off of it for the clutch. Round 1 goes to TSM.
I mean, you can already see Oxygen are doing a little bit better with the refrag game than what we did see last week, right? You know, the Chalet a little bit easier to pull off as well, unlike Theme Park, where there's just so much going on each floor, right? It's a very expansive floor. You have to have a lot of map control just at like a bare minimum in order to control a portion of Theme Park. Whereas Chalet, you can practically cut off a portion of the building by sitting on the proper window, right? So it's very well done from Oxygen, at least to try and battle back and keep that round alive from them. But what a play from Gasher there. They're able to trade things out, get that case back. back down. The positioning from Snake, pretty solid there, but kind of overplayed his hand because of that approach from the inside door. But either way, was building things up for Gasher to have a successful last 10 seconds rather than himself, just trying to get that trade out, and they did that successfully.
Oryx going to come in, and quite obviously, as you guys have seen it by now, for TSM, so we're going to add a little bit of that roaming capability to the formula for these guys this time around, especially when you consider they're playing into the basement site for round number 2 here. Definitely going to want that mobile capability that Snake will now bring to the table on Oryx.
Really, really interesting stuff, too, because if you remember back in the day, right, this wasn't that long ago, but for TSM inside of Stage 2, right, if you were looking at a position like Oryx, who would it be? It'd be Merc. Right? But if you look at their lineup now, Merc is on smoke. This is something that we usually don't see out of Merc. But, I mean, you could say that across the board for TSM. I think that this is a TSM that we haven't seen since the beginning of the year. If you didn't know, actually, 4 out of the 5 players of TSM at the current moment are inside of the top 10 for the league by rating, which is just absolutely absurd. TSM have been firing on all cylinders throughout Stage 3, and that's with 2 big pickups coming into the mix.
And so they're going to look to, of course, to capitalize on that even further in this game versus Oxygen. Definitely don't want to be one of the first teams to fall to them, given the start of the season that they have had. TSM will be looking to lock in the full 3 points from this matchup to once more bolster their chances still to go to the next major. Things developing quite slowly on this round, though. About a minute has transpired. No damage done to any party on either team. Actually, I'll correct myself. Dream took like a bullet worth of damage there, so he's sitting just a tad lower. But the real story is going to be here in Solarium, where we've got Bolo lined up for a fight. And meanwhile, yeah, Bolo getting executed in the meanwhile up towards Solarium. Mark as well, caught out by Vert. So a great start to this one for Oxygen, as they obviously dropped those 2 players, and that's on top of the damage that was already done to Achieved as well.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to hold off for the northern side, and they ended up getting iced out. So very well done from Oxygen, but now they have to try and get past the rest of this roam game from TSM, specifically Snake, who's got a few different pieces of utility around him to try and help himself out. He's got that proximity sensor down low on the fireplace door, so I'll know if anybody pushes in from the double. Ends up bailiffing this out, but it's going to be easy for Fox. The patience game working extremely well for OXG.
Slow and steady, winning the race right now for Oxygen, waiting for the correct opportunity to lock out the more aggressively positioned players on TSM. So far, they've caught them every single time on this round. A much, much cleaner showing from Oxygen. After that first round gave us a little bit of a messier show. Gasher trying to open up some sight lines, going deeper into the dining room, but is not going to be able to find much from it, unfortunately, at this point in the round. Less than a minute to go. Good drone being inserted as well. That's going to lock in the position for Achieved. He's already so low. Cannot take this fight, but he has to. He's the only one down here able to actually force back some of the pressure. Unfortunately, still is going to end up falling. Nice one tap coming in from Gasher. Tries to go for the 180 onto the second player, but Vertical gets the better of him. Oxygen now trade and lock in the scoreline at 1-1.
Slick, clean team play from Oxygen. They did everything as a unit. It did not make any move that was just outlandish, right? We didn't see Fox get overly aggressive on the top floor. We didn't see Oxygen just trying to throw themselves at site or, you know, try and just eliminate the player on Library Balcony. It was very decisive, especially with how quickly they were able to pick up those 2 kills onto TSM. Now, I will say I really appreciated TSM donning the mantle and making sure that they could still have some presence on that top floor and see if they could potentially get some big kills. But it really didn't accomplish all that much. Oxygen already got the damage done. They cut the building in half. They go downstairs into trench and they blow open the entire wide side. And not only that, but they also send Vertical on a late rotation down main. There's just so much pressure for these TSM members to try and deal with, and it's too much. The whole breaks and TSM let a round through.
All right, so TSM indeed letting one through the breach quite early on here. That's going to force some more new changes to come out of them. Interesting operator line going to come from TSM this time as well. We're going to have the Kona stations on Merc to allow for a little bit of fallback in the event that players take damage earlier on in their adventures out across the map. They can return to home base, fuel themselves right back up at those Kona stations, hopefully get back in the fight. That's not the only one as well. The Thorns also come out from Snake. They'll try to capitalize on a few of these players eagerly jumping into areas like the pool room window. Over towards games there. Can Opener is going to be using a quick access to the basement. No one from OXG is immediately going to follow that through with control, though. And we did see one other player from TSM go towards the stairway to try and lock that back out. So TSM is certainly aware of the situation and is looking to counter it once it becomes an issue.
do believe Sweater got tagged down low, but either way, Oxygen with a game plan right out the gates. I mean, we're only 45 seconds in. We've already got 2 people down low, and they are spearheading their way into this building. EE1D out Snake with a beautiful angle here, but Fox should check this. This balcony is usually a hallmark of the positions across this fireplace area. He doesn't want to try and go for it, and you can't exactly blame him. Be quite the aggressive front, and it's actually going to be vertical to take down Bolo with a single shot heard around the, well, map of Chalet, at least for the time being. That's going to be Bolo off the board. The smoke gone as well.
Starting out swimmingly once again for Oxygen, but it requires a very slow windup to be able to get to that point. As we continue to lead deeper into the round. I haven't seen a whole lot of map control be taken just yet here, but indeed, they're winding up towards it. You can see Merc ready with the Nitro, and he's going to be able to grab both of them. They fail to execute. There's even an incendiary bolt that comes back at him as well. Sweater will be able to catch that at least and unleash a trade onto Merc, but the damage is done in a 2-to-1 trade. It's now evened out the player count into a 3v3. Snake with the lineup to catch the ascent from the basement there, but is not going to be able to fully lock in the frag versus Sweater.
Oh, sweating right now is TSM as bullets are flying around this map, but they still have site control. A nice little play there from Oxygen to try and abuse the stairwell, but Snake will do it all the same, this time through the verticality. It's all down to Dream. The supporting member of Oxygen has to make things work for himself, but it's another Nitro cell in the pockets of TSM. It's sent into bar stock. It'll be sent sky high. TSM get away with the round.
Fitting that it ends how it started there with the Nitro finishing things off. The chaos began, of course, when we saw that double Nitro lineup. OXG, like I had mentioned there too, needing to approach things very slowly, very calculated. Unfortunately, that leaves a window of opportunity open for plays like that Nitro lineup. Beautifully done by the defense. And arguably an even better job done by Snake here on the upstairs hold as well, fending off pressure. Again, we saw him already contending against the attempts to swing up to the basement stairs after that breach had been opened at the beginning of the round, and even past that, was able to open up that stairwell and shut down 2 additional players later on in the round. Excellently done to ensure that the opening strategy from Oxygen was a moot point by the end of the round.
Yeah, that was the big thing right there, right? Shutting down that initial gathering of advances from Oxygen that we see taking Bolo down initially, at least for vertical. So, past that though, TSM able to bounce back in some pretty convincing ways. You really got to feel for the Lion on the balcony there as well, because that Nitro cell basically appeared out of thin air at the top of that window with that arc. So.
The worst part too, I mean, we mentioned this, but like that player was literally about to get burned out and probably taken down too. The second that Nitro blew up, there was an incendiary bolt that exploded in that player's position. Had he not got both of those kills, probably gets traded trying to cross back over into that hatch.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And now TSM the lead because of it. Gonna head back to kitchen as well as dining to see if they can get another round over on Oxygen. This is the first round that they were able to pick up, so looking to do it yet again here. This time around, though, they're going to have the Warden in play.
Slow roll once again for the first 30 seconds or so. Oxygen just want to try and check things on the interior of the building for their drone count, of course. Make sure that they have a good semblance of the type of shenanigans TSM may try to get up to in the first minute, especially after what happened at the start of the last round with that unfortunate double Nitro cell loss here. They do want to double check everything before they try to proceed forward. We are going to see some spray coming in from Merc as he gets a lot of pressure sent out against him. That'll force him deeper into the piano hallway, potentially even further than that towards the bathroom. We'll have to wait and see how much of a stand he wants to put up here. Once again, we are downstairs as well. This is just an extension at the moment from TSM up here.
That's the first minute off of the board. Oxygen, drone spun up, seeing if they can continue to propel themselves through this top angle. End up breaking open piano. Merc's gonna go on the hunt. Hasn't found anything. Hops outside. Nice. Sweater's not aware, and no one's there for the refrag. They don't even try and dawn the piano door. Worried that Merc could potentially have somebody in the wings to help him out even further. And remember, the site's still on the mid floor. They have to try and get into T1 and see if they can try and get something else done. A re-peek there from Merc. Newer's not exactly on low HP, but Merc willing to go for the duel.
Another nice Nitro sync here. That's 4 kills from Nitro cells in the last 2 rounds so far, by the way, folks, just in case you were wondering what that stat line looks like. Beautiful hold here from TSM just on their utility usage alone, but now their guns are about to be tested. Big play for Bolo as he gets both. The snap over to Dream to finish him off after he finds the head of Foxe. Beautifully played out. And it's now left only one standing, Vertical, who is just repel support, so he's really starting from ground zero on this clutch attempt as well. It's a 1v5. He has 0 map control, assumably a pretty weak intel base as well. It's only going to be whatever was preset by his teammates at the beginning of this round. Tough play here, and now he's been revealed once again by the motion detector upstairs. Actually downs that player above him, it's nicely done there, but not going to be able to get any further than that. A flawless round for TSM, as that player was technically never fully killed.
A beautiful round from TSM as they create a labyrinth on the top floor of rotations and angles abound that Oxygen constantly have to worry about. You can see them trying to hound Merc on this top floor, but Bolo with the decisive angle swings out and takes them down from the master closet. There's so many different areas that they're trying to worry about all at one time, and TSM are very aware of what the situation's like for Oxygen on that top floor. So great abuse of that and just snowballing it to quite the round there, so they'll take the lead 3-1.
I think overall TSM is just very aware of the general team situation that Oxygen is where they're not necessarily sure of themselves in a lot of situations right now, and that's leading to this slow play. And now TSM's realized this. They're like, yeah, these guys are like really slow rolling most of their takes, most of their clears, so they're taking huge advantage of that, trying to get right up in their face and just making these constant, unpredictable pushes directly into them that Oxygen are not ready to contend against because they're still thinking of themselves how to proceed forward with the usual strategy.
Yeah, there's definitely some lull moments still for Oxygen, but I'd say, like, overall in handbasket, they're doing a lot better. You can
still an overall improvement. I'm just more remarking on how TSM's looking to abuse the kind of, I guess, a fragile state that Oxygen's in.
Oh,
right now.
absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with you in that regard. This is, and if you're looking at it from TSM's lens, right, that's exactly what you want to be doing. You really want to be putting pressure on those pressure points where you know that Oxygen are going to give. And that's what they found. You know, when you have players like Bolo, players like Gasher that can go for these grandiose swings and not only be successful at it, but take a multitude of people with them, why wouldn't you in the first place?
Exactly the case. So we're going to see the electric ball come out. Indeed, it's going to get the trick. That's 1 out of 2 of the hard breach pieces gone now. Should still be able, actually no, because that was secondary EMP. I don't think that was actually
that was secondary
so
EMP, buddy.
They're out.
Yeah, it's all gone. And the other thing is with those electro claws and the secondary EMP being such a small radius, sometimes you miss the first one, so you have to use the second one. That's what we saw. He impacts the ground and then he impacts up top to get the first one. But obviously, with that in mind, Merc is allowed to put that other electro claw immediately on the ground when he sees that first impact go out. So very well done from Merc. He doesn't just kill people, John. He also plays utility pretty damn well.
So TSM, once again, off to a good start to things. They've been able to deny the snowmobile access point, an angle that Oxygen clearly would have wanted here, specifically for their post plant more than anything, but it would have helped to establish Overwatch for the plant itself, too.
This absolutely sucks right now for Oxygen. They're not able to get the wall open. Foxay's dead, Vertical's gone, Newer.
Wow.
Goodbye. TSM taking it to Oxygen. They'll remove the best player from stage 2 off the board. TSM looking for their second flawless here if they can muster it.
Sweater on the hunt here as he's moved forward. Has been able to clear things out on the library side, but this is exactly the area that TSM want them to have. Look at this setup. They're baiting him in perfectly for a double player cross as he moves in towards Piano. I think he realizes that was the potential setup, so he smartly backs away from that. He's like, nope, I'm not dying this way. And he's going to try to make it a play downstairs instead on the first floor.
His Spidey senses were tingling. He was like, TSM still has 5 people alive and there's no one peeking?
And I know there's at least one person upstairs.
Wait just a minute. You're trying to trick me, aren't you? Well, Sweater, we are. And, well, we're going to have some more forward peaks out of TSM when it comes to blue. Concussion's out, but Gasher's got a lot of bullets in that Alda, my friend, and he's more than likely going to let this chopper sing. Dream, he's got the swing, and he's down, dusted. Sweater will prevent the flawless, but is he dead to the world now? He will be. Bolo lands the shot. TSM go up by another.
TSM continue to make Oxygen fight for literally every corner of this map they want to take, and again, with Oxygen somewhat in a bit of a delicate state at the moment here, it is not playing well into their strategy of trying to slow roll this, trying to figure out what the strategy looks like and go for a big team execute. It's just not panning out the way they want to, and they need to try and speed things up or find a way to get in the face of TSM to change up the scope of things. They're going to take a pause now to figure things out.
They absolutely should, because that round right there shows a lack of adaptability. They didn't get the wall open, and then they had no idea what to do past that. Foxay gets up on K9, and he's just going to like have Overwatch over the main room, right? Fireplace hall on the balcony. But past that, what's the rest of Oxygen doing, John? Literally nothing. Nobody's trying to get another portion of the map. Nobody's going for map control or anything. They're biding their time, seeing if TSM are going to make a mistake. It's not going to happen. That's been this entire game so far for TSM is like, okay, how's Oxygen going to react with this situation? What's this scenario look like for us? And once they found their mark where they're like, okay, we're able to get aggressive in these instances and get the big kills that we need on Oxygen in these decisive moments, things have not looked great for Oxygen since that moment. So I really want to see them try and make some adaptations in the mid-round when their initial game plan goes out the window, because that's going to be a big thing for not only right now, because remember, we're past that. We're past the laxing thing. We're past everything. We're on to a new dawn, a new day, and trying to make this team as great with Sweater as we can be. So that's definitely something that they're going to want to try and get on lock before we reach something like SI.
We've got ourselves our community poll questions coming. Who's any more plans, Gasher or Dream? At the moment, the correct answer is a third one. No one, as far as I can tell at the moment. As unfortunately, Oxygen have been struggling to get themselves to the site. Seems like you guys are favoring Gasher, though, so we'll see if that's going to end up being true when TSM get themselves onto the attacking side, which is coming up actually right after this round. The last chance now for Oxygen to make an impact on the attacking side is coming up right here, and it will be against another bar defense from TSM.
Yeah, you know, we've been doing a lot of conversating about the rookies of Doc and Asian, but I don't think we've been speaking enough about Snake and Gasher, because these two have been putting on a show.
They clutched out round 2 solo by themselves.
Yes, indeed. And that's the thing, is like, they almost fit so well that it's like they were always here in the first place. That's the strangest thing about these two when it comes to TSM. And it's already working out again. Look how confident Snake is. I mean, he's walking around like he owns the place. He's already dealt damage to Foxay. Newers, fortunately enough, will finally take him down. So now we'll see how Oxygen want to react with the lead.
It's been good to see the difference between his performance at the Gamers 8 event as well, for Snake this is specifically, and how he's now come into the fold here for the actual NAL Playday. It's been much, much better. It was definitely a little bit questionable when we were seeing things back in Saudi Arabia, but it's ended up playing out much, much better here now. They've had a few more weeks to kind of sink him in, and of course, put Gasher with him
what
as
a
well.
nade.
Nicely done there, as Bolo is going to end up getting dropped at the start of this round, and that'll fall alongside the loss of Snake to Oxygen with a much better idea about how to handle the early round here for this bar attack. You can tell members of TSM want to try and make up the difference, but they are struggling to get anything done. It's such a swinging match right now. Oxygen either shutting down these rounds outright or failing to even get into the building. There's no in between, it feels like.
Yeah, you know what this feels like? It feels like we're almost watching Siege baseball. Oxygen steps up to the plate, TSM swings them, and they're like, all right, here's the pitch, and Oxygen wins the round. It's a home run, flawless. As Oxygen will take that and make it a 4-2 split. But you see exactly what I mean. Look at all the window play coming out from Oxygen in a lot of these different instances.
It's not like TSM necessarily changed anything there. TSM were still playing as aggressively as we've seen in previous rounds. This is finally, again, much like the first round, or I think it was the first round that Oxygen won. They're actually able to capitalize on it this time and properly shut them down. I think it was the second round. Thank you for correcting me. But yeah, you know, either way, Oxygen actually able to properly catch that this time, whereas the other 4 rounds just not able to, unfortunately, capitalize on TSM's own aggression there. So a little bit of mixed result, but again, the core message is better than what we've been seeing the past few weeks here from Oxygen, and now they've got a real chance to swing things around as they dictate the play style, they dictate the pacing from this point forward, as of course they're on the defense.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but have you ever tried to put a lion in a cage? It's pretty difficult, I would assume, at least. So that's basically what Oxygen is attempting with TSM, at least when TSM's on defense, right? They're like, okay, listen, I need you to stay inside of this little box over here. Can you do that? Sorry, sir, no, I can't. I'm going to continue to take these gunfights and try and pull some very key pieces of utility away from you. And that's kind of the name of the game that we saw from TSM. Past that, a little bit of timing abuse at certain moments when Oxygen was just kind of being lackadaisical, didn't exactly know what they wanted out of the round going forward, and TSM was able to punish them in that regard as well. So all in all, quite a good hap for TSM. But you can say the same for Oxygen, as John was saying. It's good to see them actually breathing some life.
We're going to see a heavy initial capitalization from Oxygen on the intel game here, as we're not only going to get the Maestro, of course, for the Evil Eye cameras when they are forced to play into the site in the dying moments of the round, but Foxay on the pulse too, trying to figure things out for the early round here, see where exactly the push is going to come from. You can see he's already working on that down below on the first floor, getting the intel for the library clear as he has 2 other teammates upstairs on the second floor, trying to contend against that and find trades here, if at all possible.
A hallmark character for Foxay, and not only that, but he is indeed the IGL for OXG. Newers, what a shot on Bolo, but Merc, he's there and he's ready. We'll take him down, but that's going to be the lion off the board, and obviously those Malusis will stick around to slow down TSM's assault.
Definitely OXG getting a more effective trade out of that one. Not even really much of a choice for Newers either. Pretty much was dead regardless, had no real way to safely escape his position, so had to try and take at least one with him, and he succeeds in accomplishing that goal. Vertical going to get caught out of absolutely nowhere, though. Nicely shot out here as he'll be down. Not going to be finished off just yet. We'll see the Twitch drone roll in here, trying to figure out the position of that downed player. They're going to attempt it down. He'll just take an ADS, maybe 2 with him for Vertical, getting res as a trade for that one. And he'll move in. The Twitch drone will try to finish things off. I don't think it's going to accomplish that goal. They need a little bit more damage to that. So Vertical will be back in the fight.
Well, Vertical and Sweater want to try and stick their guns on the top floor. They have Dream in tow as well. Snake pushing his way up the library hall. All of TSM built upon this area at the current moment. This is going to be the mid-floor, kitchen and dining, and Foxy is going to have a solid read on the situation no matter where TSM want to try and position on this top floor. That cardiac sensor will continue to pay off. He's not using it as of right now, but TSM hasn't gone for anything too bold just yet. Vertical's going to be sitting in behind the boxes on the master bed. This is such a cheeky spot. You actually can't see the head of him when you move in through the door. Oh, back and forth we go. They're going to end up blowing up the wall. Merc will be able to take down one. He's ready for Vert down low, though. That's a triple for him. Sweater picks up one. The bailiff! Oh, my! Sweater hits him with the drop shot. Must have been playing the beta this weekend or something like that. Gasher and achieved the last 2 remaining for TSM. Achieved on very, very low HP, and the shoe's on the other foot.
Foxy falling back deeper into the basement here, wants to go for a reposition towards the other side, towards the top of blue stairs instead, more than likely. Meanwhile, TSM have frozen themselves to really try and figure out where exactly these last 2 players are. For Foxy, they won't really be able to figure that out quite easily. As like we said before, he's gone for a big rotate. Sweater might be a little bit more out in the open, but as you said, perfect positioning for Foxy here. He's got the crunch against the take. Even if it goes well for TSM, I'm almost positive they have not read into this position for Foxy. And here he goes to shut them both down. Beautifully clutched out, beautifully played by Oxygen as they're coming back into it quickly to start the second half.
We were talking about their lack of adaptations on offense, but this defensive side, though, it's looking a little diffy, John. Liking what we're seeing so far. Yeah, Vertical kind of overplays his hand, but fortunately enough, he gets back up. That'll make this trade for Merc possible. And also Sweater with a heck of a play inside of Solarium, embarrassing TSM with the bailiff and making it to where they're within shooting distance now. They can tie things up with round 8.
Let's see if they're going to be able to fulfill that now. There we go. 4-3. Still TSM in charge, but quickly losing control over their lead here. They will have to bring things back under their control, or Oxygen is potentially going to take the lead and begin to run away against TSM of all teams. This would certainly be a moral victory. More than anything, if they're able to follow this through and win it, and TSM will not be happy about it. So let's see how they can rebound into this now and take control of this next situation for themselves. Time moving to take down, of course, on the prep phase. Not seeing anything earth-shattering here as far as Oxygen's setup is concerned. We are going to see, of course, departure from the Pulse. A lot more useful for that previous site compared to this one. And for the most part, all our players will be playing in this direct area. Not going to need to expand too much beyond this, but we are going to see a little bit of it over towards the Master side of things as well as the Office there, just to try and sustain a little bit extra map control against TSM.
Yeah, and even if you did want to play down low on a site like this, you're usually going to end up getting spotted out, and that's why we're not going to see Oxygen go for it. If you remember, on their offensive side, they immediately went for Snowmobile Garage. It's because of that kind of positioning that Oxygen doesn't really want to risk it. I mean, Pulse is a really, really solid choice, but he's somebody that you want to work in every once in a while, not every single round, because then TSM is going to go witch hunting on the bottom floor, and you're going to have a dead Pulse on your hands. Not exactly a fun thing to try and deal with. So instead, it's going to be Newers down low here, but obviously, he's aware of the situation. Oxygen have already gotten the initial information going here for their defensive end, knowing that TSM is clearing in from this far side, working their way to the main parts of the building. Achieved has a nice cut down low. There's nothing to really prevent him from trying to smash in through the Snowmobile Garage, so TSM seemingly wanting to take their time and slowly walk Oxygen back towards their site.
A lot of wind up for not a lot of action so far in the first half of the round being played out. Now TSM will start to prep themselves to move forward past it. This time will begin to necessitate them getting this extra amount of control. Oxygen, though, remaining nice and composed. Foxy, of course, in the power position right now, having to contend against a lot potentially being thrown at him from TSM. He is eventually going to be forced into a fight, and it seems like he may want to be taking it a bit earlier, and it would have been thrust upon him. Merc still ends up winning it, though. First kill of the round finally goes over to TSM. It took a minute and 30 seconds to get there, but they finally are able to claim it for themselves, and I believe that's most of the upstairs control now falling to them too. Vert, now the only player that's going to be able to change that up.
Well, you got to go for something eventually, but it's going to be a swing and a miss from Foxy. Vertical, he's been droned out up top. There's so much time for TSM to process this as well. There's still frag grenades and achieved hands past that. Sweater trying to hold things down at the top of blue. Bolo will finally pick up Newers, but that's on a different end of the map. Vertical's still up top. Remember, Sweater's here on blue, but now Vertical's gone dead to the world as well. TSM, they're quickly, with a hastened pace, making their way towards a 5-3 scoreline. Dream doing his damnedest to try and find an angle where he can try and deal some damage to TSM. They've practically taken nothing this entire game. Merc here tries to go for the swing, but no, it's actually going to be Sweater that goes down to Bo. Dream's got a flank, he's got one. He's ready for the blue swing, but nothing coming of it. TSM finally make their way towards site, but it's going to be Merc yet again with the F2 to take down the lone member of Oxygen.
So there we go for TSM, quickly retaking that control back for themselves. Just a slow process of elimination here against Oxygen. No crazy tricks or anything needed to be able to attack the bar site. Just slowly bleed out or pinch out the players on the upstairs hold, and then proceed accordingly down into the actual site. A few curveballs being thrown at them by the downstairs players, but for the most part, again, TSM always having constant control over that scenario.
That exactly is what Oxygen was looking for on the offensive end when they were trying to play very similar pathing to what we saw from TSM. Get on the windows, wait things out, see if somebody wants to try and swing you, and then maybe a lone Fox will try and peek you from a balcony or something like that. And that's exactly what we get. Fox makes a little bit of a blunder there, goes for the swing, the coin flip onto the player playing K9, but Merc is ready for that situation, and he starts things off for TSM. Oxygen only able to muster a single kill in round 8, and that's led into this, where they're going to shift things, throw it across the map, and go up to Master to see if they can get a successful defense.
All right, well, let's see if they can indeed lock in a second defense for themselves, keep things within 1 round's reach of the tie, or if not, TSM is going to be able to push us up to map and match point here at 6-3 if they're able to win this one. Oxygen, though, may want to throw something over at our players from TSM this time around. You can see Newers lined up here on the second floor, ready to potentially make a play against the swing up that usually comes over here towards this window, but hasn't found that opportunity just yet here. Trying to play it off of sound as well as the timing, but it doesn't seem like anything's going to align for him, especially now that a drone has rolled by and more than likely is somewhat aware of his position around here.
Yeah, great situational awareness there from Newers as well. As soon as that single panel window blows open, he throws himself back out on the balcony. And this is exactly where he needs to try and stay. If he can get a kill here as well, that would be gorgeous. But we saw what happened to Foxade the last time here. Some pre-firing going through. Newers is going to back off. More than likely a little worried that there could potentially be some info on him at the current moment. I do believe he saw that shock coming out of the Twitch drone as well, so knows there's more than likely some info game going on around this mid-floor. Oxygen's going to scamper off to the 4 corners of the earth and see if they can try and delay this TSM offense a little while longer.
Much like the previous round, a lot of build-up, not a whole lot of action just yet. Oxygen want to try and delay this to the site hole so they can properly trade off of each other and so they can bait TSM into the setup, play this the way that they want to play instead of the other way around. Problem is, though, they also attempted to do the same thing on the previous round, and TSM was still was given enough time to successfully figure out the setup and counter it. Sweater, in the meanwhile, has been downed, I believe, across from the first floor over into the actual site. It's potentially what enables that to happen, and indeed, that is the case. He's down over here in dining room. Will be revived, though, is the good news, since it is just a sudden peak that manages to grab Sweater and down him. The player from TSM that does the deed is not going to have the confidence to fully follow it through and go for the outright kills. They probably knew the support was there from Foxade. Sweater still in it, but obviously at very low HP now. Nades chucked in. This is going to do some pretty decent damage to Vertical, as well as he'll be dropped down to just over 50.
Minute remains for TSM to get in and find a home for this case. Still plenty of drones to fish out any Oxygen members, but it's Newers to fish one of his own first, and it's actually Merc, the top frag of the entire lobby at the current moment. Sweater with a nice angle and that EBR in hand, so more than likely some kills coming his way very soon. Still have some smokes in the pocket of Dream as well. In fact, all of them minus the one that he just tossed. Still has 2 there. Bolo will be able to take down one. It's immediately traded. TSM, they're not trying to go for the full bore play just yet, trading things down. Snake looking for the pulse down low, and he'll find it. That's a dead Foxay. So now Oxygen will have to be worried about both ends of the field all at the same time. But can TSM find a place to actually try and extend this round?
Tense moment here as TSM, seemingly ready to make the play, is going to lose a player initially on the peak here. They built it all up. They don't have enough prowess seemingly though to get themselves into the actual site. Snake now alone in the 1v2. Oxygen are giving him nothing. He's got to take it all and he won't be able to grab it. Dream finishes off those last 2 kills and Oxygen continue to hold on as they still sit 1 round away from the timeout, what would be a 5-5.
Much better control from Oxygen. Really slowing things down and not giving TSM nearly as many opportunities to try and get a man-up advantage as we saw inside of the previous one. Especially for Newers, he played the situation out on the balcony so swimmingly. It was fantastic. Jumps over that, able to extend his life and even make it back towards site. Now, TSM did do a very bang-up job of being able to prevent the pulse play from down low, but in that, it made it to where the timer continued to dwindle. They still had to try and wait for Snake to get something done down low past that moment, whether it be a flank through Solarium or just trying to regather over near the piano door. Either way you look at it, it was pretty hard fought. Oxygen had a lot of lines of sight built up for specifically the piano area as well as the office, making it nigh impossible for TSM to try and slip through and get that case down.
So the attack is in and pretty much done now for TSM. We'll go back to the game in just a second and see what exactly they've been able to discuss in this downtime, figure out where their issues are coming from, maybe find easier ways to get that first pick, or just overall gain access to the inner sanctum of Oxygen's defense, which has been a bit of a problem for them the past 2 rounds. Was able to make it work, of course, on round number 8, just through the slow process of eliminating these players out, but for the last round, things became way too troublesome. And as we saw at the time, forced to run out. Never really able to line up the true execute they wanted to work themselves towards. So looking to make that up here on round number 10 now, as we will have that downstairs holding kitchen for Oxygen to play into.
All right, well, TSM looking to push themselves onto that penultimate point. Looking to try and build this up and take it in regulation. Now, honestly, I didn't think that we'd see Oxygen make it past this moment. I thought that at max we'd get a 7-4, so anything past this is obviously boding quite well for OXG, especially with how the stage has started off. So I definitely say that they're getting their confidence back.
Definitely looking like it's the case here. And once again, the strategies are coming into the fold as well. The team looking a lot better than we had seen over the past few weeks here, as they're able to contend against one of the best in the league right now. And once again, they do so right from the beginning of the matchup here. Nicely found from Foxe, catching the opening roam from Bolo just to get himself lined up to make his initial entry into the building. Shuts that down outright and denies all 3 of the Nomad charges that would have been very useful for countering out later flanks against the downstairs push as well.
Well, Snake is going to find himself some succulent information on the ground that Inox working out for him and finding those toes. So now Oxygen will have to worry about someone hammering that home. He's going to use his second scan there to find somebody else up top, and this also confirms what op they are running, so that helps TSM in that regard as well to know what utility is on the field. Foxy's back on the pulse, so this top push here for TSM will more than likely be known, especially if he's doing his job properly. Merc will try and work his way forward. A single shot will be sent his way, but it won't catch his knees. So TSM looking to see if they could potentially get some assistance with this top clear here, and honestly, they may need it. Newers and Sweaters on the receiving end of this one, so TSM looking to try and get a resurgence of players up top before they go for anything too drastic.
Sweater certainly with the confidence to take these fights, but none have actually been thrust upon him as of yet. There we go, though. Merc leaping into it. Gasher, too. Sweater keeping up with the transfers the entire time, just not able to actually lock in a frag against one of them. TSM still going to capitalize on the confusion, though, to get out one of the Ash charges to deal with the deployable shield there, hopefully negating out any additional pressure from Oxygen in that particular angle.
Foxe trying to get the kill onto Achieve to the floor as well. That cardiac sensor worth its weight in gold this round, as he's been able to dictate everything from downstairs for Oxygen. They're playing this to a T and looking to tie things up. Achieve shifts over to the master window. He's got a gunfight. He's got a dead vertical. It's 4-4. Oh, this timer still favorable for both ends, but TSM have got to work this quickly. This is where all of that adaptability is really going to come in handy. But unfortunately enough for them, Achieve will be blown sky high by a nitro cell. TSM, it's looking more and more worrisome for them. Trying to get their head wrapped around this building. They're on 2 completely opposite ends of the earth. Trying to see if they can get any foothold on this site. Oxygen still trying to see where TSM's working their way in from as well. Cardiac sensor out, and it's going to be a dead Fox. They even knew Merc was there. Merc almost with 2, but the flick doesn't work out. Sweater to go down. Snake's going to drop in. It's a 2 versus 2. It's a 2 versus 1. Oh, no. It's a 1 versus 1. Oh my God, Dream! Oxygen lock him out. It's 5-5 here on Chalet.
Snake had Dream within an arm's reach, but couldn't close his fist. So close for the players on TSM, but Oxygen, and more importantly, Dream, is able to shut things down, keep the hopes alive for the green and black roster at home here. Just 2 more rounds is all they need now to secure things and potentially steal a full 3 points right out of the hands of TSM. Very much in the cards with the way the past few rounds have trended. Even worse for TSM, they've already used their tac pause. They're not going to be able to get themselves out of this to figure out what's going wrong anymore. Any adjustments they discussed in the previous pause, like 2 rounds back, that's all they can rely on now, going into the final 2 rounds of regulation.
Now, this has been the stage for Dream, let me tell you. He's always been a fantastic option for Oxygen, but this stage, he's really stepped up to the plate in a lot of different regards, and we see it right here. The fragging power comes to light at a moment where they need him most. They'll tie things up against TSM. But not only that, pretty sure we've already gotten our tac timeout used by TSM, if I remember correctly. So this could get to be quite worrisome here in a moment.
Let's wait and see here now as TSM bringing a new fold into this lineup here. Still going to be relying pretty heavily on the Dokkaebi for Bolo here, and no Sweater with the lineup against Bolo. Nearly negates out what would have been the phone calls, of course. Can't find the full lineup, though. That gun just goes a little bit too wild after the first few bullets at that type of range, so unable to secure that opening kill, but certainly going to put the fear into TSM to some extent. And now after that kill has gone through, Snake in position seems to be the one consistent factor, even with TSM struggling here. Snake saves the day, trades it back down into a 4v4.
Well, a 4-4. Both of these teams,
Nice
I thought
Gasher.
we were going to have a quiet look there, but Sweater, he wants even more. Gasher will take him down, and then hits him with a question mark. I mean, hey, Gasher, you got to gamble every once in a while. You know, if you weren't looking at the window, then Sweater totally kills you. But unfortunately, it goes the other way, and Gasher gets another frag, making this a little bit easier for TSM to try and work with these last 2 minutes.
Oxygen having to retreat down into the basement now with no other real choice, unfortunately. Outnumbered, not a lot of positioning to play into. Vertical is going to go on a little adventure in the meanwhile, though. He's been able to proceed up through the front stair. I think he's going to try to wrap his way over in through the dining room, see if there's going to be any potential late round flank he could work his way towards, especially if TSM will try to play around the blue stairs or, of course, the metal stairs to work their way down into the basement itself. Drones are moving in that direction as well. You can see Oxygen having set up on the main stairs to counter that out specifically. There is no EMP, so no way to get the opening done over by the snowmobile garage. They could technically try to throw frags in there, but again, that's going to be gambling on the magnets not eating those up, especially when we consider that we're already down to the minute and 20-second marker. We'll have to wait and see if TSM can actually get this thing open here, as it's only the Thermite standing outside right now. Like I said, just not going to be workable. We do see as well a cross finally being established. Vertical going to potentially have the opportunity to activate himself here. Not going to find it immediately, though. Bolo strikes true against Dream, is able to find him on his quest up the stairs. Foxay now preoccupied. He moves forward, though. Catches Snake, takes him down. A second player with the case as Gasher is eliminated. That's the entire outside force. He doesn't necessarily think so, though, but he should be able to analyze this when he realizes that that's the Thermite he took down here. So we'll realize there's no additional threat coming from the snowmobile side.
The logic bombs went through. It's down to Bo and Achieved. 2 frag grenades on Achieved, 2 smokes on Bo. He's still got a drone as well, but it seems to be occupying the flank at the moment. 30 seconds. They're going to try an entry. One of the mags is going to eat up a smoke. He'll get the second one in. A beautiful nade from Achieved will take down Foxay. Then the other one's in blue. A nade out, but luckily for Vertical, he's got a mag there. It'll go off. He goes for the swing. The case in. It's starting to get planted inside
angle.
the smoke. Achieved has it. He'll shut down Vertical, who tries to just walk into Snowmobile Garage. Doesn't work out for him. Immediately gunned down as he should be. And TSM will maintain the lead.
TSM just barely preserving their lead. Now only by 1 round, Oxygen have a real opportunity here to swing us into overtime if they're trading this one back and be able to activate things. Steal away at least that 1 point for themselves. Finally get themselves on the board for the season here. and start to see where exactly they can push themselves. As we talked about, folks, in last week's games, for the most part, Oxygen's chances of actually going to the major pretty much dead in the water. I think it's like less than a 1% chance now that they have at this point, so not really playing for that, but they can still play to improve their overall game, and of course play spoiler to quite a few other teams here as we're seeing against TSM right now.
Absolutely. You know, and I think this is the perfect time to say this because I don't know if we're going to have another round where it's going to fit in quite as well. But for Oxygen, you're doing great, boys. Just continue. Keep going, keep pushing. Everyone is looking like they're starting to be themselves again, especially for Foxay. He's making some plays here. He's having his moments, and that's a lot to do with one person, right? Foxay is now the IGL. There's so many things to be worrying about all at the same time, and then you're trying to make these big plays that could be game changers. It's just quite a bit of stress. I mean, even past that, Sweater having a heck of a game, and you could say that really across the board, each one of these players having that highlight moment. So definitely great to see Oxygen just getting some fresh gusts under their wings. So see if it continues on, if they can stay in this hot air and continue to float through stage 3 on this line of improvement. But for TSM, they're looking to take this in max regulation, 7-5. About 30 seconds in here to our potentially last round. TSM building things up like they normally do. The only thing working its way in that's a little abnormal has got to be the Thatcher here on Merc.
A real slow roller once again from TSM. They've been forced into that play style just because Oxygen has been too unpredictable in the opening moments of the round here. Unless they have an area of the map outright empty, like we're kind of seeing here on the inside of the library. It's somewhat surprising, I imagine, the players on TSM, considering the amount of utility that's committed to this. So they might want to check it one or two more times with the drone. And indeed, they are going to go back onto the drone just to do one little circle here and make sure they don't have anyone else standing in their way so they can commit themselves to the inside of this. Newers ready for the challenge up here on top of Ego. At the same time, expecting the player to be physically on the balcony, not on rappel, so has to back away from that. Over to it.
Oh my
God! Is hitting one of the craziest flicks I've ever seen. Now TSM still have to find a way to trade him back out. What are they going to do from this point forward? Snake won't even know what hit him right there. Newers, though, realizes that enough is enough. Tries to escape, but unfortunately can't get out of there. Merc is able to catch him for the front door.
The gods themselves, Ares, just coming down and blessing the MX4 Storm there. A weapon of war, rips Snakes to shreds as soon as he peeks through the library. What a shot from Newers, but it doesn't go past that moment. It's a 4-4 right now. TSM, they still have to try and get into sight past that shock and awe play that we just saw out of Newers. The first bullet hip-fired out of that MX4 Storm hits him right in between the eyes. I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
Newers is on the comms. They're like, guys, I better get my cost for this round. Oh no, the plant, but he's not actually going to hit it. He's hitting the top of the thermite charge. Gave him the warning bell, and now Gasher, with the wall open back up, he's going to be able to swing around, go into the site, start the plant as well. It's falling to pieces for Oxygen, and that excellent shot from Newers may be a moot point at the end of the day. Dream now alone, but he's got that clutch ability as well. One kill's gone his way, but he's lost a lot of health here in the process of picking up that kill. Tries to spam in down below as well, opening up another angle, but as he rocks back over, it's to the SMG-11, where he'll take away half of the HP from Achieve. Dream now trying to move in. He wants the shotgun fight, but TSM are smart about this. They're not giving it to him. They're extending it as long as they need to shut down and win the game. As it does fall to TSM when everything is said and done, but I think it took a heck of a lot longer than everyone at home thought it was going to be.
Well, TSM, they're the fire, as Newers is the spark. He activates the team, and they take control of our last round in regulation. What a game in between these two. Merc ended up at 14-8, and Oxygen getting things done across the board. We love to see it, forcing TSM almost into overtime here on Chalet.
So no points for Oxygen out of this match, unfortunately, as they failed to take it to OT, but overall a massive improvement to the team's performance when we look at the previous 4 Playdays. Hopefully a sign of things to come, not only throughout the rest of this week, but throughout the rest of Stage 3. And indeed, nice pop-off coming in from TSM here, as they have had a very successful Stage 3 so far, and this is something that's been evading this team all year. A huge, amazing, you could say, start to the year, obviously, as they claimed the World Champion title, but it has been a struggle to put them on the right road from there. Things may be finally going the right way, though, here in Stage 3. That'll do it for the two of us for right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we do come back, we'll have your analysis ready to break down this very fun match.
Just another sunny day in Southern California. It's where the people came to play. Don't let them transform you. Come and see what you've been missing on a little slice of heaven. It's the only place we're living. It's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime fun. You and I carefree attitude. Who cares what the people think? It's been turning kinda gray in Southern California, but I'm allergic to the rain. What happened to euphoria? Don't worry about it, damn thing. I'm too excited. Dark liquor with the palm trees. It's all or nothing, ooh, it's all or nothing. Ignore the signs and socialize. Come and see what you've been missing on a little slice.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Here at the Analyst Desk, your host Doe here with Jesse Jacob and our special guest Penguin. And over in Las Vegas, we have none other than the victorious Bolo joining us from Team TSM after their win over Oxygen. And yeah, that one maybe was a little bit closer, I think, than you guys expected, but you got it done. Coming into this one, it's almost like there's a little bit more pressure, right? Because this is a team that's been struggling a lot, right? You come in as TSM doing very well. Do you almost feel more pressure sometimes going up against a team that you know is better than their record has shown?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the pressure really gets to us. We've always had high pressure, high expectations, and it's just kind of, it's nice that we can show off some success with the new boys on the roster, and keep the TSM name shining.
Bolo, I wanted to ask you a little bit of what happened last week, because you had kind of a rough game, Playday 3 against Astralis. You ended up losing that one, and then you came back and beat the Soniqs really badly. Great game for you guys in match 4, and you particularly had kind of poor stats in that first game, really strong performance in that second game. So what do you think the difference was between matches 3 and 4 for you last week?
I guess the real difference from the match versus Astralis to Soniqs was, like, I don't think we were really prepared necessarily. It was kind of we didn't think it would go the way it went on the maps, but we learned from it. You're going to learn the most from a loss, so it was just kind of, it happens, and performances, same thing that happens. I'm still getting comfortable with some new roles here and there, but we fixed out all the issues on that. And Soniqs, we played a map that we knew we were going to do. We practiced all the stuff that we said we were going to do, and came out on top on that one.
Nice.
So it was just kind of like a fundamentals.
One thing we noticed in the game while watching was you guys were a bit slower on the attacks. Was that something that was like pre-planned for OXG, or just kind of like a pacing thing in game?
I mean, for the attacks, we kind of knew that they were going to get rowdy. OXG, whenever they're at a disadvantage, they're down in rounds, down a man, they just get stupid. So we just kind of had to go slow and just countered it.
You've already had 5 games now with the 2 new guys on the team, and obviously I remember seeing what your general manager had said from before about the way that you were trying to fix some communication problems. 5 games in, do you think that's kind of already been addressed, or do you think it'll probably still take a little bit more time to get to exactly what you're hoping it'll be?
I think, we all have our issues. The new guys are still working out all their little things. They're rookies. They're rookies in PL, so they got a long way to come. But I think it's coming along nicely. Gasher and Snake are really holding true to a solid player for TSM.
All right. Well, congrats again on the victory today, TSM, on the right track to get back to a major where I think the fans all agree you belong. So good luck with your game tomorrow, and thanks for chatting with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the time. BulletMerch.com.
he had to get the shout out. He had to get the promo in there at the end. But hey, that's a businessman. Underneath the heads that are clicked, it's a businessman.
He's earned it. I think he got the win. He got to go in the interview. Then that's his right.
There you go. Well, there you go. 7-5 over Oxygen. I thought for a second there, I thought we might be going to our second overtime game of the day, but not the case. TSM 2 in a row at the very end to put it away.
Man, there were improvements from OXG in this game. I think not just because it's a TSM team that does have some of those slower attacks like you mentioned, but I do think that this is a good step in the right direction. Honestly, for both teams, I feel like TSM was probably going to come in and they understand the way OXG is playing, especially given it's meant to be that kind of one-for-one thing where Sweater is trying to come in and play those roles from before. So TSM knew what kind of OXG to expect. It wasn't a surprise, and it was a good back and forth contest. I loved it.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how kind of Noors needs some help. 5-1 on entry in that game. They still managed to throw a good chunk of those advantages. I think he got a little bit more help. I think Fox was really getting active and having a good game on a couple of those rounds specifically. But in the end, of course, just not enough. I'm happy we saw changes, though, right? We did see Oxygen changing up the roles a little bit. You saw Sweater was constantly on Zofia, more of an aggressive role. Vertical kind of took some of those, kind of flank watchy type roles. Zero, Thatcher, Dokkaebi, all being run by him. So I'm glad we saw something different from Oxygen. Although they lost this game, I'm very pleased to see at least some things are being tried out.
Yeah, I agree. I think, even though OXG didn't win this game, I think we definitely saw some things moving in the right direction. And I think as time goes on and getting prepped for SI, I think we'll see more and more of Oxygen making those improvements and changes that they need to be, again, like a top 4 team.
This is the time to experiment. And if they don't take it for some reason, I question kind of where their heads are at right now with this change about whether, public perception of them is kind of getting to their heads or something like that. It totally might when you're looking for anything good to come out of 3 straight losses. It's now 5 straight losses at this point, but still it's very, very micrometer little improvements that you have to make over time like this.
Yep, that's right. Looking ahead to SI for Oxygen. In the meantime, putting on a bit of a show today, taking it close against TSM anyway, but TSM with the win and TSM with the focus of our replay. And it's not just 1 round, it's not just 2 rounds. Oh no, we have a highlight of Merc plays to digest. Jesse, take it away.
I think Merc had some really impactful rounds, especially in the first half, coming in through on defense for TSM. To start this off, we all remember it. What a beauty C4 going out to retake man advantage. Fox and Noors stacked up, the 2 most important players, I would say, from Oxygen in this game. Very next round, Falls out with the jump out for the opening pick. And then the round after that, round 5, what's happening? Well, there's an Electroclaw trick that happened earlier in this round where he stopped the wall from being opened, didn't allow Dream to get that wall open. So that was a hugely important thing that happened before any kills even happened there in round number 5. And then round 7 as well, able to go in for a little 2-piece. You see a bit of an even man count 4v4, 1, and then pops it open ready for the second one. Vertical on the ground, beauty play from Merc with the F2.
Yep, he's able to still play in that aggressive way. He had the most kills of anybody in the lobby so far. I feel like a lot of the conversation, obviously, when you've got 2 new guys on the team, is going to go towards those new guys and maybe how some of the existing players, if they need to change something up, are going to do that. I feel like Merc probably hasn't gotten talked about as much as he should so far this stage. I think he's been a massive reason for why the new guys have been able to integrate so seamlessly so far over these past couple of weeks. So Merc is still doing what Merc does, but it's nice that he's been a little bit more unleashed or kind of allowed to do his thing so the new guys can kind of follow in behind him.
Yeah, I don't think Merc gets as much of the spotlight as he deserves. I think, in this game especially, he was impactful in every round he played.
Yeah.
So I think, he does it often as well. So I think Merc is also, a very impactful player for, like you said, the new players to come in and almost learn from.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we got to move right along. Sorry, because we got another game coming up. It's going to be DarkZero versus Spacestation Gaming, the main event, as some would say, coming into today. But we've had some exciting games already. This one may be the most. Don't go anywhere. NAL returns in just a few.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
This year has been kind of weird for us. We're a team that's used to being top 4 almost every stage, and these last 2 stages, it's pretty much come down to the last game of the season, which decides if we go to the major or not, and we've lost both of them.
I think our worst stage 2 performance is hard to really nail down. It's like a big picture thing, just because the stage was so close. Like, we were 2 points away from taking first, and I mean, I think we kind of squashed any of our issues early. Whether it's complacency because we already won or whatever like that. I think that was addressed pretty quick.
I actually think the identity of this team is going to be a very different look from what people are expecting it to be. I think people are expecting it to be kind of like the same old SSG, we make a change, but we're still kind of structured and, we move slow. It's not like that anymore. It's actually a complete flip from what it used to be. I think that to the new role, everybody's in their desired role and everybody's in the right spot where they're supposed to be, and Yeti brings a lot of teamwork, team cohesion, stuff like that. So we're playing a completely different style of Siege, and I think it's going to catch everybody off guard.
What I feel like I bring to Space Station is obviously a lot of energy. For them, they had Skies. Skies is much more of a chill person, not as much energy flow just coming radiating off him.
A lot of people think we knew Hyper was going to leave the team, but we actually didn't. We actually didn't really change much. I'd say Paul and I kind of play the easier roles. You kind of just pick a good op and you shoot people. And Skies, he was never dropped from other teams because of performance issues. Skies can shoot, everyone knows that. So I'd say he fit in perfectly. He's been playing even longer than Paul. He knows how the game works. He's played the role before, and it's pretty simple. We honestly did not change a thing.
I mean, we know how DZ plays. We've played them many times. We've scrimmed them many times. I think Alex is adjusting really well to them. I kind of knew he would fit just because of the role Hyper was playing for them. It was more of a flex role, and Alex just loves kind of flexing around, picking wherever he wants, and he'll find his kills. That's just how he plays. I don't really think there's anything specific that we're looking for DZ. We just gotta play our game, and I think it'll go well.
I mean, I have full confidence in us making this major, to be honest. I think if we didn't make this major, it'd be a huge disappointment. I have full hope in us.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doe, here with Jesse, Jacob, and Penguin. And guess what? Space Station Gaming versus DarkZero. And you heard in that video just moments ago, Space Station, thinking they made the right decision, getting rid of Skies, bringing in Yeti. I mean, you can't argue with the results, at least for Space Station. They have been good this stage. But now Skies over on the other side of the arena for this one. DarkZero picking him up to replace Hyper, who was benched last week. And Skies played great in his first time out with DZ.
Yeah, it started off very, very strong. Of course, they are 2-0 with Skies on the team so far. They won both of their matches last week, and he's really entered into the league in a very dominant position. Currently rated 4th overall in terms of the stats. Now, of course, that is skewed a little bit because he has a lower sample size, so we're more likely to see extremes, but still very impressive stuff from him. For reference, if Hyper was still on this team, and if he had the stats he had in week 1, he would be the 3rd lowest EPS player currently, and the lowest of anybody not on Beastcoast. So, seems like they made the right choice over on DarkZero. It has worked out perfectly with Skies coming onto this roster.
Yeah, evidently there was talk about who else might be able to fill that hole, at least temporarily for DZ. Evidently Lax was in that conversation. They went through the well of people who they could have brought in to kind of fill that gap. Seems like Skies is the answer, and it also, on the opposite side, seems like Yeti is definitely the answer to the hole that was then left by SSG deciding we need to make some other change on this side of things. So it's a different change about one player coming in and helping both teams. DarkZero is just a little bit more recent.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit skeptical, I'm not going to lie, about the Yeti pickup on SSG. I didn't know if it was going to be what they needed. But I think, he's brought in a lot of energy and, they've done well. So I think, SSG will be good with Yeti in this game here, especially with the energy they bring against DZ.
For sure.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? We're going to focus in on DZ in a moment, but Yeti, definitely bringing that emotional thing that the players on Spacestation felt they needed. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but for now, DarkZero, of course, we just kind of went over what Skies has been bringing to the team, but let's look at that a little bit more in depth. What specifically do you think Skies adds to DZ that they didn't have before?
Well, it feels like Skies is playing like he's got nothing to lose, and that's because he doesn't.
Fair enough, yeah.
To an extent, I mean, he's kind of doing these crazy things like, the piano jump out that we saw in the last Playday, numerous other kind of aggressive swings. I also think he's working off intel really well, and he's making these plays with great aim. You talk about a player that really doesn't have anything to really worry about because he knows he's not going to be on this team for a long term. He's going to retire after this, at least. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's the initial thought process.
Goes, yeah.
Yeah, if DZ offer him the bag, then we'll see what happens. But all in all, the stats have been incredible for Skies. You see KDR 1.54 overall, EPS that's 4th in the league, as I mentioned earlier. The first place in cost, 78% there. Really strong stats across the board from the Skies coming through. Again, a lot of these kind of averages, so we expect them to come down a little bit after he plays a few more games, but still, what an incredible start from him in his first week.
2 games against 2 very different opponents. One's a Beastcoast team still looking for answers, and the other is a PB team who we just saw beat Astralis today, but had 2 straight losses last week. So it's a good way to get DarkZero fans a nice glimpse about what this team is able to do with Skies coming in and helping to solve some of those problems. It feels like they're not playing nearly as maybe as overly aggressive. Sometimes they'll play more conservatively on defense. It works a lot better for them, and there's not much of a reason to swing or play super aggressive against teams on maps that have so many steps, because they played Clubhouse, they played Cafe, and it feels like you're not really having to force the issue so much on maps like that. They're just waiting for opponents to come to them. Skies is taking advantage. Panbazoo is fantastic. Canadian had that crazy nitro pulse shotgun 3K in the Cafe game from last game. It feels like it didn't take very long for them to incorporate Skies and then start firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I don't think Skies was also unfamiliar with the DZ environment. I think going into it, he knew the systems they run. He knows how everyone plays. So I think just going in, it was just natural to rejoin the team.
Did you watch that comms video from the Beastcoast game? He walks back into the house and he goes, "Oh hey, the DZ house! I've never been here before. I'm gonna go to my room." He's very familiar with these guys, even if he's not planning on sticking around here for very long. Genuinely, you probably couldn't have found anybody else who could have slotted into the system nearly as well.
Seems like the perfect fit for the moment for sure. But their opponents are going to present a challenge. Spacestation Gaming will be their rivals here in this 3rd game of the day. And SSG picking up Yeti recently, they let Skies go, wasn't working out for themselves. And when they brought Yeti in, it was very clear, right? We're not bringing this guy in to be a gunner. We're not bringing this guy in to be a mechanical star. We're bringing him in for the vibes. We're bringing him in for the leadership and his ability to keep our mentality in the right place. And I mean, so far, the indications are he's been able to do exactly that. And the difference has been pretty substantial, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think Yeti was a big part of bringing back that game against Mirage. Obviously, the last Playday, my God, that was a very dangerous map for them, down 6-1. And you can't bring back a game like that unless your mental is strong, unless the team has that fortitude to be able to bunker down and get it through. So I think Yeti, not only was he getting a lot of good kills and making a lot of good plays towards the end of that game, but the vibe that he was bringing to SSG, the ability to kind of keep that team mentally on track was huge in that most recent game.
Yeah, I don't really want to put too much on Skies here. I honestly don't, because I think he's obviously made the change that he needed to make for himself. He's on a team with a much better mentality, I think, going into things. And if it was an environment on Spacestation that he didn't like, I honestly can't blame him for realizing this isn't going to work out. But I do look at the Spacestation core, and with 3 wins now under their belt, they only dropped that first game. They've won every other game since. It does speak to, I guess, the kind of mental fortitude that not only they've had to have over all of this time playing Siege, being in high pressure situations, but then you add the Yeti factor in, chances chances are you don't win that game against Mirage if you don't dig down deep emotionally and not worry about the score. You have to be in a mode where that's the last thing you pay attention to. You play your game as well as you can. You capitalize off momentum because they were down 6-1. They came back and they won that thing in overtime, which meant they had to go on a crazy round streak to get there in the first place. That's the kind of thing you can't do if you're down on yourself or you're in comms not being helpful or productive to the rest of your team. Not saying that that's what was happening with this SSG team prior, but it didn't seem to be a problem at all when they played Mirage and they managed to get that comeback win.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if nerves, or not nerves, but how the energy will be in this game, because it's very clearly a rivalry. DZ, SSG has always been a rivalry, but especially with Skies like mixed into it, I think it'll exasperate that. So I think this game will have a lot of emotions, and it'll be down to the team that's controlling their emotions the best that will win.
The thing about this is I kind of hate to just like throw Yeti into all of this, because it's like, it's Spacestation and DarkZero. It's a rivalry he hasn't been a part of, and yet a lot of the onus will be on Skies and kind of like how he reacts, because I'm sure he would love to use this as a vengeance game. Spacestation are trying to prove that they made the right call by not having him on the team anymore, and then there's Yeti right here in the thick of the whole thing, just trying to make sure that this team is able to stabilize with a new player and move forward towards the major glory that they were trying to achieve for these past two stages.
It seems to me that, if we follow the trajectory, eventually every single member of Spacestation will slowly migrate over to DZ, and they'll just like change slowly into a different team.
Rampy, you're next.
It seems to be the case. Let's check out our map photos here. No chalet, no border so far.
Well, here's the thing about DarkZero. So far, this stage, they have banned the same 4 maps over and over again every ban phase. Border, Oregon, Skyscraper, and Villa. So I'm curious how much of a trend that ends up following here. They take Border off, which we've already seen Spacestation play really well so far against Parabellum. They take Skyscraper off because if DarkZero doesn't ban Skyscraper, it's like old SQ banning Cafe. If you don't do it, something is very clearly wrong. And then instead, they take Clubhouse while SSG ban Oregon. So one of DarkZero's permabans, not something that they have to worry about this stage, and it leaves us in an interesting spot with these last 3.
Villa Cafe theme, our final 3 maps left in the pool. Of course, SSG will get the first map ban here to come through. Villa was one that they haven't played in a very long time, so we could see that being taken off the board. It does suck if they've got to ban out Villa just due to the fact that DarkZero, there it is, have been on a 3-game losing streak on that map. So tough that you got to take that out. It's DZ's choice now, theme park or cafe. Theme we saw from DZ a lot this year. Obviously, they played it earlier this stage, 4-1 throughout the total year. But of course, that's a map that we've never seen from Space Station. So they go cafe instead. And for SSG on cafe, at a 2-0 record through the latter half of stage 1. Every opponent perma-banded against them in stage 2, but then had a great 8-7 win over Oxygen on day 2 of this stage.
What do you think about Cafe?
I think Cafe is a good map. I think both these teams are very execute-oriented, and I think Cafe is a great map to have cool executes on. Ying plays, Amaru plays, weird rounds that are just happening quickly, where you don't have to take a lot of control. Cafe is a map where you just sit on the windows, you get in position, and then you go. So I think it'll be a good game.
Should be action-packed for sure, and it's definitely one of the most difficult ones we've had to predict in a while. I do not envy the people that actually have to make predictions to do this. I don't have to worry about that too much, but it's time to find out what our casters think, what our analysts think. We'll send it to our casters first. We've swapped it up. It's Pengu and Intero sitting by to tell us what they think. What's it going to be? Hey, that coat looks familiar.
It's cold in here.
It's
very cold.
You brought
in
that
here,
from Stokes?
So I stole it from Stokes, actually.
There you go.
Well, he was sleeping, and I just took it off him.
He went to sleep fast after that.
It was very quick. Maybe
Boston games.
I don't. Yeah, I guess he was just expended so much energy on those 2 matches.
There were long ones, Yeah.
They were, yeah. It's actually quite late in the day for us to start the 3rd match, so let's not take too much time on our predictions here.
Go ahead.
Sure. You are paid a lot of money to say DarkZero, so Pengu's is locked in. I'm going to say Spacestation because I'm not a sellout. But either way, I'm going to say SSG. I honestly don't know. I have no clue who's going to win this match, genuinely. So
I think it's going to be very close. I'll say that much. Close game.
Okay.
But which team is going to win?
Obviously, DarkZero.
Obviously, he says.
Gotta make sure those checks keep getting cash. That's all.
Sign the check right now. Yep.
Still clearing.
Thanks, guys. We're going to check back in with our casters in a second. 1-1 for Pengu and Intero. What does the desk think? We'll go to you first, Jacob.
Bit of a weird one, mostly because both teams have already won it so far at this stage. They had good opponents that they were playing earlier, so it's genuinely more of a toss-up. but I think Skies and DarkZero are on a bit of a hot streak. This will probably be the toughest opponent that they have to face in the games that Skies has played, but I think they're probably going to ride some momentum, and they only just played Cafe recently. Very, very much just chuck a coin in the air and see where it lands, which you'll do.
So that's what I'm
later.
going to do, actually.
I was going to say, but I don't want to underestimate DarkZero in this game, so I'll take him.
Fair assessment. Do you agree, Penguin?
I'm going to disagree. I think
okay.
SSG
Ooh,
will
okay,
win.
all right. What you got, big man?
Simply because it's SSG's main roster. Like, it's their 5.
Yeah.
Skies is brought in. I think they're both good teams. I think it'll be a great game, but I have to go with the team that has their set 5.
Fair enough. Okay. So there's one for Space Station.
You can tell like how
right?
distant our logic is when trying to find a reason to pick a team right now.
I mean, he's 100% of the day. Hard to argue with the Penguin pick. Jesse, will you?
It is hard to argue with the Penguin pick, and that's why I will also go SSG. So far, I've followed him through every pick of his day, and I'm 2-0 on the day, so let's keep that trend going, eh?
You know, the guests have done well. No doubt about it. We'll see what the coin has to say now. It's going to be heads, DarkZero. Tails will be Space Station Gaming. And it's tails. Yet again, tails for Space Station. All right. They're going for it. Let's see what the fan vote has to say.
This could go either way.
This particular one, it could really go either way. It will go DarkZero, 66% in their favor, it sounds like. So not as close as maybe I would have expected, but still fairly close overall. But yeah, we'll see. Community poll. What do we got to talk about going into this one? Our question is, who is more determined to beat his former teammates, Canadian or Skies?
We keep on forgetting this is also a Canadian revenge game.
Yeah, from back in the day, that's
true. I
true.
feel like that storyline is over. I feel like that one at this point.
It is.
And then when I talk to the players, you know, I talk to Canadian, I talk to DarkZero, I talk to Space Station. Everybody's kind of over that one, but the Skies thing is fresh.
Yes.
That's very fresh. That one matters. So if I had to pick, I'd pick Skies, but you know, it's up to you. It's up to you out there in Twitterland. So you can make your choice there as we take a quick break before we get into our third game of the day. Space Station Gaming versus DarkZero. We'll see who takes it when NAL returns in just a few.
Keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin, I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block, a powder, or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal.
Time for our third matchup of the day here in the North American League. I'm in Terrell. I'm joined by Pengu, and we have his current organization going up against Space Station Gaming.
Sure, that's one way to put it. Also, DarkZero versus Space Station Gaming, also another way to put it, I suppose.
I don't know why you'd put it that way.
Because those are the names of the teams that are playing, Parker,
You're the bias
they are
caster,
on
so
your screen right
You're the bias caster. So.
DC, of course, going first. Skies has a little strat book at his desk because he's very much new to this roster. Well, he was once on the team, then was off it, and now he's back temporarily because Hyper is no longer an active player for DarkZero, any team for that matter.
I don't know if he will be again.
He might not be.
He has said, that there is no timeline for him to return to the team. An interesting thing to note that I really have not seen a lot of chatter about is that both Skies and Canadian are actually teaming for the first time ever. They've never been on the same team before. These are two of the most tenured players in the history of North American Rainbow Six esports. Not even the NAL. Go back to the early days of when this was the Pro League, ran by ESL out of Poland. Skies, of course, was a late entrant to the PC crowd. He played on console for, what was it, four seasons, something along those lines, before transitioning over after the Xbox/console version of Pro League was closed down. Starting first with the band's Spacestation, it is not a revenge match for Canadian. He's been off the squad for quite a long period of time, but for Skies, I guess it is time to make the team pay. And this is where things get a bit personal. And I say this because it was not a mutual parting of ways. If you've seen what happened on social media and also what happened here during the interview, Spacestation kind of all laid blame at the foot of Skies and said that he was a problem teammate and that he didn't fit the system and that he was the reason for why he was removed from the team, which prompted Skies to answer back on Twitter with a twit longer of his own, because that's how we deal with things in the 21st century, I suppose. Either way, he's on DZ and he's been fitting in quite nicely. Both of these teams performing well and are both in position with a shot at getting to the major. I was going to say they're both within a shot of the major, and then I realized it didn't make any sense. So we amended the language.
Good job, honestly.
Let's shake out the kinks right now. Let's shake out the kinks in our very first matchup here. Let's work them out. We're working them out right now. Are you shaking right now?
I'm shaking.
I'm shaking too.
You guys better be shaking at home, so we're all going to get it out.
We're just shaking them out right now. Got to work it all out. There has been an unfortunate crash. Panbazoo is not having the party he wants. He has unfortunately been removed from the lobby and is now patiently waiting to get back in. Our fearless admin, Larch, is standing over his shoulder in Las Vegas, trying to get it fixed.
Yep, that he is. Of course, Operator Benz came out there while we were talking. It was SSG betting out the Buck and the Mirror, and DarkZero betting out the Asami and the Nomads. Nothing really out of the ordinary for this map in particular, with the exception of Buck. I mean, Buck is one of those operators that DarkZero likes to flex around with. Troy also plays it himself on occasions, and it's going to limit how you can attack that top floor, as you can't go below as effectively without that particular operator. Nomad for the flanks, Asami for piano, and then Mirror, of course, for pretty much any of the upstairs bomb sites. Very, very stable operators brought across the map. Those are going to be removed from play. Now, Cafe's been played once by each team this stage. DarkZero played against Parabellum. It was a 7-5 victory for DarkZero. Troy played the Pole Shotgun. It was crazy. SSG, they also played it. It was an 8-7 victory.
And Troy got a 3K on Pulse.
He did.
In that game.
He did.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was the wild one, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And SSG's game, just as wild. An 8-7 victory against Oxygen early on the stage. And it was like I believe it was like a massive lead for SSG. Then OG, they came back, they brought it to OT. You know, News had like a 1v3 clutch, I believe, on that match point round. But then in overtime, well, SSG, they're the better team. And it seems to be the story for Spacestation, because you and I, Parker, we cast the Spacestation Mirage game on Chalet last Playday. And similar story. SSG, when odds are against them, when they're down really, really bad in rounds, they show up and they just bring it to OT and then they take it there. So they've had a great stage so far. Of course, not the result they wanted per se. They would want to win in regulation, but at least taking it to OT and making that comeback happen is much better than losing in regulation, because you get at least 1 point, and if you win in OT, you get 2 points. And that's why they're right now in a great position for that major run that they want to get.
And obviously the major is wide open. We will, as we are currently filling time, waiting for Panbazoo to get reconnected to the lobby. Why don't we dive in and talk about, the matches that we're going to see today, the matches that have already transpired, and if you don't want to have your game spoiled, I would strongly recommend that you just mute us until we're actually in the matchup, because we are, of course, going to talk about what's been happening across this league. As of right this moment, TSM stands alone on top of the standings with 4 victories and 1 loss. 12 points to their name out of the 9 matches today. Or out of the 9 matches that'll be played, they've played 5 so far today, only 4 more to go. And while it is far from certain that they will make it to the major, I mean, they could lose the next 4 matches and ultimately bomb out.
True.
There is really good reason to think that TSM will be one of the 4 teams that will be competing in the fall major. Soniqs in second place with 9 points. DarkZero is a single point behind, now tied with Parabellum.
Is it fall? Is it not technically winter? It's like...
We don't know when it is.
Usually.
I mean, fall just started on the 22nd.
Yeah, but the major is usually in November.
Yes.
And usually a major is in the middle of the month. So
right, but
mid-November.
isn't winter technically started in December?
Is it? Is it like a...
Yes.
Apparently,
November
yes.
is usually the fall. When do you think the fall is?
I don't know, October?
You think fall is
September?
just October?
And like mid-September, yeah? Like a month and a half? It's kind of
End
short.
of September to the beginning/mid of December is fall, yes.
Then I will stand corrected, and you are correct.
Maybe you've been spending too much time in Vegas where they don't have seasons.
That, and when I was nearby, I spent too much time on my PC, so I didn't realize what weather was like outside. So, yeah.
Nerd. We're into the actual matchup, by the way. First defense upstairs for Spacestation on that cocktail bomb site. But before we contextualize what's happening, we can talk a little bit more about the actual results. OXG have been not exactly having the results that they want. 4 losses in regulation means that they haven't picked up a single point in any of those matches. They have just 1 point from an OT loss. Their run to make it to the major is not gone, but it looks all but certainly lost at this point. Same with Beastcoast. XSET, Astralis, Mirage, and Spacestation are the 4 teams on the outside looking in. They all have a very good shot of making the major too, as these standings are very close. XSET in 8th place is a single win away from vaulting up to 2nd, just to contextualize how close everything is. Either way, we can talk about the standings as they become relevant through the remainder of this matchup, as we've got at minimum 7 rounds between DZ and Spacestation.
Yeah, right now early round clearing being done from DarkZero. Canadian on the floor is clearing out both the cabinet below the skylight. Of course, his shield's not a pixel here. That's gonna, impact grenade goes out, destroys the drone and keeps the shield alive. So a very good impact grenade there from Yeti. And that's gonna slow down DarkZero's approach right now, because I'm pretty sure Canadian goes, got the shield, boys, don't worry about it. And now we gotta send another drone in. The difference now is Yeti should be prepared for this. And worst case scenario, he's just bought so much more time for his team. Instead, it will be the chair getting popped into pieces, and the hatch as well. The shield stays alive for now. And DarkZero having a hard time right now in this position, but this final drone surely should get the job done. And there it is. 2 nades in the pocket of NGR can still be used for player positions. That's going to be important later on.
Man, the addition of Flores has allowed clearing out this utility for the attackers in a much more simplistic way than if you have just an Ashe or a Zofia, or relying on Gone 6s and grenades. And because of Flores' inclusion, and Ashe sometimes being shown back in the meta, Zofia being a constant as well, it allows these grenades to find their marks, and there will be 2 of them in the hands of NJR. There's 1 minute left to go. Very limited action. The only person who's taken any point of damage is Pambazu.
It's a slow start right now, at a minute to go, and I mean, look at DarkZero's lineup. There's no smoke grenades available, and even if there were, Folt's got that Warden pickup. We need to start storming through Piano and get an open kill somewhere, because otherwise we're going to be stuck inside Cigar.
New elite for Warden announced today, by the way. Pool Party, Warden. If you'd like pina coladas was, I believe, the tagline that they used. Either way, not in the game. A run out from Rampy does some serious damage, but he gets back in. They know his ascent will come from over towards Brown Stairs. Pambazu, the very first kill, slaughters Bosco. Canadian drops, but Fultz is there prepared for it. Neither team gains anything in that engagement. Now it's Fultz to control the SMG-12. Can do so before being slayed by Eclipse. Answered back. Spacestation comes out ahead. It leaves Skies in a 1v3 to hunt. He sees one. A pivot, but Spacestation in these final 15 seconds will be exceptionally patient. They know that he doesn't have access to the diffuser, so the Thatcher of Skies will go hunting for the final 2 players. Caught on KM as he's over towards Cocktail. They know exactly where he is, and he won't find either of the 2 remaining players from Spacestation, giving SSG the round.
Yeah, I mean, again, the slow start there. DC, they pulled the trigger, they went for it. The new Rampy was downstairs, they went for that jump out, so they thought, we got the numbers advantage. It's a 5 versus 4 effectively. But the trade out came better from SSG. They had that crossfire established, so the members of DC that dropped the skylight, they got dropped immediately by the defending team. Of course, a top floor attack is arguably very difficult because you have very limited avenues to work with, especially when the Buck operator is banned out. Because normally in a top floor attack with Buck available, you could go downstairs with the current second bomb site is of reading library, do verticality up towards Cocktail, clear out some player positions and help you move forward in the round. But because SSG have banned out this particular operator of Bug, you can no longer do that. You're now forced into a more limited attack, which is where the Flores comes into play. And DarkZero did do a decent job in clearing out the first line of utility, but that second line of Bathroom and Stock was never quite dealt with, and that really punished them in the end. The thing about this reading bomb site is that it plays in a very similar way because you're going to be extending upstairs in the same exact position you just struggle to deal with. You can play Pixel and Piano, play Bathroom, you can play Cocktail, and you essentially can do the exact same attack if you're DarkZero, but you got to do it faster because this time the bomb site is not going to be there and you need more time to deal with that later stage of the round where you got to do the verticality and set up the bomb site attack itself. We'll see how they deal with it. But SSG, they're very good as a team to set up very difficult problems for the attackers to deal with, and Cafe is a map that really favors that playstyle.
I think DZ was also hoping to clean out that part of back Cocktail by Nubalk very quickly on, and that was where ultimately, I believe it was the SMG-12 in the hands of Warden really thrived, and that was Foltz playing in that spot. And once you have that, you don't need to worry about the rest of Cocktail. You can turn your attention towards the top of White and then focus on any execute that happens through that Skylight hatch. And Canadian dropped thinking it was all clear and that the player from DarkZero was timed well to get Pambazu's attention, but they were just a little bit behind the ball on that one. Second round now underway. It's a reading defense down on that second floor. DarkZero will have to confront a different floor this time around as Spacestation makes their way down, I want to say town, but downstairs.
Downtown, sure.
Making their way downtown. Someone should write a song about that.
Yeah, someone should write a song about that.
Like a really good piano ballad would kick in. Either way. Things starting off eerily similar to the previous round. It's a different person on Flores, yet still those Rotero drones, this time piloted by Skies, will clear out a lot of that hard to deal with utility on the top floor.
I was going to say, I like the nook here from Canadian because it's going to be, DarkZero baiting out a similar execute, but then, he can go from the flank and really put something from the white stairs perhaps and go for a flank attack. That's going to turn their attention and hopefully help them push out, but right now DarkZero, a slow pace once again, 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, and they have yet to drop a single hatch or Skylight.
I'm wondering what he's waiting for down at the bottom of white stairs. I don't know if they found any intel or not. They allow Space Station this free reign on the top floor as the time is going by very, very quickly. We're at a very similar time as to what we were in round number 1, a minute to go. A lot still on Repel. NJR the first kill, but just like that, all of a sudden everybody is involved in action. Half of the server dies in the span of 15 seconds, and the team that comes out ahead is DarkZero.
Yeah, also the Sledge is still alive. Important to note because you need that hammer to do verticality on towards the bomb site itself. Eclipse, of course, has breaching charges too on that soft secondary gadget. That's going to speed up that process even further. In the 3v2, it's hard for SSG to stop the plant. They need to find some kills somewhere, go for a flank because they have no C4s, no toxic vapes in pocket.
SSG have now made their way back towards the bomb site. Good guns in the hands of Houghton and Bosco, but they'll need to be quite good with their aim for these final moments of the round. DZ still setting up from above, and Execute will likely come over towards Reading, as now Eclipse will shepherd it in. Drop down through the Reading door, he will go. There's no direct denial that's available. They'll just have to simply take the gunfights, and there's the position that Eclipse will hold. The Pot and Cold has it, a punch hole through the wall. Skies is a bit too late. Diffuser will need to be retrieved in the final 3 seconds, or the kill on Bosco to be found, but he gets it, and now it's him versus NJR as the clock ticks away, and the Oryx will be able to reposition quite well and deny the plant from NJR. Space Station wins it in the final moments yet again.
DarkZero loses that round to a punch hole at the final 10 seconds from Hot and Cold. It looked very easy for DarkZero, right? There's no rotating laundry. It's a free plant. There's no way to deny this. But then, what do you know? A simple punch hole with this disc being opened up by a Rooney earlier in the round completely changes that fact. So Hot and Cold with a nice opening for his team, and then that 1v1, it's all too easy. You're planting on 0 seconds. You cannot get off that stick, and then you're going to be a free kill. And she's still trying to get down that planter. 2 seconds was left. It wasn't even that close. It's just either up 2-0. Third bomb site is going to be mining. This is a stable bomb site for this squad. Not many teams find comfortability in the mining and dining bomb side. But Space Station, back in the days, with Troy and the team as well, they like to play it. You can play the post below, you can play the castle to set up the bomb site, you can play C4s, etc. You can also, even what they're doing right now, extend up towards that top floor again. So you can really play all 3 floors if you want to, or choose 2 of those 3 that you prioritize the most. And this piano hold that DarkZero are struggling with clearing out, effectively and quickly, really seems to be their downfall. And SSG, they're abusing that fact right now by once again reinforcing it, putting up castle barricades, and making it a problem.
It is a bit odd to see the rotation be the way it is from Space Station, given the team's comfort that we see with the bottom floor bomb site, but SSG is very much a team that likes to go to every single side on the map, so it is not out of the question that we will see an attempt at kitchen down below. But I do wonder if the fact that Maverick is on the board, Thatcher is on the board, Flores is on the board, that with these operator bans, that kitchen just might be too much of a gamble for Space Station, and they prefer to hold the map control on that 3rd floor, which is what leads them to the reading and mining bomb sites on floor number 2.
I fully agree. Basement's much more simplistic, more direct. Here you can really play the map.
Not basement.
Sorry, the kitchen bomb site downstairs.
Floor?
On the 1st floor.
On the 1st floor?
Yep, that is correct. You slipped last week, I slipped this week.
Look, you come to our country, you speak American, buddy.
Oh, man.
Okay? You get it?
All right.
You get it right.
All right.
All right? It's not basement.
It's the first floor.
It's the main floor.
Sure.
Okay, and it's not DZ, but DZ. Anyway, I heard you say DZ earlier, and I was like, I want to do it too, but anyway, not to interrupt your point.
No, you're fine. Point noted. Train of thought completely lost, by the way, if that's all right. Yeti's still doing a great job inside of Pixel.
Fun fact, trains?
Trains?
Something Americans have never heard of either.
Good one. Public transport, yeah. Yeti doing a great job holding down the fort here. DC still at that same pace, a little bit too slow. The timing on Pambasu doesn't even flinch or react to that movement there.
I think he knows, though, still either way. It could catch the
Discipline,
posterior of the Jaeger.
There it is.
And there's one and a transfer, but he doesn't connect. He drops the hatch instead, loses the opportunity, and does a lot of damage to Yeti. Excellent entry point for Panbazoo, excellent entry point for DarkZero, and they have the first uncontested first kill of this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. This is the first kill that hasn't been traded back immediately, so no explosiveness after that kill goes out. A minute on the clock, decent pace now for DarkZero, just because Panbazoo single-handedly could find that opening for his team. Now, there was a drone being assisted there for Pamba. Red pings are coming out, so it's a team effort all across the board. But the couch starts being opened up, but DC, way into the bomb site. Whereas as you see, they're just holding on.
No, and they've now lost hot and cold. Those suppressors not giving away the position, but the Sledge's office is upstairs. Bosco, the first kill for Space Station, keeps the numbers close. Again, these rounds just flying by. DZ trying to dot their I's, cross their T's, and Yeti actually misses out on it. He can see through the smoke, and down goes Canadian. He gets both. Eclipse is no longer. Suddenly, it's Panbazoo who started this whole thing in a 1v3. Not a great position for him. He might be able to get a stun off. He knows there's one over there. Isolate the target, but there'll be a cross, and Panbazoo needs to pick his targets appropriately. Can't do it. Yeti, the final 3 kills for Space Station. And they're up 3-0, making quick work of DZ.
That they are. It's heartbreaking rounds right now because once again, it looked really stable. It looked like DarkZero, they had it all figured out, but one small thing was missed. If you throw out a smoke grenade, you better not have a warden on the defending side, otherwise that's gonna work against you. And that's exactly what happened. Yeti in the right position at the right time to punish DarkZero's execute and found both of those kills.
And it's a tactical timeout from DarkZero. And obviously, you don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of a full site rotation. Space Station have everything really going for them. Even that round, which really seemed to present the best opportunity for DarkZero, completely fell apart midway through. And I don't know if it was just that they, again, were the victims of bad timing or what, but all 3 of these rounds, the constant for DZ has been that they take quite a while to get into the building and then try to pull things off in the final 20 seconds. We've long since left the 20-second meta.
Yeah.
So you're not in a position anymore where you can make that happen. You need to utility clear faster, and I defer to you, the expert, as to whether or not this is Space Station just simply being so good on defense that it's stumbling, or it's making DarkZero stumble, or if it's just DarkZero not having the ultimate level of comfort on this map.
Honestly, like, the way I look at it is that I feel like it's down to DarkZero right now because they've always been known as a very strategical, step-by-step team, and they've always been a bit slower than most North American-based teams in the past, and this is basically them playing the same pace as they did, let's say, a year ago, but in the current aggressive meta. SSG are doing a great job, don't get me wrong, setting up problems, holding their ground, playing their limits very, very well, but there's no reason why DarkZero can't do exactly what they are doing right now, but 30 seconds faster. As you see, they're not playing front forward into DarkZero. They're holding this area you see on your screen, Pixel inside, piano. Once that shield falls, they fall back one room. Once that room falls, they fall back to the next room. So DarkZero, they can go as fast as they want, and then SSG, they will just fall back faster. This purely lies in the attacking team of DarkZero to speed things up, because SSG, they're not giving them that much trouble of finding these openings. See if they can do it. Canadian on an aggressive operator now with Jackal. Can maybe try and speed things up. Skies bringing out the line as well to help capitalize if somebody's stuck in a corner. Ping them if they run away. Interesting to note that Skies is bringing flashbangs rather than the secondary EMPs, so not really working too much around the hub reach right now.
I mean, if you look at the lineup from Space Station, your EMPs will really only deal with the mute jammers. Everything else you can quite easily accomplish with those throwables.
ADSs.
Yeah, I mean, but you're going to see teams use those flashbangs deliberately to try to burn them. You've got 6 flashbangs on the board, 2 smokes, 2 nades, and then Zofia has both the stuns and explosives that can be eaten by the magnets and the ADSs too. So you'll be able to burn them relatively quickly. The only thing you do have to worry about is the fact that after 10 seconds, the ADSs come back online. But if you can take care of the magnets, then that's just going to render Yeti as a single gun, which he was so successful on 2 rounds ago.
So nice it is. Yeti falls back one room. Pixel shield cleared. Now he plays bathroom. Oh, he actually aggressed back into Pixel. Either way, he plays Pixel or bathroom in this position. With that ADS, as you mentioned, recharging every 10 seconds, he can comfortably play there, not fearing for a grenade as long as it's alive. But look at this. Rampy is looking for a kill. It might be Canadian downstairs with the Jackal, perhaps. Canadian comes out on top. Nice shot onto Rampy. That's going to open up the round for DC as the roamer downstairs is gone from the round. And that was an issue last time DC attacked the top floor.
All right, still holding on to this position. DZ again with the first blood. There's a bit of a pause now at the moment.
Just waiting on right now. DarkZero, they're still taking their time. Lion Charge goes out. No one is moving a muscle, but again, SSD, they don't have to. They got strong positions. Freezer, Cocktail, bomb site control, fully at their disposal. And these smoke units won't matter all that much because Foles is once again on the Warden.
Oh, and there's more damage being done from DZ. This timeout seemingly working out quite effectively. Yeti fires back. It was 2 rounds ago, or rather last round now, technically, that he showed his prowess on that main floor. They're still holding out hope. DZ have the advantage, but they've got 30 seconds to go, get into the building, and make something work. Inside of Cigar now, with that diffuser in hand is Skies. Pambazoo leading the way in. Sky's making some noise in the process. Pambazoo, the lead point of the spear. Down goes NJR, though, to Fultz. Pambazoo unable to secure. There it is onto Yeti. Canadian's been dropped. Skies will need to plant with only Pambazoo to cover. Fultz shut things down before. Will he have another opportunity to do that? He's creeping up. He sees it, gets them immediately. The pivot gets both, and hot and cold with the final kill. It's 4-0 for Space Station.
That it is, and DarkZero, 2 issues again. The speed, a little bit better this time around, but then again, they cannot get the plant down anywhere safely. They go for a deep push to the bomb site, they lose their gunfights essentially, but I feel like they were in a position to actually plant if they wanted to. They had the soft wall available from Piano, they could try and plant default as they had control of both Freezer and they had control of the default position itself, but no plant goes through. Heartbreacher is dead. Pambazoo seemingly being the only person really going forward and winning those gunfights. And when Pambazoo doesn't win those gunfights, nothing really happens after that fact. It's a 4-0 right now. Big lead for SSG. And I said early on, SSG so far in Stage 3, they seem to have a slow start to their games, but they make it happen in the later half. They make a comeback, they bring it to OT, and they win those OTs. If they keep playing like this, if they keep stealing rounds, or if DarkZero keeps choking those rounds, it might be a very, very quick matchup. This is, of course, a cafe defense, but I will preface, this game is not as defender-sided as it once used to be, nor is it as attacker-sided as it was the last 6 months. Right now, across most regions, we're really looking at a 50-50 bomb site split for most overall rounds. It really is not a landslide as it used to be. So being 4-0, it is a bit of a concern.
And the timeout obviously doing things a little bit better for DZ, but none of these rounds have really been blowouts for Spacestation. Nick, they've all been quite close.
They have.
If you look at the kills on either side, at the moment, 11 kills for DarkZero. A lot more for SSG, mind you, but still close enough that through 4 rounds, SSG having 4 or 5 more kills is not the be-all end-all. That's about a kill extra a round. That could essentially mean that you are winning in a 1v0 to finish things off. Obviously, that wasn't the case because there were 2 rounds where there were still 3 players left in the server, 2 on SSG side, 1 on DZ, but still closer than the score would suggest.
Absolutely correct. And of course, as they have stolen literal rounds, so you'd think DarkZero will win. But when we see the scoreline after this happens, if this is 7-0, 7-1, we're not going to think back about those rounds and how close they were. No, it's a 7-1 victory in that case, whoever gets that victory. So, again, SSG to open things up for the first time. They get their opening kill. No immediate trade back from DarkZero. It goes unpunished.
Same site rotation so far that we're seeing out of SSG. Why change things up if it's working? You don't need to really amend your strategy given the fact that you've seen this level of success. But either way, that's a big first pick for Spacestation. And being able to give them that extra bit of staying power, I guess, by removing skies, by removing those logic bombs, by removing what might have been smokes on the board. It doesn't appear that to be the case. I think it was flashes that were available.
Yep.
But I mean, that's a pretty damning first operator to lose.
It is. Now, if you get an opening kill like this one right there, you can hack the phone. Although, as I say that, it might have dropped down the hatch, to be honest. His falls was mid-animation there. It's a 4v4 again, even numbers. And DC got a minute and 12 seconds to work with. NGR has plenty of time to do the hammer duty right now. C4 goes out, gets the kill. NGR is no more. Now, this is trouble for DarkZero because it's the one operator they really, really needed alive.
Oh, more damage being done. Pambazoo somehow gets 2 of them. A remarkable play, and DZ with the upper hand, something that they desperately needed after going down that first operator of Skies. Can they make more work? They're actually beating their time now as they're at 40 seconds instead of 30, and believe you me, those 10 seconds can make all the difference. That's enough time to get an entire diffuser down within the window all the same. Bosco, the last man standing from Spacestation. DZ's first round is between him and the rest of the team, and Canadian, the former teammate of Bosco. Sky's a former teammate as well, says not today. DZ makes it onto the board. They've got a single round left of attack to try to turn this one around.
Yep, there we go. That's what we needed. And honestly, the way this goes again, Pambazoo single-handedly finds that round, right? 3 kills, the opening to open things up, and then of course in that mid-round when things were looking dire, when NGR got C4'd by Yeti, he finds 2 kills to punish SSG back. Bit of a lucky timing, I feel, because SSG were like dancing around that rotate in towards Dine, and they're both vaulting through, couldn't quite fight back. They were easy pickings for him. And we're just gonna keep going through the motions right now. Top reading, mining, top reading. Despite losing, we go straight back to that tertiary bomb set of mining, where last time it came down to Yeti on the Warden that really found things out for them. The smoke grenade got punished, that's what happened last time. This time around, however, no Warden being brought out. That same thing cannot happen twice. But we do have the same similar upstairs hole, the castle barricades, the magnets, the ADSs, etc. So SSG playing that same similar-ish defense, besides that single operator of Warden.
5 seconds remaining.
Canadian opting for Twitch instead of Flores, do a similar job inside of Piano, but instead of using the repair drones to destroy a shield, for example, the Twitch drones can get the default cameras, the ADSs, the magnets, especially because Piano room itself is a massive like death zone. As a defender, you can't really move a whole lot. You only got that one shield to cover you, so the Twitch drone can get a lot of value if you choose to opt for that kind of attack.
Am I right if I'm a bit disappointed to not see Spacestation go to every single bomb site? Because I genuinely, I think more of you. Like it if this is your direction, by the way.
Okay.
I will say this, man to man, Justin, listen to me. As diabetics and as as men of the scene who are in our 30s, I expect more from you and your team. Please go to all 4 bomb sites. It's something I really look forward to when talking about your team. You failed me today. Just like Pambazoo failed on that entry and is now dead.
That's a cheeky one.
Spacestation gets another first blood.
Might have been a nasty shot, but it looks of it from Train to a tiny angle towards the mining window. That's a tough opening round. Now, SSG, normally when they get the lead, we've seen them play rather passive on the round and try and conserve that momentum. And it seems like going to be a similar fashion. Rambi playing quite quite backwards right now, just playing safely inside of blue tarp. Then you got members on the hatch ready to drop as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they drop at a certain time at like 130 or 120 just to really preserve their numbers.
There's another E1D burned. Yeti in his position. It's the first one of the round, but this Lion has been such a staple.
Oh.
I think DZ might be a little bit too late to this one. The suppressor sound should give away the position, and there you go. An answer back from Eclipse to keep the numbers back into a 4v4. As close as they can possibly be. Both teams giving up one. Yeti's position upstairs might have been to die. If so, it is a successful mission on his end. And it leaves just a little over a minute. We are in that weird time where it's a minute left between a minute and a half of the round.
Yeah, I want to say Yeti got sold short a little bit by his teammates because they fell back before he fell back towards white stairs, so they weren't there to trade him, and then of course you just lose that kill for free. Now, DarkZero are very thankful for this because they need any kill they can get, and Yeti was the issue last time, so at least that'll be off the board. No C4s in Pocket of Bosco either, so no real bomb denies here besides gunfights, of course. Curious to see how HSG plans to deal with this problem now that might occur, because smoke grenades available, flashbangs, and a nade from DC, they got tons of utility.
No utility left in the pocket of Space Station whatsoever. Only one Nitro Cell was available from Bosco. It's either been used or pre-placed. And was that a single shot? One tap from Skies to take out Hot and Cold. Bosco with another kill on this round. Down goes Canadian. A bit of redemption from what we saw in the previous round. But DZ want to just battle back and forth. Now it's Rampy, the one to fall. Fultz taking damage. Both players from Space Station suffering some minor injuries. Diffuser getting planted, but Fultz stops it, swings on, gets taken out by the sledge. All Bosco needs to do is wait out the final 4 seconds. Or kill Skies in the process. Bosco heads down. Skies will continue to finish the plant. This post plant is not ideal for him, and he'll have to go hunting, but Skies clutches it out and gives DZ their second round in the final seconds after the diffuser goes down.
Bosco, another beautiful shot to almost save the round there for Space Station, but no, Skies come out on top instead. 4-2 side swap is not the end of the world, and SSG, they can be very happy with those 4 rounds that they did end up getting here. It did break my heart to see Yeti being sold, but we don't know what would happen if he didn't. Either way, nice clutch there from NGR, or from Skies rather, sorry, to find that round for DarkZero.
Oh my, Bosco might have had information that was incorrect.
Yeah.
Because the moment that he got that final pick, he headed downstairs assuming that DZ would fall off the plant. But they say pros don't fake, and there's a harder pressed to find a longer tenured and experienced pro than Skies who decides to stick with it. And he's actually the top performer on the team at the moment.
Yeah, no, he actually is. Not just right now, but I mean, he's only played, you know, since last week, so, like, of course, his stats are going to be a bit inflated, but statistically speaking, Skies has played very, very well in the few games that he has played so far. And the thing is, a lot of people, I imagine, fans are like, we want to see Skies back in Pro League, just like they want to see Laxing back in Pro League. It's always hard to see
just if they want to see Pengu back in Pro League.
Sure. So, fun fact, I almost played instead of Skies. You know, that was almost a thing. You're looking very mysteriously at the monitor.
Yeah, I'm looking for where I asked.
Oh.
So.
All right, Parker.
I mean, to be honest, I suppose after you, they probably would have asked for me. I'm glad they got the better target in Skies.
Sure.
It's a big step up.
I don't think they would have asked you at all.
I'm no world champion. So. Either way.
I like we discussed the bomb site rotation, and now first opening round for DarkZero's defense is going to be where SSG did not go. It's gonna be downstairs in the basement, and I'm looking at SSG's lineup. I see the floors, I see the Dokebi, I see the grenades from Rampy as well. I'm thinking, this seems like a pretty easy deal if you're attacking it, because there's not really a whole lot of things stopping you from the defensive side. And SSG, they're really just taking their time, going through the motions right now, clearing out of top floor, making sure there are no roamers, nobody hiding, work their way down slowly, and then they can hit that execute button once they feel comfortable. We still got 2 minutes to go. They got good map control so far.
And we get to see all 4 bomb sites as well.
Another big one.
As we have been fixated on all the other things that have been occurring, and a healthy bit of banter involving your performance, or lack thereof, because you're not playing right now, then we do get to see no longer bakery, double kitchen bomb site down on that first floor. So Space Station will have to go on a bomb site that they didn't defend at all, but I'm sure we'll be quite familiar with. We're at the halfway point of the round, and nary a bullet seems to have been fired at another person, as everybody is still full HP.
Yeah, and in terms of timing right now, 1 minute and like 35 seconds you start doing verticality is actually rather fast for Spacestation, so they can really take their time with this one and ensure that they really make sure they get everything that they want so far. I like the setup. Bosco cutting across on the bomb side while verticality comes out. If anybody moves too much right now from DarkZero, they're going to get caught in the crossfire. Pambasu's positions at a VIP right here is a really crucial position to play. He can single-handedly stop majority of the push if he's successful.
Was there a shield there that you saw beforehand? Because I know a Rotero drone from Hot and Cold went in.
Cleared out earlier.
There's a C4 from Canadian. Rampy goes down, and Bosco's in the midst of the bomb site, getting the diffuser planted, but a toxic canister forces him out to the other common spot. Canadian doing double duty. Now it's his shotgun that actually gets the kill. Hot and Cold watching, oversight, diffuser goes down, and as Canadian or Eclipse tries to peek out, Hot and Cold easily deals with that one. Pambazoo unmoved, and there's Canadian from above. 4 kills, everybody from Space Station taken out, and it's 3 in a row from DZ. The timeout magic was there. We were just a round too soon, and now they're streaking all on their own.
There's something like Canadian and shotguns lately that's just like absolutely popping off. You know, last week the 3K pulse shotgun against PP on Cafe. This one he gets like a 4K overall with the shotgun as well, and of course the SMG11. And honestly, the biggest hero of that round for DarkZero was Eclipse, because the only reason why all those things happened the way they did was the toxic babes, tossed from halfway across the bomb side. It hit that default first plant position from SSG. That forced the Hibana to move, over to the bomb chassis instead. It really messes up the player positions, the post plant disorders, etc. You have no real cover of anywhere to fall back after the plant goes down successfully. So massive props to Eclipse for hitting that smoke and reading that off-pace plant attempt from Space Station.
This is extensive setup work now being done as mining is the second bomb site for them to defend.
They're going in like opposite directions with bomb sites, right? We're going kitchen, mining, and then, I don't know, top, and then SEC to go top, reading, mining, I don't know. They're doing it very differently, and I love to see that because it just means that there are so many ways to play the game and how teams think about bomb site priorities. And, I mean, we've only seen one defense so far from DarkZero, but so far, both of those different approaches, they have worked, I would say. Same pixel hold, of course. This is like the one thing that will never change. You need this shield and pixel, you need the ADSs, you need the Wamai disc, because it's the only real foothold you have in this kind of like half of the map, so to speak, towards the west-hand side. And without the Asami being available, you just don't have any other options. If you have Asami, you can, throw them near the windows, the minibar, block the window line of sight, and you can play aggressively inside of piano. We see that quite frequently in the EOL when Asami is open. But in the NAL, well, Asami is very, very, very frequently banned, so doesn't get seen all that much.
There's the Rotero drones going in. So far, Flores being such a staple of this matchup. You drop those Rotero drones down from the roof, where you're relatively safe. You don't have to worry about being attacked. And oh my, no, Fultz, you got to get out of there. There's too many targets for you. And you can't seem to control the gun to the best of your abilities. But he does a ton of damage to Eclipse in the process. It's important. Now laying down inside of the back bar, grenade in hand. Maybe draw them out. Fultz really wrestling with exactly what he wants to do.
Bit indecisive.
A little bit. There's the very first pick of the round. It comes on to Eclipse. What little was left of him. It's Space Station to capitalize off of that. Canadian a run out, and oh my, gives his position away and is just a bit too late to the party as the rappel onto piano window had been cut short.
I like this from Fultz. He reached his position perfectly. It's a free kill for him. Didn't really just wait around. He just, went for that kill instead aggressively as he heard the footstep of Canadian running around. No payoff from him. Instead, Canadian, he falls down.
Still a 3v5. 1 minute to go. Oh, Pambazoo, the retake from above, but slaughtered from that skylight. Now he's down for the count. Skies and NJR to clutch out. 3 toxic canisters, all still in the pocket of the smoke of NJR. So the final 50 seconds, final 40 seconds, you can have almost perfect coverage, but the pitter-patter of that commando in the hands of Yeti will deal a great deal of hurt to Skies, leaving NJR as the only player from DZ at full HP. He's in the midst of the bomb site, just sitting. SMG, suppressor on, Cybertruck sight. What line can he see next to the bomb chassis? He'll be obscured from this position by the window, but SSG has good coverage from above. Yeti's been downed and will be finished off. They know where he is, and now it's NJR to be punished from the other side of the map. Fultz picks up another kill to clean up, and Spacestation breaks the streak of DarkZero and now move just 2 rounds away from being able to put this one into the winners column.
It's honestly so cursed to see that Cybertruck Holo suppressed SMG11, especially in professional play, because it used to be such a big meme, both the scope and the suppressor. But in case you guys are new to the season or new to watching Pro League, the suppressor got buffed in the most recent patch of Rainbow Six Siege. It used to do a, minus 15% damage reduction to all your, your damage output on your weapon. Now suppressors no longer do that. They just do the same damage, they have a little bit more recoil, but that's really it. So suppressors are quite frequently used in all levels of play. Casual, ranked, pro play, you name it. It is no longer a meme, it is no longer hated upon, it is not a personal preference or choice, but as you can tell from Pro League, it is, I would say, about a 50-50 about, the players whether they want to use it or not. Of course, some weapons that have a lot of recoil, whether we want to say like Sophia AR, Ash R4C, if you can't control it without, with the silencer or without the silencer, you're definitely not going to control it with the silencer either. So, gotta choose based off recoil essentially. And it's funny because listening to the cast or the broadcast right now is like, sometimes we'll like see people take damage, but we won't hear any bullets go out. That's again the suppressor thing. Normally you can always identify who's shooting based on the weapon type. That's not the case anymore. So you gotta figure out, okay, who's shooting who, and that could be a whole thing. But that's also why they're being played at this level, because it's the same thing for the players in the server. You don't know who you're fighting, you don't know who where you're getting shot from essentially.
No upstairs defense that we've seen so far.
There's still time. We can still work our way through it. So far, we're still trying to utilize as much map control as possible. Getting on the post right now with that C4 in pocket is the key strategical element right now for them. Both bringing information, but also the danger from being below. Assuming that SSG is going to attack the top floor. Fultz, though, could be the issue for him. He's looking for him as well. It's going to be a 1v1 effectively downstairs. He sees him.
They've got good vantage point here from the cardiac sensor in the hands of Canadian. Fultz will now go on to drone work. Nook guiding her way through, looking as to who lays in wait on this second floor. Over towards the previous bomb site of mining is where DZ will set up most of their defense. The target for Spacestation will be just across. They've got Canadian in the spot where they want him. Fultz, though, doesn't expect the follow-up of NJR. Gets the kill, but it's traded back, and DZ moves ahead in terms of numbers as Yeti falls shortly thereafter.
It's an important trade. Canadian there, it doesn't fall for free. No, it's almost a bait, if you will, the switcheroo with the 1-for-1. Must be scary, though. You're on the cardiac sensor, you see like a heartbeat moving towards you way too close. You try and jump off it as fast as possible, but Fultz, he gets the kill first instead. 10 kills to Fultz, by the way. Having a great game so far. But as you see, they got to do without him and Yeti, as both of those members have fallen early in the round.
There's a nitro cell that goes off. This one tossed out by NJR. Does not connect to the way that they want. Bosco in the middle of the bomb site, it would appear, and he's got the diffuser down. Skies chipping away at the remaining players from Spacestation. Houghton now to watch over Bosco. He's only got a single line of sight to watch. Very vulnerable from the drop in Piano and very vulnerable from a play over from Fireplace. Bosco wasn't ready for NJR. That leaves Houghton to clutch out against his former team. They have the bead on his position. No information because the pulse is down, but Hot and Cold will suffer some damage from the same spot. Punishes NJR. Expecting the follow-up. There's just too many players from DZ there. Skies gets it. And with it, an easy way to get the diffuser to Panbazoo. Hops on it, and DZ keeps it close. Spacestation will need to dig a bit deeper to move to match point.
It actually looked quite good for Spacestation there because they had injured a member of DarkZero inside a piano room, so they could just go through the bomb site and stop planting it down. And effectively what happened was that they traded a plant for a revive. DarkZero was not really contesting that 7-second plant timer because they wanted to make sure that all 4 members were up on their feet before initiating in those gunfights. So it was a nice attempt for Spacestation, but losing that gunfight upstairs really cost them. The post plant, not great. Both members stuck inside that tiny area, and NJR, as you saw, hit that nice wallbang onto Bosco that really sealed the deal. And yeah, no top floor bomb site and cocktail because we're going back downstairs to kitchen again. Where DarkZero, they were victorious in that first opening defensive round. Same kind of setup. Of course, Canadian bringing information as always. Skies on the Warden now. and SSG. They are actually opting to go for an IQ instead of Dokeabi, likely because they see the Valkyrie on their drones in this prep phase. It's all about trying to gain as much information as possible, then make your attacker repick decisions based off that, and then just go to work when that round opens up, which is right now.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Back downstairs we go to kitchen. Things have really tightened up between these two teams.
Yeah, 5-4.
Space Station still has their timeout, mind you.
Yes, they do.
Thank you for confirming.
Honestly, Space Station likes to hold on to their timeout, especially as if they're only like losing one round at a time. We usually only see them really pop it if we're going to OT, or if it's a case where they lose 3 rounds in a row and they gotta get their soldiers back in line. So I don't expect them to call it anytime soon unless things go south for them. Of course, 5-5, if DarkZero wins this round, would bring us back to a tie for the first time in, well, ever in this matchup.
I don't know about you, but I can actually hear the player comms in my ears right now.
No.
I can absolutely.
No.
I just heard, yeah. I just heard Valcam on ping, Valcam on ping. I don't know what it is. I can hear the player comms in my ears if I turn up my dial.
There's no way. That's cheating. Which dial? This one?
Yeah.
I can hear it too.
Yeah.
Oh my
we
God.
are listening in. I don't know if you on stream can hear it, by the way, but we can certainly hear the player comms at the moment, which is fascinating. Watch for the nitro.
Yeah.
Was just called out. Do you want us to just transcribe what we're hearing? Audience, is that what you would like? We don't even need to cast. We can just talk about it. I think it's just Space Station that we hear, by the way.
It's just Space
I don't think we can hear DarkZero at all.
No.
But this is interesting. So
Fascinating.
I can tell you right now, this has actually never happened to me. That hasn't been deliberate. We've done listen in before, but...
So right now the comms are about the roam clear, where the cameras are, what the situation is. So it's Yeti doing that landscaping job of calling out what he sees with the IQ scanner, essentially, and then locking down those flanks on the staircase.
The stream cannot hear it, we are being told, but we can hear it. So we have the goods. There's a peek through the open doorway. Would like to hear the comms for that one as Canadian outduels Fultz. Fultz wasn't prepared for it. Gives DZ the advantage. Space Station, we're not ready for that one. All quiet now on the Western Front.
Yeah, but aggression goes out, and Pemba in the corner finds both members. Huge double kill for him.
Goodness gracious, the defender's having an absolute blast at the moment, and now it's Yeti to fall too. Hot and taken out by Skies, and it's a flawless round for DZ.
Ties things up 5-5. And SSG now might feel the pressure because it's slowly slipping away. It is a defender-sided cafe so far, and the kitchen defense stays strong. This swing Canadian, so disrespectful, if you will, with the holo against the Sophia with limited information. We don't get to see it, that doesn't matter. It was disrespectful, but he hit the shot, and that really opened things up. And it will be a tactical timeout for Space Station. They have lost 2 rounds in a row of the reading defense and kitchen defense, and now that things are tied up, they feel like they've probably lost momentum. They can call it now, allow DC to also talk to their coach, because both teams can do that during a tactical timeout and then get things back up to speed.
Well, we hope you don't have any plans this evening, because we are going for the record for longest NAL Playday of the stage so far. You know what? There was a post on the subreddit yesterday, I believe it was, that said that EU, despite having 1 less Playday, have more OTs, double the amount of OTs as NAL. There was 8 overtime matches in EUL so far through the 3 Playdays, and 4 for the 4 Playdays of NAL. Well, we've already had 1 overtime. It was in the very first matchup, and it looks, unless something breaks, that we will have overtime here as well, because what we are going on is the defenders win 4 rounds, the attackers win 2.
Yep.
While SSG on attack needs to win 1 more round, DZ on defense needs to win 1 more round, and then we go to overtime. So will our later matches make up for it? We don't know. But we started the day off with all 15 rounds, and then we need all 12 rounds in the previous matchup of TSM versus OXG. If you're wondering why there's a delay, there's a drone bug. So the timeout will extend to the teams, but not to the coaches. And Space Station has their reading material, the course curriculum, presented in front of them as they prepare for the open book exam of the final 2 rounds.
You could probably argue that a coach is a part of the team. You should have said players rather than team, right? Otherwise, are you saying that coach is not as important as players? Sorry, Parker, just technicalities are important. Shut up. Shut up. I think if you want to have, if you want to talk to Lycan about how you want to see all bomb sites, I think he would argue back and say, I want to be heard as like, I'm a part of the team. That's all. Anyway.
What is NJR doing? He's trying to gain information. Is he reading lips by any chance? That mischievous,
I don't think
mischievous grin that he has on his face as he stares over, not too far removed from Hot and Cold, sitting next to him, portfolio in hand,
next to him,
looking over the pages. Look at that Hot and Cold,
Oh, yeah.
so deep in thought. Studying right now. NJR could look over, maybe catch a glimpse of something. Who knows? Skies, interestingly enough, also had what looked to be a blueprint of Cafe in front of him, which would likely be used to strategize, and there it is, directly in front of him. It's been on what appears to be the same page. Is that kitchen? It looks like that's kitchen. Bomb site.
I'm trying to investigate.
Yeah, that looks like kitchen.
Yes. I would have to agree.
It looks like kitchen from above.
No, no. I see 3 pillars. This is top floor. This is it's 3 pillars and pillar on the right hand side. Then you see cocktail bomb side. And
wasn't it you who did a really terrible drawing? We're like, what bomb site is this?
Everyone guessed it right. Do you know what it was? Did you guess yourself?
I didn't care.
Okay, I can show you right now if you want. I guess honestly. Here, just real quick.
I really don't need to see it.
Ah, okay. I think it's fun because you can basically draw a bomb set from memory, top down view. And then other people, probably not you because like you don't know, but other people can guess what bomb site it is, and they'll be like, haha, I gotta be like, oh, I can't figure this one out. And you can blame the artist, sure, if that's what you want to do. But I would just go back and blame the person who's guessing because you should know this just simply based on what the chassis position is in a squared room, if you are a diehard Siege fan like you claim to be.
I mean, because I'm a diehard Siege fan does not mean that I can look at your chicken scratch and immediately visualize what bomb site it is because I'm not a nerd and I don't care.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay. We are taking an extended period of time to get back into the matchup. Just making sure that everything is good with the round count and we'll get underway. It's still extending this time out. So for players like Skies and for Hot and Cold, who is still dedicated to studying this, it's actually giving them an increased amount of time to prepare.
Yeah, I like it. You're spending your downtime basically strategizing or, figuring out the next steps instead of just like sitting around waiting or being like, oh, whatever. Also, I like this fade in, fade out shot, I will say. I'm actually a fan. I quite like it. Skies, of course, being a new addition to the roster because of Hyper dropping out. The reason why he has this paper is because he doesn't know the strats and the callouts the same way that he used to be. Because back when Skies on this roster of DarkZero, well, it was a different roster, different players, different strats, maybe even some different callouts. I'm sure Canadians' influences also, helped reshape some of those aspects of the team. So I always like seeing players just put in that extra bit of effort where instead of being like, oh, what if I forget? You're just like, I'll just bring the piece of paper. And then if I do forget or if I need to know something, it's right there in front of you. And you can use that to your advantage. Of course, Hot and Cold being the quote-unquote flex player for SSG also could benefit from the paper because he does a bit of a different job depending on where he is on the map and what bump set they choose to go on. But it seems like we are going to go back into the game momentarily. We are underway. There it is, 5-5, round 11, top 4 defense from DarkZero. We will see all 4 bomb sites being brought out. And let's see what they have on the table for us so far. The castle is a big indicator that we're going to be preferencing towards the piano side typically. And there it is, cancelling inside the piano room itself, confirmed. Of course, the Jaeger and the Womandia Rooney speaks that same thing. All about projectile deny from the attackers. And then Spacestation, what's their reply? Well, they're bringing Hot and Cold on the floors, as we saw DarkZero do. That can really help you to circumvent all that utility and just, blow up the shield, blow up the mattresses or the couches rather, etc. for lines of sight. And the Thatcher as well. If you just want to give it a ton of utility in one particular area, one EMP on the rooftop can do that for you. So 2 different options for clear for SSG. Limited flashbang, limited grenades, only 1 set from Rampy, but with the floors, that should not be a problem.
How do you confuse those with mattresses?
I don't know. It's a good question. So typically in Rainbow Six Siege, we have mattresses and couches.
All right, no one cares. I was just curious as to how you would do it.
I just messed it up. That's really it.
We have beds.
Yeah.
Couches, chairs,
tables,
half
walls. That's a big one actually. We have half walls,
bookshelves for all the reading that
the operators do.
Yeah, that they like to do between matches. You really dive into this, you think about it. This is supposed to be a training simulation, right? They're all CTUs, and they're all just like training. Who resets the actual physical location? They're like, okay, guys, we're done. Just as NJR is done. Hot and cold, the very first pick. Obviously, a studious man overlooking all of the strats. And he crunched the numbers, flipped them over, and he got the kill because of it. And with that, after their timeout and the extended delay between rounds, Space Station are well equipped to carry this onward, depending on how DZ answer back.
That's the thing right now. It's actually rather difficult to answer back on this bomb set because look how far away you are as a defender. You can't do a whole lot. EMP comes out from the rooftop. That's going to disable all 3 ADSs. Does anything follow through? Doesn't seem to be the case. But Pambazu, he falls back, so SSG, they technically gain the ground that they wanted. Now all they gotta do is get comfortably and safely in through our piano and avoid all those lines of sights and possible C4s from below. There aren't actually any C4s left from DC. Canadian almost dies as well.
I wonder if it's in the SSG strat book as to how Canadian loves to play on that bottom floor of this map, main floor, and do some damage. Almost loses his life, unlike Foltz, who actually loses his life, and the numbers go back to a perfect draw at 4v4. Minute to go. Space Station have the control of the top floor that they want so desperately and have had it for quite a while. They lose out on that Surya gate, which will then come back online and get burned out very quickly. DZ pushed back into the cocktail portion of this map, awaiting the SSG storm.
There's no real bombs at the knife from DarkZero. They gotta win their gunfights right now and hold an aggressive line or play for a retake because right now they're just storming in.
And they storm into their death. So much damage being extolled by DarkZero. Now a sidearm out for Eclipse to do even more. Grenade sails by, almost kills him. Both Canadian and Eclipse are a shot away, but they're just trickling in, and DZ are greeting them every step. Eclipse downed, Canadian finished off. Space Station into a 2v2. Skies and Pambazu to clutch, and they'll reduce the numbers for Space Station to just Yeti, who makes an awful lot of noise and gives himself away with a tiny bit of time. Pambazu will move DarkZero to match point.
Then he will, and again, we said it, they gotta hold their guns actively up and hold the walk-in from Space Station. They did just that because they stormed in the door and 2 members fell immediately. They tried to trade it back to that 2v2, but the bulletproof camera in the back of Cocktail really made their life miserable. All those red pings coming out, the constant blinking of the camera, they knew that they had information on them, and it's so hard to play against. Nowhere is safe to plant, even though there was no C4 from DarkZero. So that is why utility matters so much more. People always ask me, should I bring a C4 or a bulletproof camera? And it's one of those things where a C4 can net you a kill, assuming that you A, don't die, 2, you're in a position to use it, and 3, you successfully get it through. A bulletproof camera will always give you information.
Who's more determined to beat his former teammate, Canadian or Skies? Ooh. Who is it? They're both on DarkZero. Space Station wasn't even allowed to be on this poll. And who did you say? Who is more determined? You said Skies, and I think that's correct. I do agree.
It's more recent.
I do agree with what Doa said on the desk. I think the Canadian revenge angle is well over. I mean, he's been competing now on DarkZero for, what, almost a year at this point? About a year? So,
yeah.
Close to.
Close to.
I mean, at that point, is it still revenge when you've played your opponents a ton of times? I mean, hell, I recall Canadian being on DarkZero as a talking point back at SI, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So it's been quite a while for Skies. It is absolutely recent, and given the animosity that was shown by his former teammates on Space Station, I can sense that there's still some bad blood there. Will it be resolved today? I don't know, but Skies certainly poised to get the last laugh, as DZ is a single round away from conquering Space Station and continuing their ascent up the NAL standings.
This could be a fast one. We see Amaru, Ying, and the Lion. That's a triple combo right there. You can fly in a window, can
triple threat trio.
Triple punch trio indeed.
Triple threat trio Rage Brigade is what it is.
That's the one what it is, yeah. So all eyes right now on the members of DC upstairs, of course. We have Eclipse in one position, Skies in another. These are the 2 members that got to fight against the Amaru once the rush comes in. And Foltz, he's the man on the weapon.
The only one to stop him right now, Skies.
There it is.
There goes the Candelas. Wait for the sound. In he is. And Skies is ready for it. DZ not allowing Space Station any entry. Canadian credited with the kill. Skies gets one of his own to earn it back. Space Station's breakneck pace. What falls flat on its face? A minute and a half to go now. And they'll go hunting. Bosco just in the midst of the bomb site, or where it should be rather, over top. Finishing him off. Eclipse poised to do some damage. He will drop instead over towards mining the actual set of the bomb site. No cocktail defense to be had here. Spacestation has that upstairs control. All they did was take care of Skies, who was pivotal in stopping both the Ying and the Amaru.
Normally this is where we, like this strat on attack is normally used on the bomb site itself. Of course, DC they defended last round that top 4 bomb site, so it's a bit peculiar to see them do it on a mining of 4 bomb sites because it's not even reading, it is the mining. So this is way, halfway across the map from where we really wanna be. They get 1 kill, they lose 2. It's not the ideal situation, but they're still in it for this round. DC, they got the smoke, they got those toxic babes. If time gets too low for SSG, that could really bite them. At the same time, Space Station, they got 1 more line scan left. That's going to have to be safe for the execute. They need to not use that earlier on because it's the only really piece of utility that they got available to them.
That's where things slow down for a little bit, but not a lot of time for either team to take their foot off the gas. For Space Station, you're the one running against the clock in the moment. And secure yourself at least 1 point if you manage to topple DarkZero here, but DZ are looking for all 3, and they've got them within their grasp. More damage to be done, but NJR cannot control that SMG-11, not the way that he wants. Instead, a Toxic Canister will go out. It'll force SSG to abandon a potential take over towards Dining. So Bosco, in the midst of the bomb site, will have to get that diffuser down. He loses 1, but now it's all on Eclipse and NJR. SSG finds 2. Rampy to cover in the midst of the smoke. He's taken out. NJR with 1. Bosco off of the plant. And he does some serious damage. They call him Boss Goat. The Clutch Minister is right now in session. Diffuser down, and he's sitting over top of it as NJR looks for the retake. Both players have taken an awful lot of damage. Waiting patiently, Bosco has a line of sight to try and draw him out. He does a bit of damage to NJR, very close to a kill, but close only matters. And horseshoes and hand grenades. Bosco still sitting here, he's concealed himself. NJR with very limited intel, and he peeks, and NJR wins it, and has plenty of time. Bosco decides to take the engagement, but it's DZ who comes out on top, and they were trailing most of the match. And boy, what a come-from-behind victory. That is DZ 7-5.
I have to be honest, I think Bosco was having a hard time reading that situation because he is the boss good of clutches, but Eclipse didn't do anything. He was just sitting there. Not really, NJR rather, didn't even move a muscle. And then Bosco's like, where is this guy, right? And he swings, not knowing, trying to gain information. He loses the 1v1, and DC to take it in regulation, 7-5.
I mean, it's swing or be swung when you're in that position. And if you're worried that NJR is going to crouch up, and with that SMG-11 or even a shotgun, because you know you're playing up against a smoke, if he's got the shotgun in hand, you don't want to allow him to get that close. The Type 89 has a high rate of fire, does decent damage, and had already chipped away at a lot of NJR's HP. So it wasn't a bad decision for Bosco to take, but he lost out on the gunfight, missed his opportunities, which is what allowed NJR to control that gun and get the final pick. DZ, all 3 points. Space Station, none to show for today. And even though they seem to be the better team through great stretches of it, it's all for naught at the end. Skies will have his revenge. That's it for our 3rd matchup. We still got 2 more to come. We'll get to the analyst desk in just a moment, but first, a break.
Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me. That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win in my I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't. It can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doa, here at the analyst desk, along with Jesse J, Chick Caliber Jacob, and our guest analyst, Penguin. And over in Vegas, we have arguably the freshest member of DarkZero waiting to chat with us. It's our coach, Mint. See what I did there? But anyway, congrats. Congrats on the win today. I know. Well, you never know. That's the thing. Congrats on the win today. Tell us a little bit about what's it been like incorporating Skies into the roster on kind of such short notice. I know you had a little bit of practice in there, but it was still pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we had 2 weeks practice, and a lot of people have canceled on us. So we're running pretty dry, and luckily Alex obviously he's been part of the system, so it's been easy kind of getting him in. And yeah, I mean, he's a full professional, but at the same time, we're also just, kind of having fun, and I think that's kind of helping us right now.
With Skies on the team, especially, of course, against his former team, SSG, was there anything that he was able to bring to the table that was able to help you guys kind of maybe read into your opponents a little bit better? Was that something that affected you guys at all? Did he bring any inside info?
Yeah, there was a little inside info, little things that they were still doing that we were able to kind of get, him, and also shout out to Forceful. Prep was excellent this week. The two of them kind of nailed it. We were able to kind of figure out, what map. We kind of knew we were going to Cafe pretty early on, and we were able to dissect it a little bit. And if it wasn't for the slow start, I mean, I think we were pretty dominant that whole map. And yeah, so Alex was obviously, huge for the prep for that.
With Cafe being like a map you guys were ready for, was there anything specific that you guys had planned for SSG, or was it kind of just like we're going to play our game, get Skies into our system, and like I know you guys have your strats and whatnot, but
right.
Was there anything specific that changed for SSG prep as you guys were on a pretty familiar map?
Yeah, not so much like strategy-wise, more tempo-wise, I think. They're kind of like us. They're a little bit of a slower-paced team, and we knew that we didn't have to kind of give them any picks. And if we give them man advantage, they're kind of going to surround us on a map like Cafe. So a lot of our things, we had Troy on Jaeger, we played Wamai, we played back a lot, and that was obviously really working for us on defense. So just a tempo switch against a team like them.
Talk to me about that comeback, because you're down 0-4. You've managed to get the entry kill on all 4 of those rounds to start off the game, still not managing to convert those into anything. What changed around round 5 where you were actually able to pull those last 2 rounds on the half back and eventually get the dub? What was the thing that for you thought that you needed to change behind the scenes?
I thought we just needed to get one of them, obviously, to get kind of rolling. We like you said, we were getting the opening pick, and we kept getting to like 3v2s, and we weren't able to close them out. And we kind of are a momentum team, and we just needed to close one of them out. Then the guys started kind of feeling it, and it was kind of wraps from there. Like once the guys were kind of feeling it, Alex was starting to shout. Troy was obviously getting into it, and yeah, just kind of some momentum.
Yeah, the momentum, the vibes definitely helping out a lot. Congrats on the hard-fought victory today. Good luck on your games tomorrow, and thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
Yeah, appreciate.
All right, Mint from Team DarkZero, their coach, helping kind of guide strategically the squad to their 7-5 win over Spacestation Gaming. It was interesting because Spacestation, for the first part of this map, really looked like they had it. It was a 4-2 round in favor of them on, I believe it was defense, right? And then DarkZero storming back.
Yeah, that first defensive half looked really good for Spacestation, you know, and something that Mint talked about in that interview, talking about those opening picks, not wanting to give any up to SSG. Well, they kind of did, and that first half was a little bit odd because we saw through 6 rounds, not a single opening pick was converted.
Yep.
So the only 2 rounds that they actually won on their attack were actually rounds where they had given up that opening pick. That said, second half, what he said definitely stood true, right? DarkZero did very good on those entries. We're picking up the majority of those. Canadian obviously grabbing a couple there to come through. So really nicely done from DarkZero to be able to roll some of those defensive opening picks into rounds. And yeah, good to see.
Spacestation coming into this game, number 1 rated team on defense. DarkZero, number 3 rated team on attack. So that first half was a demonstration of both sides playing into what side of the game they usually are most proficient at. And I think a 4-2 half is honestly pretty representative. It was DarkZero stringing 4 of those things together, which looked really good given how they've already played so far. And I think they're probably going to maintain either first or second on defense when we're all said and done with this Playday going into tomorrow. But then you switch over to the other half, and it wasn't quite like a mid-off like we were talking about in the back. We were like, is this going to go quite their way? Because both of them were relatively low on that stat coming into today, but that comeback overall from DarkZero when they were still down at the half is a really impressive thing to see, and good for that team's mental too.
I mean, that's the thing with DarkZero too. It seems like the longer a game or a match goes, the better they get. You know, you're not going to shake DZ on the mental. That is one thing we know for sure about that squad, no matter who's joining it. But let's move on to some replays. Let's first take a look at some good moments for Spacestation Gaming. Obviously, like we just said, it was a pretty close match, and so Fultz was putting down some pretty impressive performances round to round. We've got a little bit of a montage to explore that.
Yeah, I thought it was still good. I feel like Fultz isn't one that we've had to talk about nearly as much. He's kind of back doing what he's meant to do here. But I thought when he was able to stop or start a couple of plays specifically for SSG, there were really good moments where it felt like they probably should have had the win in this game based on his efforts alone. Fultz is the one holding back here inside Cocktail. He's just going to get a really quick 2-piece, swing from Sledge, immediately come back over to the bar, and I think he finds one either in freezer or behind the bar proper. And then back here, he sneaks right in at the perfect opportunity to grab Skies on a plant attempt, and there's not coverage back from the freezer at the exact same moment. And then right down here, Fultz sneaks into the building. Canadians already try to get 1 kill and immediately gets punished for it. Suddenly, it looks like this SSG team is really able to utilize Fultz to the best extent that we know that he can when he was on flex rolls or trying to do something that wasn't initial first guy in the building or really trying to take these more aggressive steps. It felt like he was underutilized. Now, even though Spacestation lost this game, it feels like they really are on the right track with who's meant to be playing what.
Yeah, I think Fultz was also let loose almost. Like he was allowed to be sneaky, get up in weird positions.
Yeah.
And really caught DZ by surprise. And I think it definitely contributed to a lot of their round wins that they got.
Absolutely, yeah. Our second round that we're going to take a look at is going to be round number 10. And this was DarkZero. Talk about poise. Talk about keeping your mental fortitude. Showing us a retake that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, we'll jump into the round here, coming in for the replay. This is round 9, but we're coming back 3v4, right? Coming through, Skies gets the opening on a Rampy. They did down Pambazoo, so for a moment there, kind of 3v3, but this 2v4 is what it's going to end up being for the post plant. I was a little worried that DarkZero would let SSG get in because that's almost a win condition, right? For SSG to be able to get into that bomb site. You've got 3 players on DarkZero up above, but this allows them to attack this site in the retake for so many angles. They've got one guy coming in through reading, one guy, of course, over in the white stairs has already picked up a kill, and these last 2 players up top can play the hatch. They can come down through train. A lot of options.
Yeah, I think as well on the retakes, DZ had a couple of retakes. They didn't panic. When the bomb got down, they reassessed what was happening in the round. They found out where the positions of the attackers were, and then they dissected the retake. There was no rush or someone being out of position or caught off guard in the retake. It was all very structured and looked very clean.
Yeah, it's tough that SSG weren't able to string together any of those rounds. That one I think was winnable, if a little bit difficult, just because they didn't have that man disadvantage. But 41% attacking win rate coming into this game, and then going down 1-5 on their attacking half as well. Really rough attacks coming through from Spacestation. That's something they've definitely got to work on for tomorrow's game.
Absolutely. So close, but not close enough for Spacestation. Meanwhile, DZ gets another win, another step towards another major for them. They want to get back there after missing out on stage number 2. So we will see what happens now. we have to go to our final, or not our final, no, never mind, I'm all mixed up. We got 2 more maps.
Whoa,
We have to go. It's been a long day. We've had long games already. It feels like we're at that point, but no, 2 more maps yet to go. And the next one's going to be a good one as well. It's going to be Soniqs versus Beastcoast. Yep, Soniqs, I gotta say, probably looking for an easy win. We'll see if Beastcoast gives it to him or not when we come back on the Rainbow Six North American League. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. We're getting ready for our 4th game of the day. It's going to be Soniqs versus Beastcoast. And wait, what's this? I'm receiving a special bulletin here.
Huh? What's going on?
That Ferda is playing for Beastcoast. Oh yes.
What?
The visa issues have apparently been solved. Wow. It's happening. Mark the Shark out. Sorry, buddy, you did.
Throw my prep out the window, dude.
Hey,
it's all you
put up some good numbers.
Playing.
Good numbers for a coach, no doubt. But Ferda, the Challenger League extraordinaire player, finally in the lineup for Beastcoast today. And we just found out about this. Like, literally, we just found out about this.
Yeah.
I wonder how aware Soniqs is of this.
Yeah.
If that changes things. Obviously, Soniqs coming in looking pretty good, but this does shake things up a bit, doesn't it?
It really makes me wonder because I was curious whether Mark was specifically playing the roles that he has been playing, not because they're hoping that they can tap into like what classic Mark was able to do when he played, but more so that when Ferda came in, he can just slot right in, do what Mark was already doing, and it doesn't like throw Beastcoast really off the mark nearly as much. Ferda has been scrimming. That's been a thing. Mark hasn't been scrimming, and Ferda has behind the scenes waiting for the opportunity to finally play this game.
That's true.
Dude, I did not expect this when I woke up this morning. Ferda's finally in the league, dude.
Hey, we're getting more Canadian every match here in the NAL. We love to see it. The Maniac from the Maritimes coming in for Beastcoast.
That's a good nickname. Nice one.
I've been saving that for weeks, Jacob. Listen, he went crazy in Challenger League. He was a very good CO player, of course. Did a lot of good things for his team back in Challenger League. So I'm really excited for Ferda to jump in on the squad.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a bit of a snooze fest of a game, but with the news that Ferda's playing, I think this could be a very interesting game, especially if you said that Beastcoast has been practicing with Ferda this whole time.
Yeah.
It means like they have prep, they have strats, they know what they're doing. I think it could be a good game.
This is good, man. This is really, really good for a Beastcoast team that had a really shoddy week 1, a much improved week 2, even if they still haven't been able to get any more than just 1 point so far this whole year, or sorry, this whole stage. This already looks way, way better. And I'm not saying that this is immediately going to change everyone's predictions and we all start going Beastcoast, but it's nice that there is a little bit more hope for a Beastcoast team that luckily only had to wait 2 weeks to get their guy in. If this was something that lasted for like the entire stage, their mentals would be shot, but I bet you this gives them a really big boost today.
I would think so. We should temper our expectations a little bit. He's still coming out of Challenger League. He still has not played a game on the stage yet.
It's still really cool to see him, yeah.
It's good that he's here, but they do have Soniqs to contend with. Let's talk a bit about this squad because they have been looking very, very good all stage. The changes they made have worked out quite well, and they are certainly coming into this one as one of the biggest contenders to go into that next major.
Yeah, I think what makes Soniqs so deadly is they've got the brains and they've got the brawn, okay? The brain we know. We had Super in last week. We had Joe last stage, but I think I need to expose something about the analyst of this team, Joe Bro, because picture this. It's a lovely Friday evening, okay? Myself and the 3rd best Canadian talents currently in the studio, we're playing some unranked as you do on the servers, okay? And who do we run into? But the Joe Bro stack, okay? Nice fun little game coming up we're expecting, right? Joe Bro, we love Joe Bro. We had him on the stage.
We did.
Man demolishes us. 4-0, it's not even close, all right? We get slammed in the unranked game. We say, all right, that's not ideal. Let's run it again, see what happens. 4-0 again. We see them once more in the server. We lose to them again. Absolutely demolished. So the point I'm trying to make here, when you get to the bronze of Sonic as well, it's not just the 3 players they had before coming in from Rexton, Grixer, Kansan. It's not just that they picked up a guy literally named Gunner, as well as Geo, one of the best support players inside of North America, but their support staff are also crazy. God has played the game before, Sheik and Frag. Joe Bro is apparently a monster behind the sticks. I don't understand how this much fragging power on one team is even legal. Where are the admins?
I mean, well...
Admins are over there behind the scenes banning his account, evidently. That's something.
I was going to say, you said it right as Rex.
I was saying, we were looking at this earlier, and I'm trying to still figure out exactly how real this is or precisely what this means. But it seems like Rexon's account might have met with a bit of a stat ban problem behind the scenes earlier today. Now,
we don't want to make any allegations.
There are no allegations.
Hashtag allegedly.
If anything, it just goes to show that his headshot percentage is elite, and the amount of kills that he gets is insane for what what he's able to produce in the server, it's only a testament to his skill, because if it's an accident and that wasn't meant to happen, then great. It just goes to show you exactly how cracked of a player is. When Super was in here last week, he called him one of the best players in the world, probably the single best entry player in the world, and it's a nice thing when that is able to work for you in a competitive context. You've already got a core of guys on this team that are doing fantastic, and then Geo and Gunner are just doing Geo and Gunner things. So right now, Soniqs are still very much a team that's on top of the world.
Yeah, I don't think Gunner and Geo have joined Soniqs and feel like awkward in the team as well. I think the team's playstyle has stayed consistent with Geo and Gunner. So I think them joining in hasn't changed how Kenzen, Rexen, and Grixer are playing, but it just amplifies how good the team is.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I mean, Soniqs absolutely looking better this stage than they have all year long, gunning for that major with the help of Gunner. You know, why do you have to name yourself Gunner? That just, it plays into too many things. I don't know. It works. But let's move over to the other side of the stage there and check out Beastcoast. Beastcoast, of course, the big story, like we just talked about, Ferda in the lineup for the first time this stage, for the first time ever. If you've seen the show Letterkenny, you know where that name comes from. But does he have the stats? Is he going to have the numbers that they need to finally get a win here?
I certainly hope so, Doa, because as Jacob mentioned earlier, he has been scrimming with the team. And I had the chance to sit down with Rams earlier in the week, and I talked to him a little bit about that decision, because I was a little bit critical of it, right? Like, if you know you're playing with Mark for a lot of these games, why not scrim with him? Why not try to get better? And what Mark really stressed to me was that Beastcoast has got a long-term vision for this team, right? They don't want to sacrifice any potential practice with their full lineup just to maybe win a game or two here in Stage 3. That's not their goal. They're not trying to be the best team right now. They want to build for SI. They want to build for next year. And so the fact that they've been continuously practicing with Ferda, that they know they can play with Ferda, gives me a lot of hope for this team, you know? Rams talked a little bit about how when they're in scrims, they can rely on Ferda to play these positions and get like 2 or 3 kills. Whereas like with Mark, every round they're kind of hoping for one. They're hoping he can hold for a little bit of time, and it almost puts a little bit more pressure on the other teammates to kind of like overperform when they've got a coach playing with them. And so hopefully now with that kind of looming cloud lifted over the team, they might just have what it takes to bounce back and be a solid NAL team.
Yeah, the problem was Beastcoast had a solid lineup for 2 straight stages this year, and now they only have 5 games with their actual full lineup in this stage. It seems like Beastcoast have already not plummeted, but they've definitely downgraded from a team with a consistent lineup to one where we're going to be asking the question, is this the lineup they actually want to take into the next year and keep on building and everything? They only have 5 games in prime time to actually make this work, and I do think behind the scenes they should already, like, if they've said we want to keep on building for next year, they already know their major hopes are in the gutter at this point, which is okay. It's a write-off, and they understood that because that was the challenge or the hand that they were dealt when they started this stage in the first place. So you're just looking to build on something here. You've got prime opportunity to do that. Ferda might be a scrim demon. We might actually be coming in and seeing the exact thing that they were hoping Ferda could turn into, but again, it's just very little time to actually prove that this was the move that you were hoping would work out.
I mean, I always talk about teams building up those scrim bucks, you know, but hard to cash them in on stage sometimes. You know, the value is different. But we're all excited to see what Ferda can do. Let's see where he's going to try to do it as the map bans are in. Find out what the vetoes were here.
Well, this one is going to be a little interesting, mostly because I fully expect Beastcoast to just go fully into whatever strat, whatever map they decide. They've got their full 5 in, so their options definitely are a little bit more plentiful, even if they don't have the world's greatest map pool. They've been 25 to 50% on basically every map so far this year. They take out Club, which has been pretty unpopular. They take out Chalet, which they've lost twice this stage so far. And they take out Cafe, which is a 100% ban rate through almost the entirety of this year, so it kind of falls down to the Soniqs to pick where they want to go.
Leaves Oregon Theme Park and Border. I agree, Jacob. I think the obvious ban for Beastcoast here is probably Theme Park. They've been very bad on that map. They've never won it ever. They've got 3 plays through the year on it, so we'll see if they do take it out. SQ will ban Border, leaving us to Oregon. Now, Oregon's a really, I assume. Leave Oregon. Oregon's a very fun map.
Spoiler. Wait for it.
I mean, there's no shot Beastcoast don't bring it to. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Oregon's a fun map for Soniqs, right? Because although they've played it a ton, right? Coming into this stage, it made up 1/3 of all games they played. They've only won it twice. Their win rate on it is abysmal. They've got a 3-game losing streak currently, and one of those losses, one of the many losses they've got on Oregon this year, was against Beastcoast back in Stage 1, 7-2.
And just as a fun fact, First time we're seeing Oregon played in the entirety of this stage. It took until midway through Playday 5 to finally see an Oregon. There's only a couple that have been played like maybe once or twice. First time we saw Bank was last week Playday 4 when TSM played it. Now, first time we're seeing Oregon. It took a really long time for any team to decide they wanted to give this a shot.
One thing I'd like to note as well is Soniqs is starting on defense. And when I've scrimmed Beastcoast in the past on Oregon, their attacks are always interesting. They don't always work, but they're interesting.
That's a word.
All right. No, that's legit.
I think it's good that they're starting on the attack because those interesting attacks, especially with Ferda, it's his first game, can catch you by surprise. And if you get a 3-3 half on Oregon, you're looking great.
Can Slashug break out the glass again? Do you remember that one time?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
I mean, there's a lot to think about going into predictions now. I mean, the Ferda situation does throw a wrench into things a little bit, maybe. We'll find out. Pengu, Intero, what are you thinking about this one? Ferda's in. Does it change your mind at all on any of this?
No.
No, not really.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's going to make Beastcoast a better team. I don't think Mark was necessarily the problem from what we saw to that roster. I think there were a whole heap of issues that they had, which is more systemic, I think, than just a single player. But
fair enough.
I mean, Soniqs looks like one of the best teams in North America. I mean, you could put Jesus Christ himself on this Beastcoast roster, and I mean, he probably doesn't know how to use a computer, but I'd give him better odds.
Don't speak the Lord's name in
most
vain,
people.
Parker.
So I didn't say Super's name.
Oh, all right. So one for Soniqs. What do you got?
I'm in the same boat where it's like we're talking about what we've seen from Soniqs all stage so far versus what does Beastcoast look like with Ferda. So I gotta go the obvious choice here and say Soniqs.
All right, 2 for Soniqs.
Maybe
not too surprising.
Beastcoast for a second.
I almost did.
So confused.
We're all excited to see what Ferda can do on Beastcoast, but we're not necessarily expecting that to make the difference against a team like Soniqs. Makes sense. We'll check back in with our casters in just a moment. Thanks, guys. So, the desk. Soniqs all the way or any chance for Beastcoast? Well, I'll say it this way. Does anyone want to go for, like, the big crazy odds upset pick? Really?
You're kidding
I
me.
do.
You're doing it?
Here's the thing.
Are you really doing it?
What we saw and what we haven't really touched on so far in this desk has been the struggles that we saw from Soniqs in the most recent matchup. That was against TSM, very good team, but it felt like they weren't really on their stride on Bank. Something seemed off. They were letting Geo get picked a little too often. They didn't seem to have a very successful match there, and I don't know, I'm feeling Ferda, okay? Coming through, being able to back up Beastcoast, make them play like they know they can. Let's do it. Let's throw in a Beastcoast pick.
I don't know, man. Like, okay, I'm going to say Soniqs if only for the sake of the prediction so I can keep my percentage alive.
I mean, they're
but
putting him in there for
like, I'm not, like, I don't know why you're doing this. You're only doing this so Adam can take your screenshot and put it on Twitter and give you impressions. That's the only reason you're doing this. Jazzman, I love you. But the thing about this is still there are more mistakes that Beastcoast need to clean up. And Parker's right. It's 100% not all on Ferda. It's nice when you're able to play with your starting 5. It's good, but the problems do definitely go a little bit deeper. It feels like when Beastcoast focus on too many parts of one attack all happening at the same time, it feels like they've fallen flat. On all 4 games, that's been the same consistent thing over and over again. The one exception maybe being the fact that Anthony actually performed way above expectations when they played Astralis on Villa last week. I still don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be good to finally see the track that Beastcoast are on with Ferda, but it's too soon to actually say they're going to beat one of NA's best teams right now.
Yeah, I think Soniqs are going to win this game, but I do think Oregon will be a good game for us. I think there's the potential for Beastcoast to upset. It is an equalizer map in Oregon, but I don't know. I just think Soniqs is a solid Oregon team.
Like, I'll say this, like, I'm picking Soniqs. I'm rooting the other way, though, if only because it's time for the underdog to finally get what they're due, right?
All right, well, let's see what the coin has to say about it. It's going to be heads, Soniqs, tails, Beastcoast. As we flip it, it's tails. The coin is going for the upset.
Let's go.
For Beastcoast.
No, that's bad.
The coin
That's
picks
what I'm
Beastcoast.
talking about.
Bad for you.
The coin consistently picks the worst performing teams, though, if you notice that. A lot of Mirage picks last stage. It's a ton of Beastcoast this time around. The coin just a believer in the underdog. I appreciate that. What's the fan vote say?
I wonder what the fan vote
vote
says.
89% Soniqs. 89% Soniqs. That's a higher percentage than TSM had earlier today. So that's
wow.
That
They
tells
didn't
you
know about
something
Ferda,
right
though,
there.
presumably.
I guess so.
Most
Yeah,
of
they didn't know Ferda was going to come in. Let's look at our community poll. What's it going to be? The question is, who will end up with more kills, Gunner or Surf? You know,
I'm going with Gunner.
I think Gunner's
I'm going
pretty
with
good.
Surf.
He's pretty
Gunner's
good at
not
killing
playing
people
those roles
in Rainbow Six.
Yeah, but Gunner's a gunner. Like
Gunner
is a gunner, but he's not playing those roles.
Well, we'll see. I think he'll do good on the roles he's playing.
He's tended to do that so far. That's going to be it for our pre-show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Ferda can breathe new life into Beastcoast or if Soniqs will stomp their way to another win here in Stage 3. Rainbow Six NAL returns in just a few.
Match number 4 on the board today, and it's Soniqs versus Beastcoast. And if you didn't hear the desk, Ferda is playing Ferda Boys on Beastcoast, making his NAL debut. That means that the coach of Beastcoast, Mark the Shark,
will actually be a coach today.
Turned into shark fin soup.
Or that.
They literally poached him. No, I'm kidding. He will be behind the team. He will be behind Beastcoast, while Ferda actually gets to play. And as was discussed quite often by the desk, Ferda has been scrimming with them.
Yeah.
So
it should be good. And I mean, looking at Beastcoast's track record so far, throughout the 4 playdays, they went 2-7 loss, 1-7 loss, 4-7 loss, 6-8 loss. So what we see right now is just progress throughout, and that was with Mark the Shark playing as well. So if they want to keep these numbers in similar fashion, they could even look for a victory in this matchup. But it's against Soniqs. So that's where we go. It might not happen easily.
Yeah, that's where the tricky bit comes in. The Soniqs entered today in 2nd place with 9 points. DarkZero leapt over them with their matchup just a couple minutes ago. But the Soniqs are still one of the finest teams in all of North America. 3 regulation wins, 1 regulation lost. Or 1 regulation loss, and they've still looked mighty strong. Yeah, this is a new look to the Soniqs team. Super is no longer playing. Instead, you've got both Geo and Gunner on the squad, yet he was shipped off to SSG. But you've still got a very potent force here for one of the 2 teams in teal. Here on Oregon, Soniqs will be starting on defense. They get first ban. They take out Ying, who has so much application on a map like Oregon.
Yep. I mean, Penguin said on the desk, they have interesting attacks, Beastcoast that is. And maybe Ying was a part of that. He didn't really specify, so we can't know for sure. But yeah, Ying is very commonly used in this map, both on the upstairs attack on bunks and downstairs on basement in particular. Nook follows Troop, and so does Asami. Again, Asami does not see any play in the NAL as of late. And honestly, I understand why. It's a very strong operator, pretty much every single bomb side, has a great gun. And Valkyrie, last defender to get target banned. No information on the board there. Can still play the Yokai if you want the Echo, that is, but besides that, limited information for defenders.
Valkyrie is a very common ban on all maps because of the intel, obviously, that she provides, but also the way that teams like to play her aggressively off-site. Am I really seeing things? Keep in mind that there is attacker repick, so just the fact that Blitz, Lion, and Capital might be played does not mean it will actually come to fruition. They can be easily picked off of as the attackers have 35 seconds to swap up their lineup. Defenders are locked in, and we're starting to see this Alibi Warden being brought more and more consistently in the North American League. Alibi, 3-speed, can make rotates quite well, brings a deployable shield, and has a good gun. Warden, well, if you're worried about a smoke take, if you're worried about a lot of flashbangs going down your way, especially if a Ying is on the board, which she isn't for this matchup because she was banned out by Soniqs, Warden proves to be so valuable. And if you watch the match that just happened, there was one round in particular where a Warden uniquely situated to stop that push that came in because of the fact that you can see through the smokes.
Absolutely. And Oregon is a very small map, especially in the basement department. It's like, you usually have, like, you have the laundry stairs, the freezer stairs, and back stairs, and blue. You only really have 4 areas. They're all relatively close quarter combat, so that's where the flashbangs normally get tossed out to, like, blind somebody. Of course, the Warden cannot get blinded when the gadget is activated. And even if you are blinded, activating the gadget will nullify that effect, and you can see again immediately. So, very stable operator for this map in particular. A rather passive hold for Soniqs. I mean, sure, you're playing staircases, 1 freezer, 1 big tower, 1 laundry, just to kill that, initial drone. The only play that's really happening right now is that Grixer and Mr. Geo are doing a bit of a rat play inside a big tower. Grixer's gonna bait out the drone on first floor, then fall back, I imagine, where Geo hides. We'll see if Beastcoast's drone work is good enough to figure that out, or if they'll be caught off guard. Good entry from the west-hand side, so small tower. Gunner might have a gunfight on his hands momentarily.
He'll decide to swing that main doorway, doesn't find anything for it, and heads back down, 1 minute off of the board. Beastcoast, roam clearing on the top floor now, drones aplenty. We see them go out. That was Slash and Surf, was droning in Anthony up top. For a strong performance from Anthony here in this matchup. He has lagged behind a lot of the competition and has routinely been in the crosshairs of the fans of Beastcoast and some of the former players as to what Anthony can bring to the team. Going off of being droned in, now he himself will try to guide in Xeno down below. Xeno and Ferdo are the 2 new acquisitions by Beastcoast. First EE1D goes off and a nade tossed out. Anthony, the man we spoke into existence, kills Rexen. And with half of the round still to go, Beastcoast have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and Geo is still waiting in this corner. Nothing quite happening. First drone comes up from a service. See if he checks the corner or not. Default cam being watched here could indicate something, but no. We can get the cam to the wall here. Beep, boop, just like that. We don't necessarily need to take big tower control if you're on the attacking side, unless you really want to get that backside presence. So this is a 50-50 gamble. We check every... Oh, I think I might have missed Geo.
Oh. Geo's still in this position, and he's spread some blood on the wall, lost some himself, but waits on these stairs. Not quite towards the bottom of the basement as another EE1D goes off. Ferda still has some utility in those pocket EMPs. We've seen them be quite common. A traditional hard breacher was not on the menu for Beastcoast. Instead, they go with the secondary hard breach gadget that comes with Capital. Ying, an operator who was banned, can also bring that as well, showing good flexibility here. Gunner's waiting for them, and look at all of that being done. Loses his sight, or rather, we should have thought as the EMP goes down. But it's Anthony, the first one to get picked off. Gunner, either you're in the fire or you're in the flames. He's down for the count. Grixer answers back. We play ring around the Rosie now with Ferda. Still looking for his very first kill here in the NAL, but he's losing all of his targets. The rest of Beastcoast is sweeping through the bomb site. That's allowed Geo to get back in through those back tower stairs, and he'll charge right in and take advantage of it, but Xeno, the last man standing for Beastcoast, shuts it down.
It's a nice try there from Geo, a good attempt indeed, and gets both of those kills with a KD at least. And I really like when I see like old school style players play Rainbow Six Siege. And Slash from Beastcoast is one of those members. He is not a mechanical player, so to speak, he's a brain player. Bringing out the Capital for Oregon, I'm such a big fan of, because the fire in the hallway really made them able to capitalize on the execute. It stalled defenders from like pushing forward. You get smoke grenades as well. And Capital in general is very underrated as an operator. Not many players at teams play him proactively in the pro play at this level of play. And Oregon is a map where you can't just play 5 gunner operators and walk down the staircase and win the round. Not typically, at least. You need to force it in one way or another. It's why we see the Blitz Rush in blue, the Ying being brought out if not banned, or Capital in this case as a replacement is just wonderful to see. The Soniqs, well, the one gimmick that they had in their bag was the rat play inside a big tower, which didn't really work out. Geo thought he got droned out, so he went for the swing, did a bit of damage, but it turned out I don't believe he was droned at all, because he was simply aiming for that default camera ping for the wall bang. Either way, what happens in the past. First round goes to Beastcoast, and it looked like they had a great read on the situation in their opening round with Ferda.
I can't believe that everybody on the team got a kill but Ferda.
Didn't need him.
Zeno got 2 to his name, okay, but Ferda, really? You don't get in on the action. I mean, it is his very first round.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he's got some catching up to do, if you will, because he was missing for 4 days. But welcome to the Pro League, Ferda. It's lovely seeing you here, and I'm sure Mark is relieved, right? Super, super happy that he does not have to play any longer, because it is one of the worst nightmares of a coach is that you're like, okay, so what do we do, guys? We need like a sub player, and they go, no, you're playing, and they go, well, it's been a while, you know, like nobody likes to be in that position. So Mark can go back to his actual job of being a coach, and I think that benefits Beastcoast even further because now you got the full picture.
A more traditional Heart Breacher being brought as you hear the X-Kairos go off, exploding not too far from the action. As we're going to see Soniqs go downstairs. Gio, what do you...
Now he's up top instead.
Be very, very still. They won't see him if he's up there. I mean, if you think that there are deficiencies in a newer team, especially with Ferda coming onto this squad, yeah, scrimming is one thing, Nick, but at the same time, actually being in an active game is totally different from scrimming. Every single player will tell you that getting your game reps in is absolutely crucial if they think that there might be some issues, that Gio could exploit that by playing in back tower, and it allows him to sweep back into the bomb site. He very narrowly missed out on clinching. Came so close in the previous round to clutching that round for his team, couldn't pull it off. Now he will decide to head back to the bomb site with half of the round to go.
This could be big. I mean, he's past the line of drones. No, I think they got a read on him. Gunfight comes out. Both members stay alive, but Gio now is a roaming presence. That's going to be an issue for Beastcoast.
You know exactly where he is, so he'll decide to attempt a gunfight. No, they're
just got to stay alive.
Didn't look like they seem to hit their marks. Still in this position right now inside of the mess hall. Can he control the recoil? Neo duel, it looks the wrong way. Zeno had a good read on that one, doing exactly as a Jackal does and hunting down the Hunter, as Jaeger is known in German. 45 seconds left now, and Soniqs have fallen back towards the tower stairs, back towards Pillar. But as I say, that Gunner repositions up to Freezer and can eagerly await Soniqs if they suspect that they're going to drop through that electrical box.
They are. They're going to drone this out. They're going to drop in their radiant. They're going to explode on towards the bomb site here. One Goyo canister only alive on the backside, so limited utility for Soniqs. They're not really fishing for anything else, just waiting for the execute to come through.
Grixer can get more than 1 kill to his name. He could defang this push. Just watching towards those back stairs. Sees one through the smoke. Down goes Anthony. Ferda joins as well. Nitro Cell goes out, but it is not pulled, whether it's been shot or not. Surf decides to get in alongside the Hibana. It leaves Gunner to try to clutch out. Surf with diffuser in hand falls off. Gunner very limited bullets, only 3 left. But Surf decides to go for it with the sidearm, and Beastcoast is up 2-0. Both attempts on Laundry working out for them on attack.
What an absolute map madness scenario. Not only does he play the Jiggle Peak twice, despite the timer being so low, but with the pistol in hand, he's just a little bit faster, and that might just make the difference there. I mean, Grixer tossed out the C4, didn't pop it or was shot mid-air either way. It was a good execute from both teams there. It came down to the wire in a 1 versus 1, but Serve, not a moment of hesitation. The second his teammate fell for that cover, he said, I know I can't plant with 6 seconds left. I'm going to lose on time. I'm going to take the fight to my opponent and sprint toward him. And because I believe I'm the better player, I might just win this round. That's exactly what ended up happening. 2 huge starts for Beastcoast. Ferda, again, he got the assist in that round, didn't find the kill. Don't want to point it out too much, but the first kill in professional play is always going to be a big moment for you. And of course, you're not really truly in pro play until you get your kill on the board. But Ferda doing a good job at what he needs as a team. Last round, the Twitch drones in particular, they got so much value. They popped 2 or 3 Goyo canisters, which, sure, the attack did not come from that side of the map, but it applies all that pressure on towards the side of Soniqs, where what if they end up going over there? If those canisters are alive towards that late half execute, well, you can pop them and then all your attention go in one direction. So because they were popped early, they didn't have as much manpower to stop that push, and that essentially ended up working out for Beastcoast.
Well, they'll abandon that bomb site downstairs. Soniqs not feeling very comfortable in that position. Rex in a slow start. This is something we've seen from him on many occasions, frankly. There were issues with Rexen all the way back last year, if I recall, where it would take him 3, 4, sometimes even 5 rounds to really get in on the board. Now, this was back when they had Super and Yeti on the roster, so there might be other deficiencies in terms of killing that we saw from the players, leaving more on the plates of Kansan and Grixer. But that's been far from the case for Soniqs recently. And of course, it's getting to a point where we can't really quite harp on Yeti and Super on the team anymore. They've now played 5, well, at the conclusion of this, 5 matches without them. This is a new look for the Sonic squad. So Rexen not performing up to snuff is not as critical as it always used to be, but it is still something to note.
And something to note as well is that Soniqs, they played Skyscraper, Clubhouse, Clubhouse, Bank. Those are maps where you have a lot of mobility and you can roam and you can extend out. Oregon, you're much more stuck in specific areas and key positions. You don't have as much freedom right now. And it was Geo roaming both grounds and basement defense, so you don't get that much value. And look at that, the Kite Claw, it goes out. You don't really get what you wanted there. You only used 1 EMP instead of 2, or it was tricked successfully. Either way, Beastcoast, they're already struggling with this first step of the plan. Only having the Selmas right now and 1 EMP to go, they can still fix the problem, but it's a very limited attack from just Master Bedroom right now.
Main focus at the moment for Beastcoast is on that main door. Geo still playing off-site before heading back in to watch over whatever Electroclaws he might be the proud parent of. None in the pocket, so the moment that Electroclaw is taken off of the wall upstairs, leading from the bedroom closet in towards games, he's not going to be able to do too much. They've already opened it up. Surf is down. That's the first bit of action for Beastcoast. Soniqs haven't lost a single point of HP in the process. If Surf can be recovered, then Soniqs, well, they'll have to go back to the drawing board on this one. No, Toxic Canister from Kansan will go out, claim the first target. 40 seconds to go. It's been a blindingly fast round that's flown by, and Beastcoast finds themselves for the first time at a disadvantage.
Beastcoast should know there are at least 1, if not 2 members roaming from Sonic, so they could just go for the execute right now, but again, the breach being scuffed means only 1 door is the injury point. That is not ideal, because it can't fix this breach situation.
Zeno taking damage and just continues onward from the goo, obscuring his vision a little bit as well. He has to pull one out. 2 separate players from Soniqs watching him. Kansan's been downed and now finished off by Anthony. Even numbers, as it's a 4v4 with 10 seconds to go. Rexen finally gets on the board. Grixer 1, Geo another. Is everybody going to get in on it? Ferda falls, and the Soniqs sweep out the attackers on this 3rd round.
So one thing to note with those pocket EMPs is the timing between the different activation gadgets, right? The X-Kairos, the Selma charges for Ace, and of course the Exothermic from Thermite. If you're using a Hibana on Ace, you're pretty much in most scenarios need to use both EMPs to get a full successful breach. The pocket EMPs only disable gadgets for 9 seconds. In most scenarios, it's not going to be long enough to get the breach on both sides. They did have 2 EMPs, because you get 2 apiece. They had Tokabi, she had 2 of them. They only spent 1, and that's kind of where the issue came from. And that right there pretty much ended the round before it even started. Of course, you can bring the Thermite on a top floor attack, and you can just kind of, you know, disable that problem entirely. 1 EP is enough, because the Exothermic charge goes out so fast. But if you're bringing Ace or Hibana, you need to really, you know, pay your due diligence and go through the motions of using both EMPs against the Kite Claw. Basement again has not been successful the first 2 times. Big difference right now is the mirror is on the board. Rexen is playing an operator, Grixer again on the warden. The mirror windows are being put down preemptively, right? They've already just been said, you know what, we're gonna put one in small box, and then maybe we'll put the second one somewhere, maybe not, we'll see. But I like the idea of keeping one in your pocket once you know where the execute comes from. That's not gonna be the case this time. We're gonna put both on the front hand side. Without the Kite on the board, the meeting hatch is not going to be electrified, so this makes sense, all things considered, because we're expecting the hatch to be opened up. These mirror windows will do the job. Backside is probably going to be the priority for Beastcoast like last time, but the reason why you can put your mirror windows on the front is that you expect the backside attack. Then you can put 4 members on defense watching that angle, you're in a decent position.
There goes the drone. 3rd time's a charm for this downstairs bomb site, as you talked about. Ferda still searching for his very first kill. We are currently on Ferda watch, as we like to call it. Breaking news, still doesn't have a kill. Round 4, tough for a new player to go through solid almost 10 minutes at this point without being able to get on the board. There's always going to be first stage jitters for a new player, and first game jitters in particular. It's not uncommon for a fresh face on a team to take this long to really find their footing.
It's not. I mean, it's not even like if Beastcoast were down 0-3 in rounds, you can be like, oh, they're not doing so good. Beastcoast are doing great. And Ferda did his job every single time on those rounds, so that's not a problem. But you can get in your own head if you can't get that kill. You think, when am I going to get it? And then when you finally get your chance, you might choke the gunfight, because confidence matters so much at this level of play, because everyone are so accurate in their shots in those gunfights. We still got a minute and 25 to go on the clock. Slash on the Capital again, the key operator for the execute. That's what they're going to be using to brute force their way through either the front or the back side of Oregon. The Twitch drones have been trying to sneak into the bomb site to deny some utility, but it's been unsuccessful so far. Ferde still has one more in his pockets.
And Grixer's really been the one to try to deal with all these smokes that come out and hasn't failed on that role for Soniqs up to this point. Obviously, there's been greater issues with this defense for Soniqs down below, but now Grixer's in that same spot. And he'll immediately engage the glasses and wait for somebody down towards the main stairs. Moving even a small bit will mean that it's harder for him to see through it, but he sees the Twitch drone come in. He knows exactly where it's looking, and he's able to stop it in time. Still playing off of this soft wall, final 40 seconds. Beastcoast are in, by the way. Look at Slash's position.
Yeah, but I mean, the gate gets popped. You can fire the window maybe, but then again, you got to push through.
Has to burn one of the flames, another will go off. The mirror of Rexen has to get out of the way. That means that it's control of the mirror window for Beastcoast. They don't have anybody from Soniqs sitting on it. Inside of Freezer, Gunner stunned for a second. They're all lined up. First kill goes to Anthony, but more will now follow. Gunner still in this position, waiting. A pre-fire comes in. It's not enough. Flattened is Anthony, and Soniqs are back at it. Now the numbers will go down. Xeno falters. Slash joins him. Surf gets one before being taken down. It's all on the shoulders of Ferde. Not a kill to his name. Hell of a position to be in for your first match, and Geo ends it before he can get on the board. Soniqs have tied the game.
Yeah, and now the question comes, what is this side swap going to be looking like? Penguin said on the desk that a 3-3 side for Oregon, you're in a great position for both sides. And I do agree with that. But right now, this upcoming round, Beastcoast can secure their third round. They can guarantee a tie. But if they lose this upcoming round, all of a sudden, they might be staring down at, a disadvantage in a 2-4 split. So this upcoming round is going to be very important. It's also the tertiary bombs of defense for Soniqs for the first time. And it's going to be meeting and the kitchen bomb side to follow that up. So, the scene is set in this scenario. Ferde, of course, starts to get his first kill. We can set every single round until he gets it. But that previous round on basement, Soniqs did a really good job at stalling out Beastcoast, right? First, the smokes that got spent. Then the Warden, that was an issue, can't push through. Then the fire got spent. What did they do? They threw out toxic babes to stall out the push again. So a really good understanding strategically of what Beastcoast needs to execute. That's going to be the Capital. And then they had two good answers to stall out the two different kinds of Capital utility, the fire and the smoke. And this is the thing that I critiqued about Soniqs with this, super stepping down as a player. I was afraid that Soniqs would not have a good enough read on the game to strategically outplay their opponents. But in every single matchup, besides their game against TSM last Playday where they lost on Bank, they have done that. They have excelled really well in reading the game, understanding it, and communicating between the various players on what their job is in a given round. So kudos to Soniqs for staying in it strategically despite losing their IGL of Super.
Drone war coming in. Rexen got on the board before the last player. Killless. Ferde, again, remember, we're on Ferde watch every single round. Over towards Mess Hall, or over towards Meeting and Kitchen, rather. Just above Mess Hall, where we see a lot of these Beastcoast players. Soniqs holding the crucial part of this dorms map, or this dorms position on the map. You have any soft destructor they're going to want to take up and make a nest above this B bomb site. That's what you need to be particularly worried about. There's no sledge on the board for Beastcoast, so with the breach charges in play, it's likely going to be either the Ace or the Ash who makes a position up there. Gunner gets a jump out and guns down Ferde, but Slash gets two of his own onto Rexen and Gunner. Soniqs do not come out ahead on that gamble, as you might have taken the Lion off the board, but it's the only player from Beastcoast who doesn't have a kill yet.
Yeah, you can argue that's bad value trade right there. I mean, Lion's Gadget is important, but for this particular attack, I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest, because it's all about, the roam clear, the map control, as you mentioned. And so far, Beastcoast, they're making good progress. Flash goes down below, that can try and bait that, fake jump in, so to speak. But Surf, he thinks differently of it, and he waits now for his teammates to rotate to his position. Anthony has made his way to master bedroom. They're trying to collapse on top floor to try and get that vertical control.
It's odd, the Surf is making absolutely no noise right now. He's equipped dead silence.
Yes.
There we go. Now the sound comes back in for him. Almost sounded like we were concussed for a second. Final minute to go. Soniqs had lost those two to Slash as he was picking up freebies on White Stairs. Now it's Grixer to tussle, opening up a small line of sight, but he's missed his opportunity and will have to scramble to get back to the bomb site. Scamper on over, you're a 3-speed. Anthony greets Kansan and takes some damage in the process, leaving Geo and Grixer to clutch out. Remember, Grixer getting back in close to the bomb site. He'll be able to do just that, but Gio's the one who's in some serious trouble right now. As Maestro, you want to take multiple engagements with the sheer amount of bullets that you can spray out of that Alda. Gio has 36 left in it right now. Now it's Xeno to take some damage, as it seems like every member of Beastcoast is finding the goo mines that have been left behind by Kansan. Grixer looking for the vertical play through the floor, but has to maneuver elsewhere. Gio at the bottom of white stairs to catch a cross, and he'll get the nomad of Xeno, good tracking, and head back to the bomb site. Things are quite evened out. Diffuser in the hands of Slash, but Gio finds him, and now it's Grixer to engage with Anthony, and they know exactly where the Ash is, and the Ash will need to drop. No Diffuser in hand, that's where things get tricky, and the Soniqs just need to stay alive to win the round. They've taken 3 so far of the 5. At worst, they will tie the first half.
Bit of a devastating round for Beastcoast because they had man advantage from the moment the first member of the team died, that was Ferda. Then they got what they went upstairs. They got vertical map control in a 3 versus 2. Surf got picked off guard downstairs. Sure, that happens sometimes, so you lost your man advantage of 4 versus 2. But then, even with 3 members alive, you can still go for a pretty basic kitchen hatch drop planned and just hold those crossfires. But they opted for this down the white stair situation with no drone information. They got into the 1 versus 1 gunfights where, well, Soniqs, they're just a little bit better in those positions, and that's why they win that round. And they take the lead. Tactical timeout from Beastcoast as they suffered a loss there. They want to ensure they can get that 3-3 tie, and maybe also discuss their upcoming defensive rounds, because that is next after this upcoming round.
3 rounds in a row for Soniqs is a good time to prompt that timeout for Beastcoast and settle things down. I also think it's a mental check for Ferda, and I know that we're going to focus on him quite a lot. You might get tired of us saying his name, but this is his debut. So when you make your first start in the North American League, there is a large spotlight that happens to be shined down on top of you. Shown down, I suppose you could say, depending on the tense that you want to use. Either way, whether it'll help Beastcoast in this final round or not, we will have to watch and see. After their very first successful defense of dorms, the bomb site has been locked up till this point, which means that you get to play it once more.
I mean, already now, you're in a great position if you're Beastcoast, because there's a very big change that they've made. Surf is no longer in the pocket EMPs, he's on Thatcher. So, Thatcher, you can just use that single EMP, and the Kite Claw won't mesh up entirely with Ace. So, the issue they faced the last time was the breach did not go through successfully. That is going to get fixed with Thatcher and Thermite combination. That is a guarantee. There's no way they don't get the breach this time, and that's what they needed, right? But I still have to question, are we going for a very simple direct attack, just going for Master Bedroom? Normally, in professional play, you need 2 avenues, right? Either big tower or big window plus the Master Bedroom breach. You cannot work with just Master Bedroom breach. It's simply too linear of an attack, and you're going to have every single member in the defense aiming at that breach, and when you walk in, there's just no way you can get through successfully. See what they can do. Seen on the big window, Surf rotating towards that Master Bedroom to assist the Thermite breach of Slash, and then he's taking armor control, joining himself in, or actually getting joined by Thirda as well.
I can't wait for his first kill.
Could be this round, Parker.
What did they call him? The Maritime Monster? Is that what Jesse called him?
I didn't hear what Jesse called him.
Please feel free to the Maritime Menace, the Maritime Monster, whichever you'd like to use.
Sure.
Jesse takes this very seriously.
He does. I can tell. I can tell.
I mean, there's an even number of Canadians on the desk. I'm sure that makes Jesse very proud with Penguin in here.
Oh, yeah.
The Maniac from the Maritimes. I think the Maritime Menace sounds better, personally. But, I mean, we can workshop it. I'm going to take what Jesse said, and I'm going to improve upon it. We're going to iterate. So.
Teamwork.
Either way.
Speaking of teamwork, we see the EMP go out. It missed, actually, the first one around, but the second one goes through. XSET Charge follows up, and a third just in case, you know, all else fails, but Gio might push to this breach here.
7 kills on Gio so far on a roll that isn't usually at the forefront for Soniqs. He gets droned out and will now have to maneuver out of the spot that he's in. They've conceded that closet is open. We're not really going to be able to defend it that much. Before I say that, as Gio then goes back in that direction, I don't know if he was expecting a very quick push and just wanted to simply live by the trophy door or not. Either way, the stack up from Beastcoast is a well-placed Nitro Cells dream onto that balcony, but will not be made for now.
Gio's playing absurdly aggressive this game so far. Both basement attacks or defense, he's roaming. Now he's just contesting the breach in the door. He's just fighting everybody right now.
It's a grenade that goes off as well, trying to dislodge Soniqs from this position. Geo doesn't see it, and Grixer can't follow up. Slash just walks, and down goes Geo. Another for Slash in this position, so good. He's been the last couple rounds picking up kills as they just walk right into his bullets. Kansan now the next, or no, rather Gunnar the next to go down. It looked like it was Kansan to fall, and it's Zeno on the board. Down goes Kansan, there you go. But Rexon has his teammates back. Ferda and Zeno are no more. It's Rexon in a 1v3. He'll need to clutch out. Unless he can pick up Kansan, who's still bleeding on the ground, maybe get him back. Nobody from Beastcoast decides to push this, so it gives Soniqs a fighting chance. Rexon goes down to Surf, and now it's Kansan to clutch. Through the smoke, Anthony says, your clutch, not quite happening. What did Penguins say? A 3-3 first half is exactly what we're looking at as the teams will now swap sides.
Yeah, and it is indeed a close game. Not a one-sided one at this at all. And now the question comes because Penguin also said Beastcoast attacks are where they are an interesting team to play against on Oregon and scrims. He didn't really say anything about their defensive side. So either that means that they're weaker on it, or perhaps they just play much more of a default game of Rainbow Six Siege. But with how their attacks were going, I would expect them to have good, strong fundamentals. And that's the word that I like to use because you can really test the team out on their fundamentals, right? Are they going to kill the drones in their own game? Are they going to overextend? Can they hold the crossfire successfully on the basement once that XQ comes through? Those are all the big questions that I look for as I'm watching this round. And of course, Soniqs, they got a roam clear. But it's usually a pretty easy job unless you've got, the vigil on the board, you got crazy aggressive roaming. The thing that Slash is doing is that, once again, a big brain Slash is going to put captain traps on doors, impact 2 different rotation holes, make a soft hole in towards a small tower, and clearly Beastcoast are going to be extending out a little bit on this map, hopefully, or they're probably hoping for Soniqs to go quick about it, run into those captain traps, take damage, maybe even get injured, and get a bit of value that way. Interesting setup. I do like to see this.
What do you like about it?
I like the fact that it's different, right? If you're prepping for the Smash of Soniqs, if you haven't scrimmed Beastcoast on this map before, because this is the first Oregon of Stage 3, you have no idea what to expect. And now you see this setup, I'm like, what is going on? This is not a typical standard roam clear. We gotta fight tooth and nail the first door we walk into, and there are captain traps on the board as well. Like, the drone game from Soniqs has to be superb for this round to go cleanly for them.
I mean, but we also saw Capkin come out for Soniqs, so they have to be prepared for that when they themselves are bringing those operators.
You would think that.
You would think.
Well, as
Just
you know,
because you can play something on defense does not mean you know how to tackle it on offense, especially when your team is not going to be prepared for the lineup that gets brought that could be separate from what you've brought before.
drones are going in. It's a quiet start, but you see Soniqs respecting this setup, slowly creeping down the staircase, not rushing through any decisions right now. The question is, did the drone spot out all those Capcom traps? Because if you walk through it and it explodes, well, then it's a no. Oh, we checked it. Good job, Rexon. Sees another, shoots it down.
We follow in that EE1D as 1 minute is now gone from the clock. Gunnar not too far removed from him. Beastcoast very restrained on this defense. They're not roaming that aggressively. They're playing close to the bomb site, and they have quick pathways back. The first one that will likely come in contact here is Rexon and Slash, as they might battle things out inside of the kitchen.
Yep, Slash is stuck. He has no impacts, no rotates.
And there's been an explosive that did some damage, but he takes down Rexon, and now Gunnar answers back with a pick on Nazino. Slash still in this position. The high damage PMM in hand. But who wins that engagement? Kansan sees him, tries to outduel him, does so successfully. Soniqs now with an advantage of their own. They've got a minute to go to translate this success off-site towards the bomb site where the 3 remaining players of Beastcoast sit.
I really wish Slash had a spare impact in his pocket there, because he could have just impacted out towards meeting and gotten back to bomb site through big tower. But because he spent both impacts on small tower side, he was stuck in kitchen the entire time and could not run away. He becomes a free kill, and sure, he did some damage to Kansan, got a kill into Rexon, but he could have done that and survived. So a bit of value lost there, but it's still 40 seconds. The time that he wasted was absolutely critical for this round.
Soniqs, even though they have 5 drones under their name, don't seem to be using them right now. It's go time. They use the Jackal marks to help out as one of the proximity alarms goes off. They know that Gunnar is coming in that direction, so Beastcoast can be prepared for it. Surf stacked up, high rate of fire in that storm, can do some serious damage. Soniqs deciding to move things around. They're going to push from the back of the map, waiting for Ferda to pick up his first kill, and the drop here should be good enough to do that. Oh, Ferda looks the wrong way, and there's his first kill, only before him to be dragged back down. It's Surf to clutch out with 4 seconds. He can absolutely do this, but he has to stop the plant, but he can't get there in time. Grixer says, nope, not today. Soniqs pick up their very first round on attack, and, well, they gain the lead.
Yep, so close though, right? It came down to that split-second decision from Soniqs to rotate to the backside so quickly that not every member was able to rotate from the defensive side of Beastcoast, and Ferda had an unfortunate timing here. Geo dropped the hatch right as he looked away, but Ferda did in fact get that first kill on the table for himself, and he also did technically slow down the push, but he didn't stop it entirely. Now Beastcoast, if you lose basement, do you go there again? Nope, you change things up. Upstairs to bunk beds instead. And this bomb site in professional play is a bit of a tricky one because we've seen more and more teams kind of sway away from this as the secondary bomb site. It's more common now to go basement into tertiary because it's so difficult to hold any real ground on the kids' bunk's defense because you can't stop them from reaching master bedroom, you can't stop them from reaching attic, you can't stop them from being on a big window on the A bomb site either. So you have to win your gunfights, hold your ground, or it's really the small details that'll define the outcome of the round. For example, does the nade hit true? Do you destroy a player in an important position? For example, Geo, when Soniqs were defending, he was being really aggressive. If you shut down Geo, that's all they really have going for them, and that's what Beastcoast did. Slasher got 2 kills, round is basically over. If Geo gets 2 kills, same story and opposite effect, whereas Soniqs, they're now in the lead. So it's very difficult to find that fine balance between the aggression and the, I guess, passiveness, if you will, on this particular bomb site. And I will say, Slash and Geo are not typically very aggressive players, in my mind at least, but we're seeing them both just really be on the roam, being proactive. Slash was on Capcan last round, now he's in Jaeger, it's at a big tower roaming. Geo, when he was in the basement bomb site, he was on Jaeger running on the map as well. I like to see it, and they're both finding success in their own ways. They're both pretty much leading the charge for kills, as Geo has 8 to his name, and Slash has 6 to his.
You know, the sledge going off, now being brought, and it's over at the top of Small Tower as they're wary of Beastcoast extending out to that same part of the map that we'd seen them defend on before, but, well, Beastcoast have decided that that's not exactly where they want to play. Instead, they're going to be on the same floor that Kansan is on, but just on a different part of the map that they can't quite easily get to, which is over towards dorms. Of course, playing in and around the bomb site, not extending out too much. Slash will reinforce the back of Attic, and buy his team a little bit of time should a push come from that direction. Soniqs again foregoing a dedicated hard breach, as we've seen Beastcoast do in the past. Yep. And there's no secondary hard breach gadget at all. Soniqs are just going to go straight for the throat here, and I guess damn the strategic element.
I was going to say, if you opt to go for this lineup, you just have to go big window and up the wide stairs, because that does not require any hard breach utility at all, and that is where their positions are. So they are following the plan so far, but in a logical sense, this is possible to work out. Further downstairs in this position, very important player, can shut down the big window jump in, but of course, he might have to worry about the roamers too, or the lurkers rather.
Ferda's in an excellent position. Gonna double the number of kills that he has. A jump in from Gunner could do just that. Slash falls to a nade. Now Surf is down for the count 2. Geo dies to the fire from Surf's canister. So he may be in the grave, but there's still damage to be done. Now Ferda picked off from Kansan. Zeno down below will need to get back to the bomb site as it's Anthony left all on his lonesome, buying time by shooting that Goyo canister. It'll be Zeno to head towards White Stairs. Picks the wrong side. He sees the head of the Zolfia of Rexen, but can't do much with it. Will now be stunned out over by Classroom, and more time will be bought as an EUND goes off. But Gunner and Kansan take damage as they sprint through the fire. Anthony, the next one in the line of sight, right by the bomb chassis. He scoots away and just waits for the follow-up, but gets slaughtered from the other side, leaving Zeno still down below to contend with 4 players from Soniqs and the diffuser being planted. They know exactly where he is. They do damage to him on White Stairs. Soniqs looking to go up 5 rounds to 3. All they need to do is get Zeno, and it's Gunner to be the one to do it. Soniqs stitching together a very impressive rally now. Of the last 6 rounds, they've won 5, and they're on top.
Yeah, I mean, Soniqs had a beautiful execution there. As I said, as you mentioned, no hard breach, they couldn't get any of the walls, but they had 4 members on the big window White Stairs side and Grixer alone inside of Armory, just waiting for the right time to cut the cross. And because Grixer was on the Twitch, he could still use his Twitch drones proactively, right? Get the lobby cam, get the Armory cam early in the round so that when the flank would come through, there was no information from Beastcoast that that was going to be happening. And when you're shutting down information early, well, you're just playing blind because Valkyrie's banned, you're not playing Echo, you don't really have any cameras outside the bomb site itself. That could be like deployable cameras or Maestro, for example, neither of which are really being brought from the side of Beastcoast. So it's a very well execute, if you will. And again, Sonic, that there's really understand the strategic elements that they need in these rounds. In Beastcoast, they need something more for these rounds to go their way, because right now it just comes down to those small gunfights. If a member pops off, if for example, if Ferda had gotten a kill or 2 downstairs, that could have changed the course of that round. But it's one of those, like, you can't really count on a kill going a certain way. The strategic elements have to be there instead as a buffer. Of course, the Goyo canisters, they stalled out for time, but the moment Soniqs knew the timer was low, they just sprinted right through that fire, they took a bit of damage, the plant went down successfully, the cover was there, and more importantly, they had the manpower in a 4 versus 2 to take that risk. So opening kills right now, quite important.
And if you look at the opening kills, round 1 and 2 went to Beastcoast, round 3 to Soniqs, 4 to Beastcoast, 5 was a trade, 6 to Beastcoast, 7 a trade. Soniqs picked up number 8. So, I mean, opening picks always matter all the time.
Always.
But we've seen games where the opening pick is largely irrelevant because it happens in the final 30 seconds. And I mean, yeah, at that point, an opening pick is obviously crucial, but it's not an isolated pick. It's not like you got a pick in the first 30 to 40 seconds and you were able to then work knowing that you had a numbers advantage, which is hugely influential in a round. And on top of that, sometimes you get an opening pick, and while it's not exactly a trade within 5 seconds, if they can answer back within 10, 15, then the opening pick and the advantage that you gain from it is often rendered far less effective.
Another, to add more context as well for opening pick, is that on Oregon, because it's a compact map, getting that one single opening kill just means there's one less gun staring in your direction, whereas on a bank, for example, bank is a map very spread open, very wide, so you just get a huge advantage on this particular map. In that scenario, it's why most teams, they play around it. It's why the attackers played slowly, because you don't want to risk losing that advantage early in the round. You want to get it. Similar attack right now from Soniqs. Will it work twice?
Nade goes out, almost claiming Ferda. Next one goes in, and it's Kansan to die to Anthony, but look at Gunnar. He's getting the diffuser down. Can they stop him in time? He has to fall off, likely due to the toxic canisters. Anthony dies, slash from below. A desperate Nitro Cell almost kills Ferda, and Beastcoast's sloppiness is because of the fact that Chaos has been thrown into the equation by the Soniqs. EE1D goes to freeze them in place. Suddenly, Beastcoast now needs to scramble into the 4v4 with just over 30 seconds to go. Gio doesn't know Surf's position inside of Attic. Down he goes. Beastcoast buying time. They'll retake from White Stairs. The rest of Soniqs assembling outside where they might be able to see that diffuser. This is going to be a bad spot for Beastcoast. Rexon with one, another added to it. A run out. But there's no danger for Rexon right now as Gunnar has his coverage. It's Zeno in a 1v3. Soniqs looking to move to match point. Can Zeno save it? No, he can't. Gunnar the last kill, and Soniqs move to match point.
And again, another good read. Time and time again, if you do the same defense, you wouldn't think that you would attack against it the same way unless they had so much confidence. But the thing is, there's a small change up from the side of Soniqs, right? This time, it was an off-pace execute. A flashbang grenade downstairs onto Ferda forced him off the vertical hold in the big window. And then Gunnar just jumped in with the Lion Charge, started baiting the plant, forced the members of Beastcoast to move forward. They got 2 picks off it, and all of a sudden, bomb just goes down. No one had any clear, again, information on what was happening, where was Soniqs planting. The panic C4 from Slash almost killed Ferda, thankfully didn't, but also did not kill Gunnar, who was getting that diffuser down. And we all know, once the bomb goes down in Siege, you're in such a favorable position in that post-plant scenario. And we got the vote. Who will end up with more kills, Gunnar or Surf? Well, Surf played really well, to be fair, in the first half.
9 kills and 11 kills. Gunnar with 11. That is very close. I find that a lot of these polls that directly compare them, and you have Gunnar winning 78 to 22%, that when these polls happen, there's usually always a clear winner and loser. Who's going to get the most shotgun kills? And then somebody has like 14 kills and the other person has 2. And it's like, well, I understand that it's not 14 shotgun kills, but when somebody's only got 2 kills,
not fair.
Probably not exactly a a good representation of how many shotgun kills they could get. Either way, you gave the nod to Gunner.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the roles, right, Gunner is always spoken as like one of the most mechanically talented players. He is a gunner, so to speak. So I feel like fans will just be like, of course Gunner's going to do it. But honestly, Surf's played phenomenally so far in this matchup. The first 3 rounds, huge value. The Twitch drone completely misses Surf, by the way, as I speak about him. He could get a free kill right now if he wants to go for it. It's risky. Remember that Master Peter balcony gets re-droned. He thinks differently of it, goes down to the basement, and he will be on his way.
Surf could re-barricade that door to maybe keep himself a little bit safe as this Lion staple being brought out by Soniqs is paying off in the way that it allows them to quickly take some control along with the drone work that they've done. And Soniqs don't seem to have much of an issue with their drone work giving them information. They've been perfect so far on attack. Soniqs over the last 7 rounds have won 6 of them. Beastcoast's 2 of 3 rounds came in rounds 1 and 2. So they've been in a bad spot for quite a while, and you mentioned that they've been closing the gap between their opponents, but this one seems to be back to more of the blowout that we've seen before. And Slash was mortally wounded, and the breach charge above is enough to kill him from Kansan. Soniqs up in a 5v4.
I have to say, I like the the adaptation that Slash gets a C4 to maybe kill a guy in the vertical. I still think, I don't understand this, because Slash is going to die 10 out of 10 times that position in a Pro League match. Sure, he might get a kill, but he will never survive that position. If you give Slash an impact spare, or give him a rotating towards meeting, he can get out scot-free and survive and just play down that clock. Slash also had a spare Capgun trap in his pocket that did not get utilized. So this time around, again, the Soniqs, they do a better game at the adaptation style, whereas Beastcoast are kind of forcing the same thing a little bit too hard, in my opinion. Minute to go. And now if you're defending, a decision to make that's difficult. Do you play overly aggressive and lash out, try and get back that man count of 4 versus 4? Or do you just play really passive and wait for the execute because you think you can take them there? Well, there's Toxic Base from Anthony. You have no C4s. Options are there, but Soniqs, when they go, they're going to get explosive. Members on the hatch, inside a freezer, laundry stairs, all avenues, all angles will be under pressure on towards Beastcoast in 10 seconds time.
This is where the rubber hits the road. Kansan heard by that proxy, but it doesn't matter. Soniqs are just cleaning house. It's Zeno against the entire roster, and he'll deny a flawless. But what more can be found? The diffuser goes down, Gio's job is done, and now it's incumbent upon the rest of Soniqs to watch as Zeno picks up his second pick. Still on Pillar. They know his whereabouts. They have critical information. Zeno will retake, match on the line. All 3 points for Soniqs within reach. They started the day in second place. They'd like to keep that gap between them and TSM in first as small as possible. And right now, the odds are looking perfect. Rexon ends it, even with the slow start. He found his footing by the end of the matchup. And it really didn't take that much for Soniqs. 7 of the last 8 rounds, they toppled Beastcoast 7-3.
Yeah, and in the last 3 rounds, they won all 3 of them and got 3 plants as well. So the objective play was really, really clean from them. Good understanding of like stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 of the round. Roam clear into setup, into execute was played phenomenally. And Soniqs to keep on surprising, I would say, but impressing us at the same time.
Very, very well done by Soniqs. And I mean, there's going to be some things to look at for this Beastcoast squad as they and Oxygen seem firmly entrenched at the bottom of the North American League standings. I mean, at least there's smiles on the face of Beastcoast as they work through the troubles that come with a new roster. But Ferda was not the silver bullet that they wanted. Going 1-10 on the day was statistically the worst performer on Beastcoast. That is not the debut that you want, but you're not picking him up for that. You know that Ferda has far more potential.
Yeah, and you get another try at it again tomorrow, so I'll say let's compare today and tomorrow's matchup when we get there and see where is Ferda at now, because that was his debut. Now the jitters, they might be gone, he might do better tomorrow.
Yeah, throw off that first match jitter that comes. You've got another match in 24 hours, so we'll see you there. And of course, we bring you more action because there's still one final matchup to go in today's NAL. We're going to toss to a break, and then we'll come back with the analyst desk. Sit tight.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doa, Jesse, Jacob, Penguin here with you to break down that last game. But before we do, we have Geometric standing by in Las Vegas to chat with us about that last match. Geo, congrats on the win. Hopefully you can hear me out there. Hey there.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay, hey. What's up, what's up? So, hey, congrats on the win. Now, Soniqs on a good trajectory to make it back to the major. After being on TSM for a couple stages, that being a little bit rough as far as getting to the top 4 in a stage. Now you're on track to do that with the new Soniqs squad. How much does it mean to you to get back to a major, potentially?
Obviously it's been a while, even since when I was on TSM. So, it would mean the world to me, not only just to do it for myself, but for the org and the team that believes in me. So that'd be a great accomplishment.
Gio, you've had a really strong season here, at least in Stage 3 for the Soniqs, but there is one game that you guys did drop. It was their most recent match against TSM. In that match, particularly, you were getting picked off, it felt like pretty often, early on attack. Can you talk a little bit about the problems that you had in that last game and then how you were able to fix them coming into this match?
I think obviously TSM is a great team. No one takes that away from them. I just think obviously we lost the map bans. We went to bank and we learned a hard lesson. But you just live and learn. I think for me, I'm an aggressive player, support as it is. So I'm never going to shy away from a fight I think I can win, no matter who I'm playing with. So I think that's what happened. And even here, I was taking the peaks that I thought I could win. And sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
What's it been like transitioning from a team that you've been on for so long with being TSM and then transitioning to Soniqs? How's that been for you?
It's fantastic. I was kind of not scared, but it's kind of like when you've been with a group of guys for like 3-4 years, you're kind of used to like everyone. You know everything that's gonna happen. You kind of know everything, and then you get thrown into like a whole new team. I would say a whole new play style, and it's been fun. It's been exciting, and I'm happy we're performing well, and hopefully we can keep improving.
You had a good game today. You were kind of all over the place for a little bit. It was that one time you almost had that one clutch round one. You're off as Maestro playing in Z a little bit later on. It felt like you were definitely all over the place in this game. Was that kind of the intent, was to try and be as mobile as you could around this Beastcoast squad, or did you have a specific strategy today when you played them?
We came with a strategy, but for me as a player, I think obviously depending on who we play, I think TSM I didn't really get to show it because I was more of a passive player. But I think people forget I'm kind of a maniac.
Yeah.
Even before when I was on EG, Rogue, COG, people forget it was up to me. I'd run at someone immediately. Like you can saw from the Goyo, me dying in the Goyo. I don't care. I just want to win the round no matter what. So I think people forgot that I'm that kind of player, and then I'm just showing it here.
Aggro is aggro. Nothing like being a bloodthirsty support. That's what I like to see in every game, Thanks for joining us, man. Congrats on the win today, and good luck tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, Geometrics helping Soniqs get it done. 7-3 over Beastcoast. It was quick.
It was quick, and it wasn't the greatest opening game. I think I said Maniac from the Maritimes. I meant to say Mannequin from the Maritimes.
Oh, no.
Because he
it's
looked
only
lifeless.
been one map. Oh, my God.
It was a tough one. 1 in 10 wasn't surviving in the server too often there. But, Penguin, we talked a little bit about this. There were a couple of times, especially in that first half, where, he was dying. But at least he was getting traded a couple of times, right?
Yeah, Furtis scoreline 1 in 10, it doesn't represent the impact he had. I think there was a lot of rounds where someone would jump, Gunner jumped outside, kills Ferda, and then they get 2 kills because of that Ferda's death.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's 1 in 10, but I don't think he played horribly. Obviously, he didn't play the game he wanted. But I think he got traded a lot. One thing though, all of SQ, their bottom frag is 8.
True.
And everyone's got more than 8 kills.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Evenly distributed.
Yeah.
I feel like for both of Beastcoast's new acquisitions, it was trial by fire. Back when Zeno played in that very first game, he had a very off performance, and it took him a long time to finally get to a point where we can say he's up to speed. It might just be the case for Ferda. I think they really had maybe the toughest opponent that they could have had for Ferda's first foray into the league. Obviously, 1 in 10's not that great, though it does basically seem to confirm the notion that he's doing what what Mark was doing, and just a one-for-one transfer. If Mark comes out, Furta comes in, he can play on those same ops, but obviously you would have liked to have seen him do more than just 1 kill today.
It was nice to, like, for Beastcoast start off kind of strong, right? This is their 3rd game in a row starting on attack, and that has been, like, pretty successful for them. But now in 5 games, Beastcoast have lost every single defensive half that they've played, at least on attack. They won 1 attacking half earlier against, I believe it was Astralis. This is their 2nd kind of even attacking half where they go 3 for 3. But defense definitely seems like an area where they need to improve.
The thing is, I do want to give credit where credit is due. Soniqs got the dub, 3 points, fantastic. They're back in 2nd place. We should theoretically be talking more about them, but for me, because this is the first game with Beastcoast full 5 now, it makes me kind of reset almost to like 2 weeks ago to reform opinions about what they look like with having new people on the team again. So it might just be a case where it takes a long time for us to get these really good takes on Beastcoast again for a while, because now they're playing the way they were expected to be playing. But if it's starting off like this, that's already kind of a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we knew this is kind of how it was going to be for Beastcoast. You're obviously not going to probably in most situations bounce back and have an amazing game just by putting in your brand new rookie player. Finally, whether you've practiced with him or not. Right. Welcome to NAL Furta. It's a rough start, but hey, a lot of players coming out of Challenger League have the jitters the first game, have that rough time. Now, that's not to say there weren't those good moments for Beastcoast along the way. Like you mentioned, it was a 3-3 attacking half for them, and we're going to take a look at one of those rounds to kind of pinpoint some things that Beastcoast were doing well, because clearly it's a development stage for them. We don't know, where they're going to go from here, but we do want to point out the good things as well as the bad as we break it all down. So let's take a look at round 2 and see how they did kind of towards the end there.
Laundry attacks were really, really nice. This round ends up getting very, very close. The first round, of course, they hit it from the front. They went in through Freezer. They went in through the laundry side. Now they're coming in through the back. They've already gotten Geo picked off on the roam clear, and they start to lose some players here, right? We get a couple of picks. They do trade 1 with Rexon going down thanks to Surf. They get in deep, and they manage to push really, really deep with Surf and Xeno both picking up a kill. Now they're in a tough spot though, 1v1, and I love how Surf plays this. Instead of going for the plant, he rushes them down, pistol in hand. 3 seconds left on the clock, finds the head of Gunner. It's a very aggressive play. It's one that shows a lot of confidence, and I love to see it coming in from him.
Well, right at that moment when it looks like Goyo, he fires at the exact time he thinks is going to come around the doorway. Yeah. Surf plays it really well, but I think Beastcoast as a whole still had what you talked about it before, the discipline of dealing with Geo and then finally coming back again.
I think the bigger part about that round was when Geo snuck into dining. The whole attack halted. I forget who the Jackal was, but he came out of Freezer and then went to clear dining. So I think the discipline for Beastcoast to go re-clear the roamers and then have a good sight hit shows that there's potential, but I think they got to have more of those rounds.
Yeah, clearly there's some skill there, but that just needs to coalesce. It needs to develop. The chemistry is not there yet on the squad. And how could it be? It's tough to, there's a big difference. We hear the casters talk about it between scrimming and then playing on stage in those actual matches too. But let's move on to our next replay. This one's going to be round number 9, and this is just a great example of Soniqs and their post-plant sort of strategy, their togetherness, kind of the opposite of what we saw from Beastcoast. This is a team that does have that cohesion, and it was on full display.
Yeah, in a sense, this felt very much like Soniqs firing on all cylinders, and I mean that also because there were several attempted Dorms defenses from Beastcoast earlier. Gunner's outside big window right here. He's going to try to get a plant down closer to white door if possible, but there's going to be a couple of nitro cells that deter him from actually starting this off. He wants to plant here, back behind bunks, pulls away, tries to get another plant spot down a little bit closer, prones for a second, then runs across, evading every shot and explosion he can, then plants back here, and as soon as he does, watch him bolt right back out the big window, and then watch Beastcoast scramble to figure out what to do here. Gunner's back outside, Xeno's already playing immediately down below, but Soniqs post-plant positions are about to be king right here, even though it's still a 4v4, and Rexon's about to kill everybody as soon as they come swarming up big window, because there is no way for them to get back in, to kill all of these different spots Soniqs are watching it from right here in enough time to actually get the defuse off.
Yeah, I think as well, everyone was on the same page with Soniqs. They had site control, and as soon as bomb got down, you saw Rexon immediately get on the rappel to go to big window.
Yeah.
Clearly they knew the bomb was trying to go down, and their goal was to play a post plan, and they played it beautifully.
Yeah, I think that's like a trend we saw throughout the attacks from Soniqs. It always felt like the team kind of knew what the goal was. They would all work towards it together, whether that was clearing the roam or focusing on the plant or executing on the site in some other way. They really did seem very focused and directed, and I love to see that, especially from a team that just lost a very kind of directive IGL.
Right. I mean, the thing for Soniqs, too, is that you can't just win the games against the good teams. You got to win decisively against the teams that are struggling as well. I think that's just as important as proving where you are in relation to the other teams in the league, right? They're still on track to make that major. We'll see if they can do that later on. But for now, quick break, and then we'll get into our final game of the day. It's going to be Mirage taking on XSET. With the way Mirage is playing lately, this is going to be a fun one. So do not miss it. Final game of NAL coming up in just a few. We're back here at the desk, and it is time to get ready for our final match of the day. Jacob's already clapping. We're all excited because this one's going to be a fun one. Mirage has played better than ever this year, or this stage rather. Better than they have all year this stage. Their opponents, XSET, playing great. 2-0-2 right now, so kind of at a crossroads. I feel like both of these teams, to a certain extent, are at a crossroads. They both need a win. They both want to get to that major.
Yeah, we're trying to see Mirage go for the most wins they've had in a stage since getting third place back in 2021, stage 1. Wow. It's been a really long time, but they are on this rebuild phase. And again, they're taking advantage of the fact that both OXG and Beastcoast, teams that should have been doing way better, aren't doing nearly as hot. So the fact that they are even in 6th place is nice. They were up in as high as 4th and 3rd so far at different points for the stage. Meanwhile, for XSET, they've never been that fantastic of a team domestically, so seeing them here might seem weird, but I still have high hopes that they'll crack into top 4 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, like you said, Mirage hasn't done this good since Hot and Cold was on the team.
Yep.
So,
there you go.
I wasn't going to say that bluntly, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think this stage, they got on the right track. They got all the players they need. They have the structure they needed. And I think this is the real Mirage lineup.
XSET, I think, a little behind where we were expecting them to be.
Yeah.
4 games in, they're only 2-2. This is the team that went into the playoffs of both majors we've had this year. They've looked very, very good. I think they played the meta pretty well in terms of their play style. But yeah, attacks have been strong. Defenses maybe a little bit lacking so far in these first 4 games. So we'll see what they can do against the Mirage team.
Which is interesting because earlier this year they were quite good on defense.
Yes, they were.
It's an interesting bit of a change, too, and I think XSET, to a certain extent, is dealing with a similar situation that teams like Astralis are, right? Which they got by on their gunfighting, right? They got by on being really, really good 1v1 players, really good at hitting those shots. A lot of the league has caught up, whether through trades or whether through just kind of adapting to the new meta with LMGs kind of getting changed and all that. So XSET finds themselves in that position, too, where you got to at least keep up, definitely want to adapt and continue to stay that one step ahead, but that's not easy.
Yeah, I talked a little bit with Diaz about kind of what the struggles have been, and especially on defense, it does feel like sometimes we're seeing some of the more aggressive players like Spirits, like Gomez, kind of falling earlier in the round, and he's attributed that to them not playing as aggressive as they have in scrims or as they have in previous stages. So if they can kind of fix that, change that around a little bit, that might be something for them to bounce back with and finally have a couple more successes on the defensive half.
Exactly. Well, let's dive into the teams themselves a little bit more. First, I think we're going to talk about Mirage, and to get that started, we got a little bit of a video to explore kind of the thoughts coming into the stage and what they've been thinking since then.
Left against Rampy, he swings, and Dexter will have his revenge. First round goes in favor of Mirage.
I'd say for the roster changes coming on this stage, it's depending on how you see it, I think the greatest improvement is actually probably Mirage, because I think they went from basically the clear-cut bottom team of NA to I think they can compete now with this new lineup.
Bolt's just moving around. He'll see the smoke, but Mo has so much faith in the shotgun. What the hell is this match so far? Mirage up 2-0.
The biggest surprise to me, or biggest team that's had the biggest surprise, is definitely Mirage. I did expect them to do pretty solid just based off their roster. I knew all the players. I knew Mirage would be pretty good. I'm still shocked they're doing as good as they are, but I'm glad to see them doing so. I'm really good friends with a few of them, so love to see it.
The team that's surprising me the most this stage is probably Mirage. I think they made great changes over the offseason that fits better into their play style. They're able to they kind of have this upset thing this season, this stage, compared to the last 2 stages.
Melted, an incredible play! How does he do it? Good Lord! Clutching out for Mirage.
Mirage has been looking pretty good, but we're not worried. They're a great team, but I think against bigger teams like us, they're gonna fumble.
I'd say we're just coming into the games with a lot more confidence, having fun. Those are 2 elements that I was really emphasizing during the offseason, and I know everybody has really been preaching let's just come into these games, let's have some fun, guys. Let's not stress out about every little detail. We know that we're good, let's just show it. We continue to hammer out the kinks of every single strat every single day, so we're just gonna keep looking to do that, keep looking to improve, and improvement is just our #1 focus.
I think the story of Mirage in this stage has been really great to watch too, because not only from the team side of things, they have a good attitude coming into all this, just focus, like we just saw the coach say, on improvement, not necessarily trying to win a major, blah, blah, blah. You just want to do better. And also the attitude towards the team from the other teams in the league. I think everybody's just kind of happy to have a stronger opponent to play against.
Yeah, I don't think Mirage are a bad team, and it's nice to be able to say that. No, I mean, I think now they need to kind of push it to the next level, right? They don't look like necessarily a top 4 team yet, but they look like they finally got some more of the basics figured out. You go back to that last game, of course, losing 7 rounds in a row after being up 6-1. We can analyze that to death. We can talk about players that didn't show up. We could talk about stat trends that didn't go their way. But ultimately, that doesn't happen unless your mental gets kicked off a little bit, unless something's going wrong internally, kind of with your comms or with your attitude. So I think it's those kind of little things that Mirage, like, sure, they're a good team, they can make the plays, but it's like, how do you push it to that next step?
It's not a hot take to say that they should be 3-1 right now. I think Spacestation really dug deep. They had a 6th gear that traditionally Spacestation usually has, but in that game, because it was such a wide margin and they had a 5-1 half on Chalet, Mirage should already have another win under their belt. They should be way higher in the standings right now, and they're capitalizing on a lot of this early momentum that comes from when you have so many roster changes happening all at the same time. Teams don't immediately know how to react to you, or if you adapt, how exactly you adapt so that you can be counter-adapted against. That kind of thing is what Mirage seems like they're feeding on at the minute. And when you have an opportunity like this, you have to take it for all that it's worth. You have to go the distance, and you do have to push yourself even more, but you can't just stop with what's already working. I think Guerra did hit like the nail on the head specifically with that interview where he said they're already working out the kinks with every strat. They're trying to figure out what's working and what's not. I understand if you're crushed after that loss to SSG from last week, but you still should have won that game, and you're sitting in a much better spot than anyone gave you credit for when this stage started. That's a dub. Keep it going.
Yeah, I think there's no reason for Mirage to be upset with the loss against SSG. Yes, they were up 6-1, they should have won the game, but I think like you look at it overall, they've done very well for this stage. I think just Mirage as a team, stage 1 was just fixing what had happened in the previous year. Stage 2 was getting it on the right track. Stage 3 is actually being a team that's going to compete, and they've shown it clearly.
I think so. I think they're going to provide a good challenge for our other team in this series. It is none other than XSET, of course. XSET, the best performing North American team at a major currently right now, made it all the way to the semis in Berlin. This stage has been a little bit rocky 2-2, but we talked about why that might be a little bit earlier. We touched on it anyway, that other teams have caught up. Other teams are running and gunning like they were always so good at in stage 1 and stage 2. What do they need to do to pick it back up again in here 3?
The thing about this is, even in the 2 losses that they suffered so far this stage, they're still playing like themselves. They're playing in a very XSET style way. They're not even playing that bad. Even in that Soniqs game on Clubhouse where their roams were getting dominated, it felt like XSET's positional mistakes were just these minor things that they did as they tried taking control of the map. They still look like XSET. They don't look like a team that's fallen off. All the players are still doing what they were doing back in Berlin, and before then, it's not like all of a sudden this is a really like completely different squad that we're not used to seeing. We're very used to seeing this team. It's just a matter of the opponents they face. A very good Parabellum on border that we're already trying to, like restructure what it's like to play that map with 2 new guys on it that they've never played before, and a Soniqs team that we're just, at every nook and cranny, we're simply the better squad in that Clubhouse matchup. Everything else since then looks like it's business as usual. Like, lest we forget, they beat OXG 7-2 on theme, and like that was a rout. That was a perfect way to bounce back after losing that Clubhouse matchup.
One person that's really been a rock for XSET that they've been able to rely on a lot has been DS. Not only this stage, but I think throughout the entire time he's been on this roster. He's one of the players who will die less than any other person in his position at this high of a level. He's currently got a 46% survival rating this stage. He had a 48% in Brazil and 45 last stage. In every single competition, that's either best in the entire competition or second best, as we're seeing here in this stage. Of course, these stats coming from before this Playday started, but still really impressive that DS is able to survive so much. And it's something that he talked to me about, he's talked to his coaches about, and this is his role, is to stay alive so that he can be that late round trump card who can pop off, go crazy in a clutch. Staying alive is always his goal. It's the role he plays on the team, and I think it's a big part of why XSET have been so successful in the past.
Yeah, I agree. DS made his name on staying alive. Like, he was known to be that guy that was just going to be up at all times. And I think that gives people like Spirits and the more aggressive players on XSET that ability to jump outside a window and play for a 1-for-1, because DS is going to stay up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you need that guy, right? If everyone else is going to be aggressive, you need the person to come and clean up. You need the person to kind of provide that threat that the enemy team knows about, where we have the one guy that plays standard. We got to keep him in mind, even as we're fighting off all these other aggressive members of the team.
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think him and Kino work really well together as a support duo, because Kino can kind of play that like aggressive smoke style role where he is kind of going for swings. He's kind of making plays on D, but again, with that rock, it's so nice to have.
That's right. Our map bans are in, so let's move on to that. Let's find out where the game is going to take place.
Well, a couple things about XSET. They are usually restricted to about a 5-map pool. There's only a couple of ones that they will take that are outside of that camp, so to speak. I fully expect to see no Cafe, no Oregon, no Skyscraper from them specifically, and those are the 3 that they've taken off the board in that order. I was down here looking at my notes, and then I look up on the graphics, that's exactly that. So I feel like Mirage's map pool also is, so far this year has been pretty bad, ultimately, because they haven't been able to find momentum on too many of them. So the last 3 that we've got here, I think, are ones that do present some interesting opportunities for Mirage, but for some reason, Villa is also still there too.
Well, there's Club, Villa, and Theme, and Club is kind of the one that nobody wants to touch. It'll be a bit of a game of chicken on who wants to ban this. Of course, if Mirage let it through, they better be confident on it. They're not going to. They'll take it out first, and that really leaves XSET with 2 great maps that they could play. Theme Park, one with a lot of footage for Mirage. They played it 3 times in the first 3 matches here in the NAL. This would be their 4th if XSET choose to bring it to them. Villa would be one that they're also very familiar with for a different reason. They played against XSET on this map in both stages 1 and 2. And throughout those 2 matches, Mirage got a grand total of 3 rounds. So at least double that, please, in this game. Ideally, get a couple more than that. Keep it close. But it's certainly not looking good stats-wise when you look at the maps for Mirage.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting on Villa. I know XSET has a lot of set plays that they like to go for, and if you've played Villa twice already against XSET, you've already seen a couple of those set plays. So unless XSET's come up with some new stuff to throw at Mirage, I think Mirage will be prepared.
I think you nailed it, right? Because, I mean, XSET has a lot of footage out there about them on this map. Mirage is effectively a new team, right? So those previous maps may not apply as much as maybe people would want them to, those XSET fans out there. But we're going to take that all into account when we make our predictions, which is right now. And of course, first we got to talk to our casters, Pengu and Taro. Is it going to be Mirage? Is it going to be XSET? What do you think? It does feel cold here. You look like the Unabomber or something.
And it reminds me of the team that's going to win today's match, Mirage.
Ooh.
Because it's ice cold.
Ice cold. I think
Canadian team, man, it's freezing. It's freezing. It's not that Mirage is going to win.
If you can go 7-4 against Astralis and win, and then go OT against SSG, I think you got a good shot at beating XSET, so I'm also on the Mirage train.
All right, wow. 2 for Mirage from Pengu and Canadian Emperor Palpatine. We'll check back in with the 2 of you in just a moment as the map gets started. Like lightning comes out of those thumbs, I've seen it. Let's check with our analysts, though. Jesse, what do you got for this one?
Listen, it wasn't sweater weather early, despite me being in maybe a bit of a warmer uniform.
We're literally in a sweater.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go for Mirage either, despite the weather. I got a lot of faith in XSET as a team, and despite them being just 2-2 this stage, I feel like they're going to bounce back and be able to take their 3rd win of the stage.
I love this battleground. I like it for both teams, mostly because Mirage just needs some kind of comfort pick, but XSET, on both times they've played it so far this stage, have already proven they're the better squad, and ultimately, I don't feel like they're nearly as like doom and gloom or people calling them bad or mid or anything. It's still the same XSET squad, and this Mirage team on Villa still has some problems to sort out. So I'm repping the set. Let's do this.
All right.
This is going to be tough. It's split.
Break the tie.
I think I'm going to go with Mirage for this game. I think XSET.
You're agreeing with them?
Yeah.
You're agreeing with those guys?
I do agree. I think XSET's set plays that they have is going to bite them in the butt, and I don't know if XSET's really prepped Villa that hard to change how they're going to play. I don't know. We'll
Bold
see.
words.
Yeah, a lot of trust in Mirage's ability to sort of take that footage and turn it into a win, to counter strat a little bit. We'll see how that works out. Let's find out what the coin has to say. It's going to be Mirage heads. It's going to be XSET tails. The coin loves tails today. It says XSET. We'll see what happens. There you go.
50-50.
50-50.
All right.
Fan vote. We'll break the tie.
Twitter still loves Kino.
I would imagine it's going to be XSET. Twitter does love Kino. Yeah, there you go. XSET for the fan vote. Didn't quite hear what the percentage was. 57%, so actually quite close.
Really close.
They're swaying that vote, dude.
Mirage getting some fans here, and why wouldn't they? They've got exciting new players. They've got exciting new results in that a win is new. And we'll see if they can kind of capitalize on that. Let's check out our community poll to see what question on Twitter we'll have to think about here. Who will have a higher overall rating after this match? Benji Mula or Diaz?
Benji Mula was a top 3 player at one point.
He's been putting the stats in.
Benji Mula's been up there.
That's true.
I wouldn't bet against the B money train. I really wouldn't.
Bro, didn't we just talk about
Diaz? I know we just talked about Diaz. I'm a big Diaz. I know. He made the point, I didn't.
You know, it was 1 week ago that Kento was MVP too, so maybe we got the wrong Mirage player on this
Maybe. I'm not playing theme park, so we'll see.
A lot to think about. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the day begins. Mirage takes on XSET here at the NAL. It's going to be epic. Do not miss it. See you in just a few.
Final matchup of the day, and it's two teams that find themselves in maybe not the same spot in the standings that you would come to expect. Mirage is towards the top of the standings. XSET is also in a similar range, but not quite up as high as they could be. This is a new look of the Mirage roster that we've been talking about a lot.
Yeah,
added Dexter and Mohesi.
Looking good. So, a lot of people thought, what are 2 players change gonna make, difference-wise? But honestly, they look like a completely different team right now, putting up numbers against, SSG, going to overtime, beating Astralis, beating OXG. To be fair, asterisk, OXG is being beaten by everybody, but back when they beat them in like the first Playday, or second Playday rather, it looked rather impressive. So overall, Mirage looking really good. XSET, one of the only 2 teams to not make a roster change, them and Astralis, and they're looking, I'm gonna say mid, because they're like middle of the pack, not because they're a mid team, so to speak, but they're not playing up to the standards that I think they have for themselves or for their fans this stage.
Well, that's true. So can XSET bounce back? We'll go all the way over to the Italian countryside, drink some nice wine together, maybe try to warm up, because as I said, the cold chill is coming in from the Grey White north of Mirage. They're gonna ban Nook first. No Nook, say it.
Nook.
There you go.
There's no Nook. And of course, Villa is a stable ban because there's all those staircases and the basement is so huge. Almost like having Kavera on the attacking side, but with frag grenades. So of course, we don't want to deal with that when we're defending. Hibana actually gets banned secondly. Very common that you ban a ranged hot breacher, either Ace or Hibana, so nothing out of the ordinary so far.
What else will join? Valkyrie will also be banned out. I don't want to say that's too common, but I mean, her ban rate is quite high, especially here in NAL. We haven't seen a lot of her get played today, and then there's the other shoe that drops. We're just waiting for it. Azami taken out as well, and those are all 4 of the operators that will be unusable.
So in all 3 games that we've cast today, Asami was removed from play, essentially, and it seems to just, if anything, her ban rate is increasing. Because it's, she's not really having a lot of play. That's for sure. Valkyrie said Parker, very common operator as well. It's just like one of the only information operators in the game right now that it gets played frequently. Some teams like Rogue and UL, the Berlin Major, they play a lot of Echo, but I don't really think we have a team in North America that plays Echo enough to either warrant a ban, nor anyone being like, oh, this is a problem. So until a team starts doing that, well, Valkyrie will just keep on getting banned. That's the only information operator. Now, Kino is currently hovering Kali. Now, Kino tends to do this on A, Bank, and B, Villa. And I still can't tell if he's memeing or not, because like he does get kills with it, and usually XSET plays quite well with that operator in play as well. But it just seems like an odd operator for Kino of all people to play. And he sticks it. The only thing that gets changed is that Spirits goes for Blitz for just a second, but then goes to Ace at that last final moment that he had to change. So range top reach, name of the game. Hibana's off the board. That means you have 3 less flashbangs on every single round, assuming you were going to be playing the Hibana. That means the utility has to be sharp from the rest of the lineup. That's why we see flashbangs from line, smokes from Twitch, nades from the Sledge, and of course you get that utility clear on the Kali.
Did we not see Kino on Kali in Berlin? I distinctly remember seeing
on Bank,
him.
I believe.
Yeah, I actually think it was on Villa.
I mean, I might have been. I think it's both actually.
Why don't we go? Why don't we look? Why don't we look at the Berlin Major groups?
I know for a fact he played Kali. I don't remember if it's specifically Berlin Major or not, but I believe he did.
Oh, okay. Well, my apologies there.
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm trying to remember. Look, we casted a lot of games.
That we did.
And was trying to figure out which day it was. But I mean, we could be wrong. It could just be mixing it up. But I'm pretty sure we've seen him on Kali before.
No, we certainly have.
And like you said, it might have been Bank as well.
Either way.
It's the advantage of bringing a Kali in this situation over secondary EMPs. Well, during Gomez is bringing Twitch or even a Thatcher. Why would teams decide to bring a Kali here?
I mean, I would argue that, one, it's personal preference for long range like we see right now, but also Kali's lances can destroy soft utility, right? Castle barricades, master cameras, shields, etc. So it's like an EMP and Ash charge combined into one, and Kali has 4 lances now. So the value you get from the operator is actually rather large. It's just that most pro players are uncomfortable with a sniper weapon, so they're like, we want to have a stronger gun, therefore we're not going to play the Kali. Kino, he's just built different. So is Gomez and so is Yogg, because they go 1 apiece. Kento trades into Yogg, rather. But it's still 4 versus 3 rather.
Obviously benefiting XSET right now is back towards Aviator Games. Kento will go, missing out on a very crucial drone that will continue to feed information to the rest of XSET. Now it's Benji to take some damage there from Spirits. Where's Kino? He's going to be the difference maker. Where the Kali is. Positioned, waiting, watching towards Vault. Not inside a study yet, but a long range means that the long range of this sniper means that you'll be able to pin people down. There was some movement inside of Vault, so that's more information for XSET as to one of the 3 remaining defenders, Mirage being in that position.
And you still got 40 seconds to play with. Now this shield is a bit of a problem, but so much shots goes out, he will deal with it, but Kento swings nicely off that angle.
My goodness, Kento taken from behind. It leaves Melted to clutch. Smoke is a clutch machine, but we'll now have to wait out the EE1D. 3 toxic canisters for Melted. He can put on a serious hurt, but as he starts to do damage, ticking away at Gomez. Where is Diaz? That is the real question. Swung from 2 separate angles, Melted in a really tough spot right now, but deny them the ability to get that diffuser down. Melted getting pinged away, they know where he is. Continuing to fire. Diaz at the diffuser over half, waiting for Gomez. Can Melted pull this one off? He sees the Twitch shotgun out, gets a little bit too close. That's a down, but Diaz ensures that XSET prevails on round number 1.
That's just so close indeed there, but with shotgun on that long distance, I don't think that really would have been able to get the kill at the end. And it's a successful attack on the opening round, and it was not that messy. It was rather clean. The only thing that really happened that was not so good was that the diffuser case was on the study balcony in that 1 versus 2, and it forced X to take another 10 seconds to get established on the bomb side. But once they got there with that Lion Charge to spare, that really sealed the deal. Having SMG-11 in a 1 versus 2 is never ideal. Sure, in an individual isolated gunfight, it's a great weapon, but only having 17 bullets at your disposal is never a great situation if you gotta shoot a drone, pre-fire a wall, etc. And you saw it in that 1 versus 2. Had to reload 2 times and to go for the shotgun. It's not pretty. And then Mirage, they changed the bomb set up immediately onto Trophy Statue instead. Change things up here. Double reinforcements out of Astro, so a passive hold, if you will. We see more and more pro teams play only 1 reinforcement. But then we take a look at triple wall. 2 reinforced, 1 soft. Angle until his claws will be opened up, and a roam extended on the other side of the map from Dexter, Benji, and Mo. Jammers, of course, to help stop the drone information, and then Dexter reinforcing those off its walls in towards the bar to help assist this roam game. Spirits is showing us not the Blitz, but the Monty.
The Mountain.
The Mountain, the door himself, yeah.
The French operator played by the French player. French-Canadian.
French-Canadian, yes.
Because I know that the people from France would take umbrage with calling him that, but that's just splitting hairs. As the assault from XSET begins, it's going to be over towards Study and head closer to the bomb site. That's over towards Trophy and Statuary.
I'm a huge fan of Monty and Villa because you can, as you see here, you can just walk on in, take top stairs control. Okay, that's clear. Main stairs, that's clear. Going towards long hallway. The only real counter to Monty right now is vertical play with a C4. And when Valkyrie is banned and you're not really playing poles, that's not really something that we're going to be seeing very often. So either you're going to force Mirage into a different playstyle that might be uncomfortable with, or you just take all this ground for free.
And Spirits is just taking it all for free. Melted, who's hanging on to those toxic canisters till the very second of the final first round, has now already expended one of them. He didn't exactly help Melted the way that he wanted. It's also a small change to Melted's lineup. He's not bringing the shotgun. He's bringing both SMGs with him. So not expecting close range combat.
Gotta get that 1.5x, gotta get that enabled up. Mo is down below with a C4 in his pocket, could use it later on, but no information. Mo gets the kill to DS instead though, that's Aina off the board, a valuable operator.
And that's Mirage getting the first pick to answer back to the first round where XSET had that upper hand. Yana is a particularly strong operator on just about every single map.
Yeah.
But here, when you're looking at clearing away utility, the grenades, very helpful. Being able to drone in. You're dealing with a mute, but I mean, the information that's going to be gained by the Yana, always applicable, especially if you're trying to scout in a Monty.
Yep, that's the thing, when you play Monty, you're having one less gun on the board, so when you lose the opening kill, well, that's one less to go, and Mo finds a second on the round, almost gets killed, but no, he gets away, just a little bit of HP. Good aggression.
Jump out from Benji, and ends up working. Kento's down and bleeding out. But now you find yourself in a very bad position. Spirits, as the Montaigne, can't really do that much as he tries to close the gap. That leaves Yaga all alone. Kento getting picked back up. Nobody on the floor for Mirage. Many eyes will look towards Yaga's position. They know he's there, or at least have a suspicion at worst. You can see the bullets go over his head. Yaga might just be killing as much time as possible. He knows that the task ahead of him is pretty much impossible. Mirage are aware of that too. And while we've seen some superb clutches from Yaga, the likelihood of one emerging right now, very small. A single pick onto Mo means no flawless round from Mirage, but the case is miles away. And Yaga won't even be able to make it into the room closest to him. Dexter ends that one, and Mirage tie the game.
Now to do it again, the early aggression from Mo really sealed the deal there, getting multiple kills in the round, and Benji followed up with a nice aggressive play, jumping out that closet window towards the master bedroom balcony player of Ace. And at that point, well, you got a Monty in the bomb site getting smoked out and shot by 3 different members. Then York, instead of Boar, couldn't do anything to assist his teammate there. Tied up 1-1, round 3, we are going to go back to AVG, so we're not going to be going downstairs just yet. And that is a question that we have to raise. The tertiary bomb sites today, they haven't seen that much play. It's been kind of very close games, round by round. But the tertiary bomb site in Villa is actually rather strong. It's that kitchen bomb site that most teams go to, not the library one, because that is an extremely rare one to get seen at this level of play. And the couple of options here for XSET, right? They've now played the Kali, they can play without the Kali, they played the Monty, they can play without the Monty, and now that we see the second chime seeing the same bomb site, we have to see how is XSET going to respond on their attacking repick lineup, because Gomez was showing the Bok originally, and Diaz was hovering the Nomad. But upon seeing the bomb site and discussing what they might do, they've gone to Twitch and the Flores instead. This kind of signifies a top main attack, because the Flores drones and Twitch drones can clear out utility in the office, top main area, you take main stairs control, whereas last time, they did a bit of a split take, right? They were in master bedroom, they roam cleared successfully, and then they rotated to study balcony later, except they might have a different approach this time around.
Things change up. The way that they go about this. I would have liked to have seen more Monty, to be honest. I always do like the shield play that gets brought from certain operators. Clash in particular was fun to see for a period of time on defense, but has now very firmly been pushed out of the meta because she just doesn't really bring what you need. It's easier to coordinate against her. Kali's a hard counter, Nomad's a hard counter, Capitão's a hard counter. Any set of nades, hard counter. Zofia is probably her biggest with that concussion from the lifeline, moving the shield aside and allowing a follow-up to be had. Either way, the creativity that can come is huge. And I wanted to know what XSET was trying with the Monty, but we might have to wait until an exit interview to get a better bit of information. Spirits, whether he's on a shield or not, has struggled in this matchup. It'll be the first death in round number 3, yet to find a kill.
Yeah, the thing about Monty is that if you win the round, you can kind of do it again, but if it fails, normally a Monty player will say, okay, it didn't work, we're going to change things up, get me a gun. But when you do that, you know, the Monty play and it fails, now you go to Ayana, you get intro killed in the first minute. Now Spirits is like, what am I doing wrong? Well, oh my god, Gomez should never have lost that gunfight by the looks of it, but Dexter, he comes out on top instead with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked as to how that one played out.
It looked free, right?
I mean, it absolutely did, especially when you got the F2 in hand. That gun really doesn't have you lose gunfights. It's, yeah, usually operator error. Kino's next to die for XSET. It was almost a flawless round for Mirage in round number 2. Another one is shaping up for them. There's still plenty of opportunity for XSET to get a pick, but when you've got Dexter swinging like that, well, not much you can do. Now leaves Diaz on the other side of the map, and he's probably just going to kill time, I imagine. Very similar position that Yago was in. 1 minute to go, and yeah, what is Diaz doing at this point? He's just killing time, allowing his team to talk. Mirage will wait it out. This is a tactical timeout essentially being taken, and XSET will not win the round.
And the two new members of Mirage, Mo and Dexter right now, they have done such a good job in all 3 rounds right now. The aggression, holding their ground, playing that fine line, and never really trading their lives for nothing. There's usually a trade or something of all the value coming back towards them. And Dexter just keep up that aggression while Diaz sort of dance around him. Dexter might get flashed up, but remember, he is Warden. This does not work against him. Diaz, come on, swing the door, man. Flawless round from Mirage. Dexter gets that 3rd kill in the round. He's saying, what's up, man? What are you guys doing?
I mean, if it wasn't for Yaga getting that 1 pick in the previous round to start it off, it would have been 2 flawless in a row. Mirage had difficulties on their very first defense, but they seem to have shored up whatever they had going wrong with them. It's given them a successful win on both Trophy and Aviator on their defenses, and now they have to go to one of the 2 downstairs bomb sites. XSET, whether it just because of a strategic element or because Spirits is not feeling himself, will once again bring a Montaigne, and instead will bring it towards this kitchen defense from Mirage. I suspect that we might see Monty try to roam clear up top because of the fact that most teams that defend kitchen will then go back up to the trophy statuary component of the map, but not actually defend the site there, just hold map control. That's something to keep an eye on. There's been a couple swaps out for XSET, but the Monty is staying, at least for now. Yana and IQ being brought in place of the Zero and the Twitch.
The Monty is really awkward here because if you go above for a roam clear, you got to deal with the vertical C4s and the pulse. But if you don't go above, you got to deal with the verticality that you didn't clear. So there really is no winning in the scenario, I feel like, as the Monty player. This is one of the few bombs at the Villa where I probably wouldn't bring the operator myself. But Spirits, he's a veteran, seasoned Monty and shield player, so I'm sure he has a good grasp for the situation. I will say, for Mirage, forcing Mo onto the post when Mo has been like the opening kill player for their team, playing really far forward on that mute, being very aggressive, it's going to limit them more in their opening kill engagements because Mo is going to be active on that cardiac sensor, he's going to grant information, and sure, he has a C4, he could get the opening kill, but Mo is limited to being on the bomb site itself because that is always where the pulse will play in this particular situation. Diaz is on the IQ, can challenge him through that floor vertically, 1-to-1. It's going to be a cat and mouse game between these 2 operators. And if Diaz, you know, he waits for his right moment and opportunity, he might just get a free kill onto the post as he's on his scanner. Breach goes out, no wall deny there to be had, no vertical holes to deny that summon charge either. So Benji forced a little bit further back towards that statuary area above. XSET making good and rather quick progress right now. And with the Monty, it might even be, you know, even easier for them to clear out the rest of the top floor.
And there goes one of the Banshees to let them know that the Monty is indeed roam clearing up top, as we had speculated on. Down below, Mohesi getting information. Lots of it, in fact. 3 bodies will be spotted on that sensor, but he'll lose some of the cover that he had because of the sledge work that was coming in from Yaga. XSET still know exactly where they want to advance from. Portions of that floor, by the way, cannot be C4'd. So if you're Mo, you want to stay a little bit farther back and know exactly when that Nitro Cell is going to be successful. I think it was Astralis, actually, who Nitro Celled a portion of the floor. That couldn't be taken out. Spirits is dead yet again, the first to die for the second round in a row. The Monty will not be successful yet again. It's an opportunity that XSET has let slip through their fingers now for 2 rounds.
It's a really awkward position because Spirits couldn't stay inside a statue because of C4. He had to go top red instead. Then he gets isolated into a 1 versus 1 with a Jaeger and somehow loses that gunfight, or that engagement rather. And now XSET, they're playing 4v5. They lost their pocket pick. We still got 2 C4s. Well, make that 1 C4 left in the pocket of Mo. Actually, both C4s been popped, nothing left. Oh, Gomez. He's in.
He's just in the midst of the bomb site. Not for long, though. Mo is there. Must have had some premonition as to whereabouts XSET was pushing from. Mirage can stretch their lead right now. Again, flawlessly done. XSET really struggling to get a kill. As I say that, Mo tries to fire back, takes a bit of Kino's life away, but Kino wins the engagement. But Dexter is not to be found upstairs, and they capitalize off of this. 2-4, and then a third added to it as Melted holds down the bomb sites. Mirage, almost another flawless round, only sacrificing 2 players over the last 3 rounds. That's an impressive stretch, and they've won 3 in a row.
They've done so well in multiple areas, right? Strategically, they got the right setup. Opening kill-wise, they've won, well, they've had opening kill presence in every single round. Opening round, there was a trade between both teams. Round 2, 3, and 4, well, Mirage, they got a very convincing opening kill. And now we're looking at a, a defender-sided Villa, which is the expected outcome. Once the side swap comes around, we have to see if Mirage can attack better than XSET. Otherwise, we will see a very close game. We might go overtime, etc. You can't just only be good at defending. Now XSET, they have called for this tactical timeout. They are down pretty bad. It makes pretty good sense. I think the timing for this is quite good. They've seen all 3 primary bomb sites. So with this timeout and the next 2 rounds to come, they can expect, or well, rather they can predict that Aviator games and Trophy will be played next. Trophy first, then AVG. They can prepare for these upcoming rounds, try and get some numbers on the board, and of course their coach can get them back mentally in the game as well, because we always say this, XSET normally fire up after a tactical timeout, so this is where they usually start shining. They get a couple of rounds, game gets very close, and then Mirage, they gotta attack afterwards. XSET are still fully in this match, even though it's looked kind of rough the last couple of rounds.
Nick, why did you have to go and make the same prediction as me? Because there's nothing more than I would like to do than gloat about how correct I was in picking Mirage, but you had to spoil that fun.
Why did you pick the same as me? I told you.
I picked first.
Yeah, but I told you what I was going to pick before you said it.
I told you that I was picking Mirage, and
you
looked at me and you said, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah. So
then I technically told you first.
Okay, so if I'm in, okay, so just get this straight. If you tell me what you're going to do, I just have to do the opposite no matter what, even if I agree with the same thing?
That's correct.
Okay. From now on, I will always tell you.
Or you plug your ears and you don't hear it.
Okay. I'm going to tell you the day before we cast what I'm going to predict, and then you just be doomed.
Did you predict XSET playing like this?
I did not expect XSET to play like this. I did not. But I did expect Mirage to play very well.
Okay. 7 kills for XSET through 4 rounds of action.
It's not pretty.
Less than 2 kills a round is not where you want to be, and the bulk of those came in round number 1.
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, Spirits, that's like the main character right now in my eyes, right? Because he's tried 3 different operators. It's not working out. Oh. Kino gets the opening goals of Dexter. Now, this is the thing that we need from XSET, right? Shut down that early aggression. Kino typing basically LOL in Portuguese in chat. And he gets that opening kill for his team.
I mean, Dexter also speaks Portuguese himself, as far as I'm aware.
That makes sense.
I mean, he has a Brazilian flag.
That makes perfect sense.
So I would wager as much that they communicate well with each other, but you don't need to speak Portuguese to know what the multitude of Ks means in chat. It's laughter. Getting rid of Dexter early. He has been such a thorn in the side of XSET because they have been struggling every single step of the way to find the offsite players of Mirage. And I don't know if it's because there's been a mute that's consistently been brought by Mirage. There isn't this time around, or if there's just been issues with XSET simply not droning it out effectively enough and focusing elsewhere. But now Kino, after that early pick, gets taken out by a run out from Kento. He jumps out, gets the kill, jumps right back in, doesn't lose anything in the process.
Yeah, and Gomez has spent both of his grenades, and they really didn't find much value. The Kite Claw is still active on the wall, second one in pocket as well, so Mirage are kind of comfortable in this position, and no diffusers on that balcony. They hear the rappel, they hear the drop as well. They're going to try and aggress for a moment, it looked like, but I think they're going to think better of it. 3 members of XSET now on the master bedroom balcony. They need this diffuser to get picked up and back in their pockets.
Kento scooting away. He's got Benji next to him for backup, and could they feel some of the heat from XSET in the closet? Well, Benji's still in this spot. He can do some serious damage. There's 2 players from XSET that are going to pressure him, and well, one of those proximities go off, so target acquired. They know that he's inside of closet. They have the tools to flush him out. You were talking about how the nades from XSET had not been the best place. There's still one in back pocket. If Yaga can time this one well, it can flush Benji out, but they've wasted about 20 seconds on a single player of Mirage. There's a Frost in play. The longer that you start to tick away at this clock and you go to jump in, you're going to get down, and I imagine that's what just happened with Yaga and Benji in this position. He's going headhunting. XSET gets in on 2 kills, leaving Mo and Melted against Spirits and Diaz. Spirits his very first kill. Looking for another, gets it onto Mo, but he's traded across by Melted, who now just needs to find Diaz. 4 seconds left, and Melted clutches out the Frost mat, credited with the final kill, but it's Melted to take the heat to Mirage, and they're up 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that diffuser into their pockets, but they forgot about it because Sophia had to jump back out the window, pick it up, and go towards that bomb side. The last 2 members of XSET were not close together. They could not play for a trade. One member aggressed, one member played backwards. Even though Mo got caught there in the rotate, Melted just played that position so well, passively, waiting for information, waiting for sound, then arguably baiting Mo a little bit there, but it worked out in the greater scheme of things, and Mirage looking really, really good so far. 4-1. Timeout does not work in XSET's favor, and now we get that full bomb site swap again, the full reset. Back to AVG we go. Opening round, XSET, they won this attack. That's the only round they've won so far. Then they lost every single round since. In the first opening round, Kino was on the Kali. Gonna swap right now to say that on towards the Ace and Stiffers for ranged top breach. Diaz goes back onto Flores, which has been their operator of choice for this particular attacking round, but they don't typically do much with the operator. The last 2 times they brought Flores, they were just losing gunfight after gunfight, and the round was over before that gadget even got used. So if anything, XSET, slow it down, do the steps first, then get aggressive, because right now, Mirage are beating you at the gun game.
Frostmat's going down yet again, and I mean, I always got to make mention of it. Yeah, you might be a pro team, but usually your opponents are going to do setup in such a way that
they know he's in.
Frostmat's going to make you pay. And look at Gomez being hunted down. Not too far off. Mo seems to know that he's there. Look at this.
I like this.
Couple sets eyes, all in the same position. And Mo sees it, easily cleaning up Gomez. XSET surrendering the opening pick yet again for the 4th time on this half.
Yeah, honestly, very ballsy from Mo there to go up aggressively because he could have been hurt from the footsteps, and Gomez gets that free kill. Dexter had the cross. It was a guaranteed kill for them. By the way, Mo and Dexter again playing on that roam together. It was good, well communicated by Mo that the door in garage was open. He has to come dining from pantry at some point in this round. Dexter be ready for it. He was. They get that kill. When with 2 minutes left in the round, XSET, they're just picking up the pieces right now. They haven't progressed on the map. The nades, once again, aren't doing any damage at all, not getting any kills. The shield is still alive top main. No Retero drones have been spent from Diaz. We're just kind of waiting right now for XSET to make their first approach, make their first decision, and so far, they've yet to do it.
This is not looking good for XSET at this exact moment, especially losing Gomez. As you mentioned, there goes the Retero drones, though. Melted worrying about a follow-up, trying to delay some time. Another Retero drone will go out. Clock management for XSET has been a serious struggle. Melted can easily handle that one. Expecting a follow-up. Somebody to get guided in by that Retero, but nobody is behind it.
Oh, that's huge.
But this will be an absolute pick onto Kento. No idea what's going beneath him. And Yaga answers back. Smoke is here as well. Yaga could easily get one, but looks away. The Smoke will decide to dance back up towards Study. It's Kino there, and Melted is well read. 1 minute to go, and XSET now with the numbers advantage.
Only one member on side as well, so no real support there from the side of Melted. It's a bit of a shame, but Mo aggressively down below again. He reads the situation well. He knows he's being held. He can't progress right now. He has to trust that his members can hold the bomb site down, otherwise they are doomed.
Dexter taking some damage by far and away the most impressive player from Mirage. Benji in on it. Dexter killed from an angle he didn't think existed. Spirits down below, and he manages to take out Mo, waiting, baiting him in. Now it's Benji to clutch out. Diffuser is not in play. Yaga's been down, so Benji will now reposition. He'll come head-to-head with the Yana and look the wrong way. Spirits cleans up. The final 2 kills for XSET, and they happen to be the second round for XSET as well. Choice words from Vivas as XSET escapes the first half, still staring down the barrel of defeat, but in a closer scoreline than it could have been.
4-2 is definitely necessary for you if you're XSET, right? You cannot just expect to get one attacking round and pray your defenses are so good. Because yes, sure, Villa, it's a lot easier to defend than it is to attack. You reinforce the default walls, you do your default hold, and then the attackers have to deal with all those different problems, the crossfires, the long lines of sight, and of course, timing the entries can be very difficult. Next set, they struggled in that department the most. The entrying is really where they fell short almost every single round. And in round number 1, they were on the opening kill board. And in the final round, they might have gotten the opening kill, but they played well together after the fact on that main staircase. But also, Melted had no support from Mirage. So, if anything, he kind of got sold. And well, if anything, XSET took great advantage of it. Now, Mirage have to prove to us that A, they've already done this. They can defend Villa. Now they gotta prove that they can attack it as well, because it's a very different story, especially with the Banet being banned. You don't have those 3 flashbangs. You're forced into Ace as a Heartbreacher. It's virtually impossible to play Maverick or Thermite on this particular map, because there's always going to be a soft wall next to a hard wall, and you can't get up close. You gotta worry about the impact grenades, the C4s, etc. So you're going to be more limited in your operator pool, at least in the Heartbreach department.
Well, this is a tech pause, by the way.
Yep.
So not a timeout that's been taken. Timeout. Apologies there, as I have a frog in my throat. XSET escaped the first half, as I said, with only 2 rounds to their name. They got the opening pick twice. They won one of those rounds. That was all the way back in round number 1. It was a pretty successful round. They got the first pick. They got the diffuser down. Melted. Could not clutch out in the 1v2. Mirage goes on a bit of a tear after that. 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds in a row, of which in 2 of those rounds in particular, XSET only mustered a single kill. One of the rounds was flawlessly done. So over the last 2 rounds, XSET have been finding more confidence in their gunplay, but only have a single round to show for that. As for Mirage, they got 4 first bloods. That leads us to our question now as we start the second half. Who will have a higher overall rating after this match, Benji Mula or Diaz? If you had to pick, who would it be?
I mean, I gotta go with Benji because I'm a Mirage stan, you know, of course. But it's a close run, and also Benji just played his defensive side. That's arguably the easier aspect. Diaz still got 4 kills on his attack. The vote also relatively close, 42 to 58%. So there's no clear winner right now. We still got many more rounds to go as round number 7 is opening up in front of our very eyes. It's going to be an AVG defense to start things off for XSET. And Mirage's attacking lineup is pretty standard. The one thing they've done differently than XSET so far, they are bringing the buck. That's going to give them a second avenue of, you know, verticality, a different tool to go through the map. They can go below, work their way up. But also, there's so many soft walls, you know, on our screen right now. Whether it's the third walls at the master bedroom, the closet walls to bathroom, the Astra walls. There are so many different ways to use the buck on this map. And buck also has, you know, a bit of utility to use as well. Gomez holding on the first angle on the injury point. 1 and 5 to his name. Has to try and find some success here in shutting down these injury players.
Was just about to mention that, but Spirits, despite going, what was it, 0 and 4, has now found a couple rounds in a row where he's been able to pick up some kills, get himself to almost even. That whole team needs somebody to really take charge. And honestly, if we look at Spirits from his days all the way down the Canada division to where we are right now, Spirits has struggled with consistency. He will go 1 and 10 one game and then immediately follow up by going 21 and 4 the next game. There is no middle ground, it seems. At the moment, Spirits inhabiting the middle ground. So either he will continue to play well or will sink like an anchor. It's not my rule. That's just the way things go. Either way, just a little bit off of the board. Mirage deciding to take the top half of the map over by Trophy and Statuary and Master Bedroom as they look to attack this Aviator defense.
Mirage must be expecting some aggression from XSET because they're playing so far back, droning from concrete that you can't get C4 from, and then no one's actually following these drones, so if XSET were playing aggressively, they'd have to re-drone that entire ground again. A basic setup. Harbreacher on study balcony alone, 1v1 against Gomez basically. Mo has to drone that position out. Gomez gets very aggressive on the jump out. It's absurd.
That's a long run for him to get out there, and they try to hold him in place. Diaz baits in Dexter after Kino falls. Benji's in the middle of the bomb site, and he can get the diffuser down. The smoke coverage completely misses. Now it's on Melted to try to shut down Diaz, but he's got too many angles to look at. Diffuser goes down successfully. Benji shut down by Yaga with the shotgun. Yaga will need to retake. Mirage's 2 players, both very, very low on HP, but that doesn't matter to Kento on red stairs. He'll now reposition, and as a buck, he can get below the bomb site with the skeleton key for the post plant. This is an excellent setup for him to be in. Diaz hopping on it. They must hear the Spirits watching from below, taking some damage. They manage to shake off the diffuser. Diaz will go back on, but it's Melted to trade out, and Melted with 1 HP needs to only buy 4 seconds. Spirits will have to hop on now, or else he loses out. And he's past the point of no return. Mirage will get it because Spirits doesn't want to take the engagement, and another round will go to Melted clutching.
That right there is almost a picture-perfect 2v3 post-plant situation. You saw it. The moment Bok got the kill on the red stairs, instantly sprinted downstairs. We all knew what that meant. Bok is going to play the post-plant from below. We mentioned earlier in the pick phase of these operators what Bok adds value-wise to the operator lineup. That right there is picture-perfect. The other member of Mirage outside on study balcony, playing super far back, playing super passive, because if he falls, then Bok plays in that 1v2 from a really tough position. They played their roles perfectly, and it was while being a man down. And XSET, they were trying their best for the post plan. They were trying to retake, and honestly, they had the right idea. One member ran downstairs, challenged the Buck. Other member tried to defuse and try and bait out the study player. Mirage just one step ahead and played it a little bit better. And XSET, if there's one team that can win those kinds of rounds where they gotta, get the diffuser down and get multiple kills, it's gotta be XSET. In their opening game on this year in Stage 1 against SSG on Bank, they won like a 5v5 retake on defense, which almost never happens in this game. So they have the experience for it. They made the right decisions, but they did not win the round. 5-2 from Mirage, and round number 8 is gonna be a trophy.
Mirage right now, they're just speed walking their way through this. XSET struggles, similar to what Astralis has gone through, shows that there is turmoil in North America. We assumed that the teams at the top would always be in good position. Well, if you're fans of OXG, if you're fans of XSET, if you're fans of Astralis, it has not been the season that you've wanted so far. What is it? TSM, DarkZero, and the Soniqs are the top 3 teams at the moment. Mirage with a victory here could put themselves into the top 4 yet again. Good news for fans of OXG, XSET, and Astralis is that because of their success at the majors and in the first 2 stages, it's all but certain that they're going to make it to SI. So they will be on the biggest stage of them all. As for the rest of these teams, they need to pick up some really crucial SI points that make deep major runs to represent North America. That's sad. It's a minute off of round number 8. Mirage, a single round away from guaranteeing themselves 1 point by moving to match point. Oh, and Spirits could have started things off by putting Mirage on their back foot.
Instead, there's going to be Yogg fighting for his life, but Melted takes his life away from him. Again, Mirage successful entry on this round.
And Spirits is trying to get out of there. There's so much gunfire happening inside of Aviator, inside of Study. And Spirits managed to make it out alive, which is really a remarkable thing.
I mean, it is.
A trophy statuary defense right now.
But he's so low on HP. So you're alive, but like 1 bullet and you're done again. So 2 successful entries, arguably for Mirage. They still have the Doka B, they have the line, they have a heavy execution-based lineup. They get to hack the phone as well. This is like max value you can get. Gomez, he makes up the difference, takes out Mo. That's a good start for them, but they need more.
Very well done. Spirit's still on very limited HP, no way for a reset here, and no Kona stations, no healers on defense. Finka very firmly out of the meta on attack, so you won't be seeing her topping up any of these players. Kento will likely be the first one to go in. He has the diffuser in hand, but he's going to jostle it around, knowing that it won't be long for this Earth. Gomez taking some serious damage. ADS there waiting, recharged. Can Gomez do anything with this? You'd singled him out as the player that needed to step up the most. He's got 2 kills since then. Logic Bomb goes off, giving his position away, but look at this rad angle he's in. They must assuredly know that he's there, blinded out, waiting.
Yeah.
He hops up. Kento with limited HP does what needs to be done. And he looks across the way. Kino keeps things even for XSET, and now Spirits with limited HP of his own can do some serious damage. The last player for Mirage is Benji outside. And he's got 2 players of XSET to find. The head of Spirits is there, and oh my goodness, what have we said? You only need a single point of HP to make things work. And Spirits gets 2 hugely impactful kills after almost losing his life in that ensuing onslaught.
Absolutely, and one of the more awkward things there is that, you said Kento might drop Diffuser, and he did. No one picked up the case once he did it, so even though it looked really good for Mirage, they were on the bomb side, well, they had to go all the way back out to pick up the Diffuser, only to go back in, and that creates this really awkward scenario where there are so many conflicting issues about to occur, because you gotta look away, you gotta go through the door twice, there's so many crossfires established, and, well, didn't end up mattering because XSET just took the round out straight from them. There is a drone bug being called out in chat, so I might get a quick rehost underway, and there it is indeed. But XSET looking alive and still fighting, even though they're down in the man count. They found success with the crossfires, and Mirage were not really establishing a plant execute, but rather a kill execute.
Well, there's a rehost that's coming in because of that drone bug. Unfortunate that we have yet another, but there will be a tech pause, and the teams get to discuss with one another as Mirage is hoping to put this one away, since back in round number 5, the teams have traded rounds. That greatly benefits the team that is so far ahead, which is this Mirage squad.
Yeah. Remember, it's a long time ago at this point, I guess, but you said how when Spirits was low on HP, back in the day, you could revive, reset, injure with 50 health. Back when you had 100.
And then it was dropped to 20, which is where it's at now.
Not just that, but now operators have more health based on their armor, so it's even lower value nowadays because you don't get more than 20 health despite having more than 100 HP if you have more armor.
I mean, just talking strictly from like readability of the game, resetting was a very silly mechanic.
It was.
It was hard to talk about, oh, he's getting reset. What does that mean? Well, it means that when you're at 14 HP, they can shoot you through a wall, down you, and pick you back up at 50 HP. It didn't really make any sense. So changing the numbers down to 20 made it a lot more, I guess, simple to understand.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem very intuitive. Oh, okay, shoot me through a wall and pick me back up. Oh, cool. It's very similar to, I think, the argument around Withstand was that why is Zofia the only character who can use Withstand? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It doesn't involve anything it doesn't involve anything with her gadget. And if you're a new player, you would think, okay, maybe that makes sense with an operator like Oryx, for example, who I honestly think the ability to Withstand for Oryx would fit thematically with his entire gadget. I mean, his gadget is literally his body.
Yeah.
He can plow through walls, run really fast, he can climb up through hatches, and if he gets down, he can pick himself back up.
Yeah.
All of that makes a lot of sense. All of it fits together. I still think Withstand, I'm very glad it's gone. I still don't think it made any sense, and I hope it doesn't come back. But that said, resetting was an entirely different thing because you get people who would also just go up onto the roof and throw themselves off and just get picked back up, and you'd say, okay, well, this doesn't make any sense.
No, it is weird to look at. And also, I mean, let's say that you injure someone and you die, right? You should feel rewarded, like, oh, I injured this person, like he's going to get revived at like low HP. But no, if you injure someone but you die, they get back on their feet with half their health to spare. And you can still back then play a dock on the board because that was a popular operator back then. So it felt extremely unrewarding to injure someone and not kill them. Whereas now, you can literally just be, I injured this guy, and I'm not going to greet for the kill because he's 20 HP, it's 1 bullet. I'm okay with him slipping away, somewhat. So I fully agree. From a viewing standpoint, a playing standpoint, it was a great addition to the game, a great change to the game, rather. However, with the mid-season patch is coming out in a few weeks from now, actually, very, very soon, there is that Rook change that is supposed to be in there, where if you pick up the Rook armor, assuming that you play Rook, you will actually be able to withstand as any defender. That was in the test server.
I mean, again, I'm not a huge fan of Withstand, but if you're gonna work it into an ability, allowing people to pick themselves back up makes sense. But I would make it a small window.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if you're wearing bulletproof armor,
and
you get shot with a gun, this never happened to me. I've never been shot with a weapon, but if you're wearing like a Kevlar vest and you get shot with a like high enough like powered gun, and it doesn't penetrate, it can still break a rib and wind you and knock you over, and you're going to be seriously injured, but you're not going to be dead.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to take you some time to be able to get back up. I would maybe want to just simply spitballing, see if there was a window where you could get up in a certain time frame, or it would take you a certain amount of time frame to be able to get up. Let's say, after 20 seconds of bleeding out, then you could get up instead of just immediately standing right back up.
Yeah.
But again, this can be confusing. But working it into Rook does seem to make a lot of sense. I am still not a Withstand enjoyer. And, if you read some of the Rainbow Six Reddit threads, you would think that I am the sole reason as to why it got banned, or Pro League is the sole reason as to why it got removed from Zofia, which is very far from the truth.
Really? I'm pretty sure the one round that happened out of all the hundreds of rounds was the reason why it got removed. It has to be.
The dev pipeline for this game right now is anywhere from like 4 to 9 months. When something is thought up, it can usually take, usually over half a year to be implemented. So when the devs want to remove Withstand, it's not going to be done because 3 days prior, somebody withstands and wins a round in pro play that is ridiculous.
If you say so. I'll believe you.
I mean, the devs have talked about it. They've come out on the record and said, no, this is something that we've been dealing with for a while, and we were spitballing about how it would come to be. But, I mean, I'm interested to see the Rook change. There was chatter from a lot of people when it was on the TS that it was would be quite overpowered. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but an entire team being able to pick themselves back up is a scary thing.
Yeah.
So.
It brings me Finga vibes, and there's a reason why Finga is no longer played, because it had to get nerfed, right? Not the gadget, but just like how much value she brought. But then again, Rook is a very weak operator that never gets played at professional levels, so I'm also open to a change, even though it might only be for a season or two. But we are back in the server. We have fixed the problems, we have gotten new drones, new batteries in them, they all work now. Round number 9 is on the way, we are downstairs, tertiary bomb site. What happened is, since the side swap, Mirage won the first attack on AVG, that post-planted in 2v3. Then Trophy was successfully defended by XSET, and now they're going to die. We see 3 members in the basement, about to rush up in through barrel, up the staircase. It's going to be an explosive and rather quick round. Or we're going to crouch walk. Either way, they're sending it right now, Parker.
They are. They're just going in. Look at Mirage. Sound the alarm. Do you have a trumpet? Nice. And they're in. And look at that. Mo with the very first kill, but swatted away. And there's one behind them as Melted dies to an EE1D, and Dexter looks to have been down by it as well. Spirits with the catch onto Dexter, and the rush that lasted all but 5 seconds leaves Benji to die to Spirits yet again. XSET capitalize off of Mirage's play. I liked Mirage's chutzpah, but I didn't like the result for them. And XSET have closed the gap. They're 1 round away from sending us all the way to round 12.
I don't want to point any fingers, but I'm going to do it anyway. So there's a very simple reason why that round did not work out in favor of Mirage. And it comes down to execution from an individual player. Kento on the bog accidentally messed up. He bucked the wall from like the brown stairs into the bomb site, but it was a vault angle. So all 3 members are holding sprint key, and they ran into the wall and realized, okay, there's like a gap, or there's like a thing at the bottom. We gotta press space and jump through. And the 4 seconds or 2 seconds that it took for them to like figure that out, well, they got flanked, they got caught mid-animation, they couldn't turn around when they got flanked, and they all basically died in that exact same position. So super minor issue there really slowed them down, because when you're going for a rush, their whole point is obviously to go fast, and they didn't. Of course, the Captain traps were a problem as well. There was a good canister that could have been popped from the defenders too, but ultimately it came down to a small execution error. I like going fast after a tech pause because everyone's kind of winded down, and then you just go full send it. So strategically, pacing-wise, I love this strat. Execution-wise, I give it a 4 out of 10. Could be better.
4 to 10 is actually my favorite fraction, because it goes down to 2 out of 5. And 1 out of 2.5. Isn't that great?
That's fantastic for you, Paul. I'm so happy for you.
It's not how fractions work, my friend. Either way, a bold play by Mirage.
Yeah, it doesn't pay off.
Does not pay off at all. No, no, no. Oh well. They tried, and it gave us something exciting to look at. But Mo will now go on to drone work, and we are quickly getting into this round. I have to check for Captain traps, which was something that was unfortunately doomed to Mirage last time around, but they read correctly, as Yaga will be on Capcan. XSET will run that operator yet again.
It is indeed a library defense, by the way, so all 4 bomb site being showed, and the play rate of this bomb site is like extremely low, one of the lowest in the entire game, and it's a pocket one. You know, we see Frost and Capcan being brought out, the Echo as well. These are operators that were, well, not the Capcan, but the Frost and the Echo here were purposely picked for this bomb site. You got a few window jump-ins, you got a few nasty corners. Neokais, they can die the plant or gain some information from the exterior roamers. Okay, just like that.
Oh, melted. Taking down Yaga, but he's at such a low bit of HP that if he hits a Capcan trap, he's dead, and there's no coming back from that.
Oh, I like this counterplay. Now they can't see them from the vert holes.
There's Benji in this position. He's in the bomb site, but oh man, they bring the heat to him absolutely. Gomez from above. Benji knew that was up there, and he was trying to combat it, but just couldn't do it.
It's going to be hard now. Sledge should be found out as well. 1 bullet will end his life, but he gets away scot-free somehow. I will say, I really love the offset play. It seemed like a great counter, but Diaz and Gomez both having impact grenades just made his life so much more difficult, and he got taken down before a plan could be established. He still smokes on Dexter. The round is still winnable.
Dexter will slowly walk up and do some serious damage and get the down onto Gomez, but XSET are just the better team. Right now preying on the weaknesses of Mirage. Melted, the one to cover. He gets taken out by Kino, and once Mo gets off the diffuser, Kino can secure, but they know exactly where he is. Can Mo clutch out? He'll have to reload, and he doesn't have a real way out of this. Scampering off. There's lines of sight all the way down, and he gets it down on himself on Aquino. Gomez had been downed earlier on. Spirits from above. They'll have to try to retake the bomb site as the counter just continues to tick away. The goal for Mo is to not get all the kills. It's to just slow them down before they can get onto the diffuser. Gomez will try to bait it out. Long arming. Mo might know this. He makes noise. Off the diffuser he goes. Out him! Good God, Mohasi clutches out for Mirage. They're on match point.
That is a huge clutch for a player who's playing his first stage in Pro League, and he played it so well in the 1 versus 4. Not even going for the reload or region. I thought he's got out of bullets. There is no way he makes this work. But a combination of good decision making, good timing, and then playing the odds, right? Members of XSET were particularly low in HP. He just needed a few bullets to hit and land, and that they did. Monumental clutch for him in a 1 versus 4 post plan. Once the diffuser goes down, it's always winnable in Rainbow Six Siege, and this round is a testament to just that. The 1 member on full HP of Spirits, that was a headshot from Mo, by the way. That's what matters the most. That right there guarantees Mirage at least 1 point, because at worst, they'll go overtime loss against XSET. And best, well, they take this round, they win in regulation, or they win the next one.
Well, at least 1 point on the board for Mirage, and good play by Mo, who just really needed to waste time.
Yeah.
He didn't need to go for the kill, but he did it anyway. And ice in the veins, well, that's something that just comes playing with a Canadian team. Though Mo's not Canadian. But no, he's not. But the team is located there, and it looks like the Grey White North might actually triumph. We will see.
Certainly looks good. I was worried for a second because of the scrappy round. Dexter upstairs alone got, you know, XSET had a good crosshair up above, right? They traded 1 for 1 at worst, but they just got the kill for free instead. Mirage, they have a good read on what they want to do in the beginning, and even when things don't go their way, they can still get fancy with those clutch moments. We saw it against SSG last Playday, we're seeing it now against XSET. These are experienced rosters, or arguably XSET less experienced than SSG, but still somewhat experienced rosters to do this against.
Drone could come up towards Spirits. A victory here for Mirage would catapult them up into 4th place, uncontested in that position. 1 point back of DarkZero, 2 points back of Soniqs and TSM. So within striking distance of first overall. If you look at upcoming matchups, Mirage for the next 4 Playdays play DarkZero, Parabellum, Beastcoast, and Soniqs. So that's not exactly the easiest schedule for them. They have to get through XSET first, though. And XSET are just really bringing the heat to this Mirage squad as they get the first 2 picks onto Mirage.
That they're doing is not pretty right now. I mean, they can get scrappy, we said, they can get clutch. We saw that last round, but Dexter, well, he finds one to York, but they need way more than that. And so far, they're finding him. Mo finds another beautiful shot to Spirits, and somehow we're back in the 3v3 20 seconds later. What's next, though? Now we can slow down. XSET and Mirage both have the same interest in mind right now. Don't throw the current numbers. Mo is low on HP. It's our only hot breach. No nades at their disposal. Gomez on the flank.
Attackers drop the
Gomez will be able to catch it on to Mo, the hero from the previous round. No more. Closing in on an even match. Mirage have now just slipped a little bit behind. We'll gain some valuable insight with a minute left as they get the cams of XSET. And we'll give them more information should those cams still remain up. Mirage to try and tackle this trophy statuary attack. Not in the same position. Spread out enough. Flash goes in. So does Kento. Position given away as Dexter takes some damage. Playing behind that soft wall is Kino, who's blind. And he does a lot of damage to Kento, who's now been dropped and finished off by Kino. Dexter's the last one, and he gets taken out by Gomez. XSET stay in it.
Kino's shotgun is absurd. Every time I watch an XSET game, he always does this as well. I'm like, there's no way that's going to do a lot of damage, right? He went from full HP to like 20, if not less. It was absurd. Hipfire shotgun from that distance, it should not be the way it works, but for Kino, it is. And a tactical timeout before we head to OT will be called out by Mirage because they want to settle this on this upcoming round. This is the final round before OT, otherwise we got to go the distance. Of course, Mirage, they really want these points. Remember, last week they were up 6-1 against SSG, only to lose 8-6. Later on. So they lost their lead, and SSG, they made a huge comeback. They need these 3 points in regulation really badly to solidify their spot.
I'll go through it together. Christian behind them, talking to the team, maybe either trying to instill discipline or just simply a more strategic element. Again, we can only speculate as to what the teams are discussing themselves. I am curious if we exist in an alternate timeline where instead of that rush play that we saw out of Mirage, which was a big gamble, it did not ultimately pay off, but was still a big gamble all the same, if they had just played it maybe a bit safer. If they'd played it safer, gone about it the way that we've seen so far, because of the 5 rounds they've been in attack, they've won 2 of them through very conventional means. They've lost 2 of them through conventional means. And then you have that 5th round, which was that rush strat all the way back in round number 9. So it's entirely possible, basically 50-50, that Mirage comes out with a much better result. But of course, we have the power of hindsight. The team does not.
I was going to say, while I think it's a valid argument and point to make,
yes,
I hate when you put teams in a position where you say, you shouldn't have taken that risk, because it's after a technical issue. Both teams are, winding down. You go for a rush off the bat, you're going to catch them off guard. It looked like a great idea, conceptually speaking, and they had the balls to do it in a match as well against XSET, which is a team that on paper Mirage shouldn't be beating right now. I hate when we limit them, so I feel like they should do it again, if anything, right? Also show their creativity and their and
trying to sabotage them at this point.
No. You believe in the North, Parker. You predict the Mirage to win. We should be rooting for their upcoming. We can't talk about the past, but we can't talk about the present. Right now, Mirage, they want to get this final round. They can still do it. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. And again, I think discipline was what Christian was talking about. Look how slowly Mirage are taking it. No one is jumping in window aggressively. No one is risking dying to a bad gunfight. No one is rushing through anything. We're going through the motions step by step. Often what you see in overtime rounds, or also what you see on match point, is the team who's in the lead is going to start taking a precautious approach because you feel it slipping away otherwise, right? You don't want to be the guy dying first in this round because then you feel like you are to be blamed or you are part of the problem, so to speak. So it's important that all 5 members, they work in union. Mirage is doing that, droning for one another. In fact, no one's droning for anybody, they're just droning right now, but they're going to be moving through the motions, through the map. They know it's all clear, just like last time they attacked this bomb site. But it's going to come down to the wire. I expect this to be like a 20-second left execute. It's going to be absolutely chaotic. Getting there very close, at least 40 seconds left. And Mirage, they gotta get very scrappy right now.
Dexter was standing under a default cam that entire time. Mirage, you said they were being patient, maybe disciplined, but if anything, they look uncertain, and they're getting picked off one by one. It's only Benji and Melted, and Benji's been dropped on the ground. Melted will need to charge through the smoke to try to do something. The toxic gas going off in front of him. Doesn't look like a flawless will be had. Melted gets his pick, but he gets shut down by Gomez, and we will need extra innings. Neither team will get all 3 points, so dashing the hopes of a regulation win for Mirage is XSET. But both teams secure a single point, and we'll spend at least 2 rounds here in OT to determine who walks away with the win.
Now, from the side of Mirage, there's a bit of a mental game that's now in play because you choked the game, arguably choked the game against SSG. I spoke to Dexter about it Saturday on the podcast that I host, and he was like, "What was it like? You've choked this game, you're up massively. What was going through you guys' mind?" And he said we had a hard time kind of problem solving and figuring out what to do next because all the things that we did in the past, they worked, and when they stopped working, we just couldn't find something else to replace that element. And I think this round right here is going to perfectly illustrate if that has been resolved, because now we're going to go to the same bomb site again. It's the 3rd time Mirage they get to attack it. They've had the same problem on this bomb site twice. Sure, they won that 2v3 clutch the first time around, but other than that, it wasn't a clean-cut round. For the 3rd time, Mirage, that to show us a different attack, a different approach, a different style with a different outcome. Because otherwise, it's going to be just like against the and Chalet, where they attack library the same way for the 3rd time in a row. And guess what? It fails for a 3rd time in a row.
What we see is a defender-sided Villa, so
true.
Don't exactly know if Mirage are victims here, but Gomez will go for an early scout towards spawn, find nothing for it. At least they know there's a Warden on the board as he goes for that run out, assuming that they've already droned it.
Oh,
Yaga with the early pick down in bikes, and down goes Melted.
Tough start.
No, that's not bikes, that's what? That's mudroom.
Some G2 calls it bikes. Bike room. But yeah, mudroom.
I was gonna say, because I think NA calls the other bike portion bikes, but anyway.
Different regions, different callouts.
Absolutely.
That is a thing.
Aviator defense given a big boon right now for XSET as they did take that gamble. 2 gambles, in fact, both the runouts paying off. Yaga and Gomez going for the jump out.
Oh, the timing.
Spirits taking damage. Oh, what a shot onto Dexter.
Ouch.
That's a highlight reel play from Spirits, who, what did I say? He would either flourish or sink like an anchor, and he's definitely flourishing at this point since the rehost coming back. 6-2, plenty of time for him to make more things happen as he'll hold off towards the main doorway. A toxic canister will slowly filter away. Here's one. That's not hard to control at that close a range. Kino in on it as well, and Mirage have completely fallen apart. Benji's, I'm assuming, going to take a timeout right now with 90 seconds to go. Get him away, get him as far away from the action as possible. They're not going to be able to find you, so XSET will technically win a flawless round, unless Benji decides to go back in.
Yeah, you can talk about the upcoming round, right? You can't really talk about this round right now because you're not going to see this attack ever again because this bomb site is locked. Even if you win your defensive round, you're not going to attack AVG. So I assume right now it's about, again, the discipline, the mental, and obviously the spawn peaks, right? Because now 2 rounds in a row, a member of Mirage got spawn peaked early on, and that's something that really can't be happening in these scenarios. You're losing opening kill after opening kill, and you're playing from that disadvantageous position where in the first half of this game, well, Mirage is doing excellent in the opening kill department, but round by round, they've slowly started losing their grip in that department. Either it's a trade back from XSET, or they just outright lose it the last 3 rounds in a row.
This is the 2nd time that we've seen a player taken timeout. It was, what was it, XSET before, I believe.
Yeah, from DS.
That did it, yeah, and there you have it. It's a small finish for XSET as they flawlessly get it done, and now they move on to match point.
Yep. Now, of course, the benefit here is, if you want to talk numbers, it is, as we mentioned, a defender side of Villa. XSET, they get defense twice. So Mirage, really, they have like the biggest, obstacle to overcome right now because they do have to win 1 of their 2 attacking rounds, assuming that they win the defensive round as well. They have free choosing from any bomb site. They're choosing trophy, statuary room. Last time, way back, Mirage was defending. They went to Trophy 1 time, 2 times, and guess what? They won both of those rounds. The only bombs that they lost was the first opening AVG round, and then the very last round on the defense on AVG again. So statistically, it's a great bomb site for them, but they gotta do it one more time. Otherwise, it's over for them with an 8-6 scoreline back-to-back in terms of play days.
And they were just on a tear.
They were.
They were absolutely on a tear. It was 6-4 for Mirage. That was after, of course, they gave up round number 9 on that crazy rush strat that we saw come out from them. We don't see a lot of rush strats on Villa the way that we used to.
No. No, we don't.
I honestly think that when we had Finca in the meta, it made a lot more sense to go for those strategies as well, because you could top up, you would have the Adrenal Surge be the starting sound for so many of you. But I mean, I don't want to fixate on a single round, because that was also not the round that really cost them. And if you think about it, Mohesi had the incredible clutch back in round 10. If it wasn't for that 1v3 clutch that he pulled off, this matchup ends in regulation with XSET getting all 3 points.
That's true, actually. Good point.
So, I mean, it's easy for us to fixate on a single round, but there's a lot more to it than that, either way.
I mean, certainly is. XSET, attack and lineup-wise, going for a stable, consistent one. No Monty, nothing like that. And Spirit, he has found his footing, as you mentioned, Parker. 8-2 since the rehost. And he's been on fire ever since. Had a phenomenal round, in fact, last round on the main stairs of Smoke. Got that double kill and a nice shot onto the person on the rappel. That was Mo, I believe. Now he's downstairs. Still has 2 nades in his pocket. So does Yogg. Plenty of utility for XSET to fish for these kills and do some damage. Or try and get an opening somewhere.
Drone Yogg in fact, they'll actually both go onto drones. I like that they've kept drones in the basement, because if you recall, there was that flank that came in from Mirage that completely caught XSET off guard. If you're going to try to take kitchen or pantry, you need to be very wary of somebody sneaking up on you from that angle. Oh, that's an explosion that almost kills Dexter. He manages to survive for now, holding this tight angle, looking into master bedroom, where nobody is for the moment.
Tough position to be in right now. Decision maker right now. Do I aggress? Do I stay? What's the risk here? Well, Dexter can play aggressive. He's 1 HP. Might as well try and get something for his trouble, but it is tough.
Kino searching for kills. Both of these teams very slow to want to take engagements, but XSET cracks it open. Down goes Kento and Dexter. A tough spot for Mirage now, but there wasn't much left of Dexter, to be fair. Now it's Mirage try to retake the bomb site, and they lose the Rotero drone that scoots by 2 separate players of Mirage. Not an ideal situation to be in. XSET getting ever closer. Now it's Spirits to walk up. Only inches away from the B-bomb site. 2 players from Mirage, deep, far back inside of Astro, isolated at this current position, so Spirits has all the land in the world, and he's going to take it. It's free real estate for Spirits as he gets 2, leaving Mohesi to try to clutch out against every member of XSET, and he's not going to do it. 2 flawless rounds in a row is enough for XSET to take the win in overtime.
And that means that, 2 playdays in a row against SSG and now XSET. Mirage, they get close, but they can't quite make it. 6-8 losses back-to-back, but I will say Mirage, phenomenal start overall. They looked like they've improved. Christian, their coach, said they look for improvement day by day, scrim by scrim, and I will say they've achieved that at least in this matchup against XSET. They look good.
Look good. Both of these teams hanging tight. I mean, at the end of the day, Mirage did not fall that far short of a victory. No. It came close, and for a team like Mirage, and how they have developed and how these new players have stepped onto the squad, honestly, even if they didn't win, I still got to say, it was a good effort. XSET on top, they pick up 2 points to Mirage's 1. That's it for all of our matches today. We got the desks to break it down, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Test for one final time tonight. And you know what? There were doubters. There were people that thought that the best performing team in NA at the Berlin Major couldn't get it done here today. Well, guess what? They did. XSET in OT. They get the win. Mirage makes it close, but XSET finally winning it 8-6 in the end.
Nice little pop off at the end from Spirits and Yaga, both of which really did turn it on. It was looking rough. Again, we saw Mirage off to an early lead. They managed to push it all the way to the precipice of winning the game. They got it all the way to 6 rounds, and then once again choke it at the very end. XSET coming through on top.
Man, what is it about Mirage in overtime, dude? What is it? 2 straight games, almost exactly like this, back-to-back with one another when they've already got an advantage. They're not able to fully capitalize on it at the very end. And it's a weird thing about the opening kills as well. They start out getting a whole bunch of them. It turns into a landslide to a point where it's a 1-4 game. And then suddenly, XSET starts getting them. Mirage can't win an opening gunfight to save their life. They're starting off rounds in 3v5s, and it's a landslide in the opposite direction. And XSET pull that one back when, honestly, they very well could have lost this thing way earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I think a big factor in that was Spirits. I think Spirits started out like 0-4 or 0-5.
Yep.
And then at the end, he had 17 kills. Definitely stepped up big for his team, especially on the defense side.
Something about Villa making legends. What is it with this week, man?
It's a map that just produces a lot of all-star performances. What can you say? Speaking of all-star performances, we're about to see one from Jesse J. Chick as he heads over to Telestrate round number 4 for us.
Well, I don't know about all-star performance.
None of this Canadian humility here.
Oh, I thought we were talking the players.
Wow.
Listen, we have already once gone over today a play where a Monty pushes on to Aviator Games from the north and gets disconnected from his team. So I figured, why not show the exact same thing because it happens again. We've got a Montaigne pushing, and this time, of course, the bomb site is down below. However, they want to clear, downwards. They want to be able to push over and clear the roamers kind of towards the side of the south. Now, what we're going to see is, of course, there is a Monty. There are some players up and towards Master Bedroom as well. I just want to point something out right quick, right? What do we have all the way over here? We got like 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's like at least still in Master Bedroom, right? They're very far in. And then the shield player, the guy that cannot shoot back, is almost on the complete other side of the map, about to take a gunfight with Benji Mula, who is more than likely, because he has a gun, gonna win this fight. And sure, maybe he's got a shield, he feels like he can play a little bit more prepared, he can like actually survive this, but ultimately it's not gonna go his direction, and it's just so unfortunate that there's nobody there to help him at all. It's the second time in a row that we saw this, and I think it kind of highlights a greater problem that we saw with XSET on their attacks, that they're so disconnected from each other. If the push is going to be focused on taking things down from above, if it's going to be focused on that vertical play, then just sit your Monty like right here, okay? Have him sitting in the doorway, have him be nice and safe. Don't let him throw all the ways over here where he can get into a gunfight and die, or have somebody with him to go for that trade so they can eventually get the refrag back on, Dexter, not Benji Mula. In either case, bit of a fumble from XSET that caused them to go down early in this game. They brought it back eventually, as we all know, but still not necessarily the way they wanted this round to go.
It's just kind of like, hey, have you ever considered what happens if you try to win a gunfight? Oh, hey, have you ever considered having a weapon to do that with?
It helps.
Has that ever come up?
Play Blitz. Well, I guess you can't in that position, but you know what I mean.
I mean, what? Like, Blitz is just you sprinting at people with a wall. Like, that's basically already a weapon, yeah.
I mean,
play Blackbeard.
Isn't Monty a wall itself? I don't know. I think
Monty can go fast.
As you mentioned it, like the Monties are ahead of each other, or ahead of the team, but I do think it's on like the players behind the Monty. The Monty can only see forward. So everyone, like the entry that is supposed to be behind the Monty can't be in Master, can't be far back in Astro. Like you need to be with the Monty. And at the same time, or communicate to Spirits, hey, I need you to slow down.
Exactly. Let's take a look at another replay. This one goes well for Mirage as well. It's round at number 7. Some good post-plant play for them as well. Who wants to break this one down?
I did the last one, not me.
I can do part of this, if only because this is just an example of XSET almost having something and then Mirage really clawing it back from the depths. The problem is all of the toxic babes have missed Benji, who's trying to plant or secure this plant down back behind the vault door. It doesn't get him. This next one actually will, and Benji's about to take a whole bunch of HP damage. Yaga will finish the kill off with this. But now from down below, Kento is actually about to be the lifesaver of this round because that's a soft floor where the diffuser's been planted. And what does he bring to the table? A skeleton key quality that makes it impossibly easy to defend it from below, which is exactly what he goes to do. Now, when Diaz tries to move in and get this counter defuse off, he's looking for the best position to long arm it that he can, but you only have so much of a radius that you can do that from, and Buck is still downstairs, which means Spirits is going to try and engage him from the bottom of red stairs. It's a back and forth battle that ultimately Spirits is not able to do fast enough, because as soon as he moves back up, he does get the Buck from downstairs. Melted on 2 HP is already sitting at the top of Study, and as soon as that happens, there's no chance for Spirits to come back and get the counter defuse in time, and Melted even finishes it off for good measure.
Wow.
Yeah, I think a bigger problem though with the post plants that XSET played was there was a lot of panic, like by one player, or there wasn't like a set idea on what was supposed to be happening.
Yeah.
Whereas if we watched like the DZ games earlier, everyone calmed down, they reassessed the round, and then okay, then they would slowly progress as a team. Whereas XSET, one guy would find out, oh my God, there's a guy on red stairs, and then someone's still in sight. So there was a huge disconnect on their retakes, I think. Compared to other teams.
The only rounds that XSET lost on defense were the retakes, was when the kit went on the ground. So I mean, at least there might be something specific they can focus in on for the next game that of course will be played tomorrow, but yeah, something to watch out for.
Yep, that's right. So a narrow XSET victory, but still a lot to work on. If you want to be back in that caliber to get to the major, to get farther than the semifinals, you know, they said their goal, jokingly, was to lose in the finals the next one. Maybe they can win it. They got to put it together a little bit. Meanwhile,
their goal was getting to the finals in the first place.
That's right, yeah. But they said specifically go and lose so that they can go and win SI then. That's their trajectory. A bit better each time, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's look at our MVP for today. Let's just throw it up there. Any guesses as it goes up?
I can't even remember, like...
Who did well?
Blaz did good.
Blaz was 20 kills on Villa.
Blaz had 20, yeah.
Spirits was good on Villa. Is it Blaz?
It is going to be Blaz. All right.
There we go.
Frenchman popping off. Great game for Parabellum. Of course, not a game that was easy for them up against Astralis. Went all 15 rounds, but they pulled through, and it's good to see, right? Blaz has already had, I think, an MVP-worthy performance all the way back on Playday 1. I don't think he got it, but he definitely put up a very strong performance then. So to see him coming back, having that one more time, being able to play as an aggressive kind of player on the defense and also hold things down as flank watch on attack, it was really awesome to see.
Villa forges Titans. It happened with Spirits when he was like 0-5, came back and got 17 kills. It was persistent for Blaz all the way through today. It's what Forrest did when he dropped 22 kills last week. It's not all the map. I like that this is a trend that we can say Villa just does this to people, but I think for Blaz, it's more the culmination of what he's done in this transition so far from stages 2 to 3. And that's kind of what you were trying to do with him back when you were teammates with him, right? Try to get him to a point where he was this confident to take those kinds of fights and be that leader.
Yeah, I mean, Blaz was definitely a guy that we brought in from Europe who was, going to be our great fragger.
Yeah.
And obviously he was brought into the system and is expected to do that. And he did. But I think I want to touch on your point of why Villa is like a good map or sets up like fraggers. I think Villa gives a lot of freedom to the fraggers. If the fraggers have freedom to roam on defense, crouch walk on attack, they're going to get 1 or 2 kills every round. And when you have long games, those 1 or 2 kills add up.
That does help, yeah. When it does go to OT, that does give you a lot of room to pad the stats a little bit. But speaking of stats, let's see how our stage statistics look up as far as the stands go. Wow, I'm losing the ability to speak. So we better end this soon. 2 4-win teams right now in Soniqs and TSM. You can see there is a bit of a gap emerging. 4 points now between first and fourth. That's a greater gap than there was between second and eighth at the beginning of the day.
The trend kind of being that if you went to overtime today, you're not really going to be up there at the top, right? We've got a couple of teams, of course, Soniqs managed to have a strong 7-3 win today, DarkZero a 7-5, and then TSM as well, being able to take down a 7-5. So getting those 3 points really, really matters. It's great for both Parabellum and for XSET to get wins today, but that 1 point that you're losing even in that game will hurt you when we get to the final end of the stage.
Yeah, this is about to be a tighter stage than stage 2 in a different way, because 9 teams last stage had the capability of potentially going to the major. Now there's 1 team that's out of that conversation even further, which means from 8th all the way, I'd say, to maybe about 3rd place. So 3rd all the way down 5 spots. Now that's about to be an even tighter race because there's even less points that continue to separate. Even just like by 1 point means you can still jump up about 2 or 3 different spots because points are even and it's all going to come down to round count and how many games you win at the end of the day. So I'm liking how tight this this is about to be, but I also wonder if, because it's not going to mean 9 teams are in contention, if that means the 4 teams that do end up going have a better chance because they faced a little bit of a tighter competition to get there in the first place.
Maybe. I think one thing that's interesting though is tomorrow's games. I think if Soniqs and TSM, yeah, you said they have a gap and they're pulling away, but they're playing XSET and Parabellum, 2 teams that are close.
I like that.
So if they lose those games, everyone's right back to the same point where they're all tied up again.
Could even things up a lot. We got a lot of great matches to look ahead to tomorrow. Spacestation versus Astralis could be action-packed, like you mentioned. TSM XSET, Parabellum Soniqs looks really good.
I'm unironically very much looking forward to OXG Beastcoast tomorrow.
No, it'll be great.
First game that Ferda plays in, that'll be really exciting.
Yeah, that'll be great.
That'll be awesome.
Ferda makes his debut tomorrow.
That's sick.
Okay. Re-debut? Oxygen. It shocks me that both of those teams are still winless. Like, it just doesn't seem right. I mean, with Beastcoast, especially Beastcoast, you know, we may joke, but they were 1 game away from getting to the major 2 stages in a row. You know, obviously stage 3 going much worse. And then finally, at the end of the day, we got to mention DarkZero Mirage. Should be another good game, especially Mirage, you know, playing pretty well today despite not getting the win, but they got to find a way to start closing matches out. That's kind of the theme for Mirage going forward is start, you know, well, but close it out. You know, and against a team like DZ, that's probably the hardest opponent to actually do that against in NAL. So we'll see how they do. But that's going to be it for the day. Quick final thoughts before we end this all. What do you think, Jesse?
Well, it was a great stage of the NAL, and I was very pleased to be able to share it with fellow Canadian Penguin. I think you did great. I think it's the first time probably ever in Rainbow Six that Americans have not outnumbered the Canadians on the desk. So
it's only a tie.
It's only a tie.
Yeah, we'll take those. We'll take those.
Frickin' right, we will.
I also love that you said it's been a great stage as opposed to a great day.
Well, it's also been a great stage.
As if you were about to leave tomorrow and just never come back.
Also a great stage. Both can be great.
It has been a good stage. I love that TSM's back. I love that DarkZero is coming back strong. I think it's good that XSET still got a dub. So I feel like we're getting a resurgence of the teams that did really well at SI that should hopefully have a good push towards the end of the year. But it's still 4 days left somehow.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on the day was I thought, you know, this Playday was really going to separate the teams that were going to be at the top and the teams that were going to be at the bottom. And if anything, it just made it a bit more complicated for the teams in the middle. Yep. Especially with the 2 overtime games. So I think, I don't know, we're in for a treat tomorrow.
True enough. I mean, yeah, stage 3, very exciting, as much so as stage 2, just in a slightly different way. But we're not done for the week. Of course, tomorrow, a whole other day of Rainbow Six matches. We'll see you then. Same time, same place. Play some Rainbow Six, be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow.
What you gonna do?